here.
Yeah. Okay, they must be there now. They were there a second ago.
Good morning. That's just telling everybody it's time to go here. Where are my resolutions? Where is they? Okay. All right. All right, we good?
Yes, sir.
All right. Good morning and welcome to the Tuesday, May 7th, 2024 Tarrant County Commissioners Court meeting. I now call the meeting to order.
Tim O'Hare, County Judge.
Present.
Roy Charles Brooks, Commissioner Precinct 1. Elisa Simmons, Commissioner Precinct 2.
Here.
Gary Fickus, Commissioner Precinct 3.
Here.
Manny Ramirez, Commissioner Precinct 4.
Here.
Constitutes a quorum.
Outstanding. All right, today's invocation will be led by Stephen Emmerich, who's the Senior Pastor of Organizational Development at Mercy Culture, and I'll be leading in the pledges. Please rise for the invocation and pledges of allegiance.
Join me in prayer. Father, we thank you for this day. We thank you that your grace and your mercy is new every day, and we don't take that for granted. I just pray for our judge and our commissioners and everyone in attendance. I pray for their families. I pray for protection. I pray for peace. But most of all, I just pray for unity with the Holy Spirit. I pray, Lord, that anything that's said and done here today, Lord, would transcend politics and it would just please you, God. And so we pray for heavenly justice in every area of our lives. And we just pray for your wisdom. We need you. We need you more than ever this time, God. We pray for we just pray for peace. We pray for understanding. We pray for wisdom from on high. We love you and we praise you. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Amen. Thank you, Pastor. Please join me in the pledge to our flag. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And now to the Texas flag.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you. You may be seated. Oh, thank you. That took a long time. All right, I get it. All right, thank you. All right, we have some agenda announcements.
Yes, sir. Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Just a couple of quick announcements here. Can everyone hear me okay? Hello? Okay, we'll work on that in a second. I'll try to speak loud. Item D1, we're going to hold that item until after we have taken up item 9L1. That's the information technology line item. There are some budget adjustments that are associated with that, and we want to ensure that the court is comfortable moving forward with the projects first, and then we would take up the appropriation adjustment that goes along with it directly after that.
And that's the regular agenda.
That's correct.
Okay.
On top of that, we have 3 items which have been pulled from consent. We have item D2, which has been pulled. Item G1. And item K3.
All right, anything else?
That's all I have for now, sir.
Okay. I think there's one other thing. On the briefing section, we're going to switch A and B.
Okay.
And move the DAs before the sheriffs.
Understood, sir. Thank you.
All right. Any Commissioners Court announcements? All right, I have a few. The county judge's office around here for a long time has done something called Senior Synergy. Commissioner Fickus has done something called Empowering Seniors. I continued the Senior Synergy tradition last year, my first year in office, but we have decided our offices to combine Senior Synergy and Empowering Seniors. So we're changing the name to Empowering Seniors for everyone. It will still be at Will Rogers. That's going to be on August the 29th. Last year, our event had more than 2,500 attendees. I think Commissioner Fickus had fewer, but it was pretty close. And so it's an interactive event for seniors and caregivers, workshops, resources, health screenings, lunch, entertainment. It's a free event for all attendees, including free parking. So that will be, again, August 29th at Will Rogers Auditorium. We had last week a National Day of Prayer luncheon. My office was honored to host that. We did it at the Bowden and Keller. We sold out of tickets. No taxpayer funds were used. It was all private ticket sales and sponsors. We were able to raise money for 2 different charities. We gave a check for $5,000 to Mission Arlington and a check for $5,000 to Embrace Grace. And last but not least, this Sunday is Mother's Day. How many mothers are in the room? Happy Mother's Day to all of you. Let's give you a round of applause. All right, any other announcements? All right, seeing none, we will move to our proclamations and resolutions section. This is our employee recognition time, the first meeting of the month, and we do have an employee celebration that we will have downstairs. The festivities begin at noon, so we're going to break in the Commissioners Court at 11:45 to go down there. We will resume back up here at 12:45. So for our 5-year employees, I'm going to ask you all to stand as we call your names out. Jason Acosta, Virginia Ariano, Eleazar Barazza, Christine Bauer, Amy Bronstein, Anna Casillas, Cassie Cipriano, Stanley Crossman, Kia Davis, Jacob Garcia, Ayumi Hool, Natalie Eisman, Isaiah Jaragui, hope I got that right, Ingrid Kelly, Tope Kolowo, Jose Montano. The 5 years are taking a hiatus, it appears. Toby Murrell, Kwok Win, Abbas Rostande, Sean Rosemeyer, Jorge Sanchez, Michael Scott, and Erasmo Sosa. Well, wherever you are, we appreciate you very much. Thank you for 5 years. Now for our 10-year employees. Candace, where are you, Candace? I didn't see you this morning. Candace.
She's probably getting public comment ready.
Okay, gotcha. Thomas Brown. Christopher Burns. Hey, Thomas, thank you just for being here and standing up. You keep going. We're proud. We got one of them. Christopher Burns. Kizzy Burton. Zachary Cox. Peter Dawson. Summer Garza. Mary Gilman. Yvonne Haynes-Jones. Lori Leith. Hello there. Angela Marvell. Annie Munoz. Judge Andy Porter. Peggy Tate Velasquez. Charlie Vickers III. And Kurt Wheeler. Thank you to all of our 10-year employees. We appreciate you. Now for our 15-year employees. If you will stand and remain standing, there's only 5 of you. Lashenda Grimm. Hello, Lashenda. Robert Robeson. Jorge Sanchez. Did we just do him? Has he been here 10 years and 15 years? Okay. Some days it may seem like it. Judge John Chupp. and Runepar Nilsson. Thank you all for 15 years. All right, for our 20-year employees, we have Talton Campbell, Sherry DeBoe, Phil Henderson, Clement Lascale III, Frank Minicon Jr., Mary Oviedo, and Kimberly Radford. Thank you to all of you for your 20 years. We appreciate you. All right, now we move to our 25, 30, and 35 years. All right, so first up is Shannon McFarland. Shannon, where are you? Hey, Shannon, how are you? So, Deputy McFarland is a sergeant on patrol. He's been with us for 25 years. He was born in Nuremberg, Germany. And his dad was an undercover operative for the U.S. Army. He went to high school in Killeen at C.E. Ellison High School. He has been an undercover operative for the Department of Homeland Security. He went to Central Texas College. He has one daughter, Ava. Loves to spend time with family, hunt and fish with his daughter. He's had a lot of titles with the county. He's been a jailer, a patrol deputy, or a narcotics investigator, the Department of HSI, as I discussed earlier, a warrant deputy, and his current assignment is he's a patrol sergeant. He also worked in human trafficking with HSI and told me some amazing, tragic stories. His most memorable moment, he was involved in the largest narcotic seizure inside the borders of the United States that happened in Dallas. What he likes most about the job is the relationships he's developed over the years. He told me a lot of stories when we met about cartels and their dangers, and I just want to say thank you for putting your life on the line for us, and thank you for 25 years of service, Deputy McFarland. We appreciate you. Unable to be with us today, Elisa Lacey. She works the night shift. She has spent 25 years in juvenile services. So for her colleagues that are here or maybe watching, and Elisa, if you have not made it to bed yet, thank you for your 25 years. We appreciate you very much. Let's give her a round of applause. All right, next we have Joy Hall. Hi, Joy. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. So Joy is a juvenile probation officer. She actually did an intern. She's been with us 25 years as well. She did a 1996 internship with us, and she was part-time in detention until 1999. She was born in the St. Paul area of Minnesota, went to Royal High School in Brookshire, Texas. She has her undergraduate degree from Texas Wesleyan, where she got a bachelor's in criminal justice, and then she got a master's at TCU in criminal justice. She has one 19-year-old son, Zachary, in college at the University of North Dakota. And a fact no one knows about her, she raised and showed pigs and judged dairy cattle for FFA in high school. Excellent. She loves to travel. Last year she went to Europe, went to Portugal, Spain, and France, and wants to camp in every state park in Texas. So that's a lofty goal. She's also been a juvenile detention officer with the county, and her most memorable moment was taking her son to Europe for 3 weeks when he graduated high school, and she had just graduated with her master's degree with a 4.0 GPA. Very cool. Joy said to me she loves her job, she loves working with kids and families, and loves being in the trenches. So for 25 years, Joy, thank you very much. We appreciate you. All right, next we have Bobby Mills. Where are you, Bobby? Hi, Bobby. So Bobby, actually, before he started here, worked for American Airlines for 10 years. And he works for the assistant district. He's an assistant district attorney and works in intake. Born right here in Arlington. Went to high school at Sam Houston. His wife went to Lamar. She's here with him today. Hello, Mrs. Mills. His wife is a school nurse. He went to college at UTA and Texas Wesleyan. They have 2 kids, 3 grandchildren. This is kind of cool. A fact no one knows about him. His great-grandma was a Crockett and a direct descendant of Davy Crockett. So pretty cool. Many people that live in Texas claim they are related to Davy Crockett, and he actually is. His dad worked as a prosecutor for 8 years and was a county criminal judge here for 40 years and was the longest serving in the state, which is pretty cool. For fun, he likes to fly radio-controlled airplanes. He likes to work on classic vehicles, and he owns a few. A 51 Chevy Skyline? Skyline, okay. A 57 Chevy pickup, a 68 GMC pickup, and a 69 Ford pickup. He has always been with the DA's office as an ADA since he's been with the county. His most memorable moment, during a DWI trial, a defendant on trial for DWI claimed the reason he couldn't pass the test was because he had heavy work boots on. So the prosecutor literally took the boots, which were in evidence, put them on, and stood on one foot and then cross-examined the witness. So that's one hill. He was convicted, by the way. What he likes the most, the people he works with are great, and great benefits and retirement, and it really was a pleasure to spend time with you. Thank you, Bobby, for all that you do for our county. We appreciate you. All right, next we have David Van Hook. David, you with us? There you go. How are you, sir? Good. Good. So he is a senior casework supervisor in juvenile services, and David has been with us 30 years. So he lives in North Richland Hills. He was born in Bloomington, Illinois. He did an internship at the Coppell Police Department. He also worked at the Salesmanship Club camp near Hawkins, Texas. He attended college at Illinois State in Normal, Illinois. 2 kids, a boy and a girl. Fact that no one knows about him, he plays acoustic guitar. I think he's pretty good. He tried to act like he wasn't that good, but I think he's pretty good. And what he likes to do for fun, he loves to hike. He just did a hike recently in Palo Duro Canyon, said that was beautiful. He likes to read books, especially John Grisham books. And some fun moments he's had, just the juvenile softball team that played in a league together, the rehab league, playing basketball in the gym at juvenile, just a lot of great memories with co-workers and with some of the folks down there in juvenile. He does very valuable work in juvenile services. He is the supervisor of the Northwest unit. And David, we really appreciate you for your 30 years of dedication to Tarrant County. Thank you. All right, next we have Matthew Walker. How you doing, sir? So Deputy Walker was born in Camp Lejeune, North Carolina. Went to high school in Springtown at Springtown High School. Went to the Police Academy at University of North Texas. He has 2 children, 2 sons. In fact, no one knows about him. He says, don't think there's anything. He can be very opinionated, and everyone knows his hobbies. What he likes to do for fun, he likes to cook, take cruises, go on road trips, listen to music. He has guns. He likes collecting and building Legos with his son, which is pretty cool. I like to do that with my daughters. They love that. Other job titles he's had with the county: a booking clerk, a jailer, a deputy in release, and the TDC desk. His most memorable moment was a lateral transfer to operations from confinement when that became a possibility. It allowed him to see and experience the other side of the department and meet new people. What he likes the most, that he has found a place that he could stick to, stay with, and grow over these many years. The department has had everything he's ever needed, from education to advancements, promotions, a workplace family. Knowing in a crisis people will have your back, knowing you have theirs. The atmosphere provides new experiences, encounters daily, something you really can't get from other jobs or bouncing from job to job every few weeks or months. This is where I started. This is where I will end. This is my home. So thank you, Deputy Walker, for your 30 years of service. We greatly appreciate you. All right, next we have Reggie Butler. Reggie could not be with us today. He works in the 96th Judicial District Court. Reggie has been with us 35 years. So Reggie, if you're listening, thank you so much for your dedication to Tarrant County. 35 years is remarkable. We greatly appreciate you. Let's give him a round of applause. Last but not least, we have Jeanette Johnson. Where are you, Jeanette? So Jeanette brought her fan club today with her. They just naturally drawn. That's right.
She has a big fan club.
Big fan club. So she is an organizational development officer with us in HR. She was born in Fort Worth, went to O.D. Wyatt High School, went to Texas Woman's University for undergrad and graduate school, has 2 children. Both have graduated from college and they're starting their careers, which is fantastic, off the payroll. She's been married for almost 31 years to her high school sweetheart. They have been together for 40 years, and I'm not sure I could even repeat the story about how y'all met and how you worked at the Pizza Inn for 4 hours, but I won't do that. In fact, no one knows about her. She actively serves in ministry. She's a member of the Potter's House. She serves as a mentor to high school girls preparing for college. She has served as a caregiver for her mother for almost 8 years, and she was also in the Texas Girls Choir, which is really cool. She loves to spend time with family and travel. She's had a number of different jobs with the county: Assistant Director of Housing, Quality Assurance Coordinator, Workforce Development Manager, Workforce Career Counselor, HR Recruiter and Project Specialist, Program Monitor, Youth Counselor, and she also served as a college intern for 2 summers with the Tarrant County Clerk and JTPA. Started to work 2 days after graduating from college, and I told her this when I saw her name and it said 35 years. I'm like, do we have another Jeanette Johnson? I couldn't believe you've been here 35 years, but for 35 years, thank you very much for all you've done. We appreciate you. Okay, I will entertain a motion to receive and file the employee recognition.
Move to receive and file.
We have a motion to receive and file. Do we have a second? We have a second. All right, please cast your votes. Okay, passes unanimously. Next up on our agenda is a proclamation for Employee Appreciation Day. You may have noticed, just set it right there for now. You may have noticed quite the setup on the front lawn. So this is our annual Employee Appreciation Luncheon, and I will find this proclamation, hopefully, and read it. Each year, the first week in May is set aside nationwide as Public Service Recognition Week in appreciation of the thousands of dedicated men and women who selflessly serve the public with devotion and loyalty. Public Service Recognition Week was established as a means to acknowledge those government employees who best exemplify the spirit and sacrifice of public service. Government can only be as good as the men and women who work for that government. And through the dedicated efforts and outstanding professionalism of Tarrant County's 4,377 employees, we strive to make Tarrant County among the best run and most efficient counties in the state of Texas. Be it resolved that the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County does hereby proclaim May 7th, 2024 as Employee Appreciation Day, and the week of May 5th through 11th as Public Service Recognition Week throughout Tarrant County. Earlier I read, government can only be as good as the men and women who work for that government, and we are fortunate to have some outstanding ones here in Tarrant County. So thank you. We will recognize all of our employees on the front lawn beginning at noon. We thank every one of you, and I will entertain a motion to receive and file this as well.
So moved.
All right, we have a motion to receive and file the Employee Appreciation Day Public Service Recognition Week. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, please cast your vote. I'm supposed to turn that off. There, turn it on. Okay, passes unanimously. Next up, we have a resolution regarding Fentanyl Awareness Day. Is Dr. Crowns here with us?
He is here. He'll come in now.
Is he outside somewhere? All right, well, we're going to ask him to come in as I read this resolution. Then I'll come down and take a picture with him as I present it. Every year, the Tarrant County Medical Examiner's Office provides forensic, investigative, and autopsy services related to hundreds of drug overdose deaths. In 2023, 38% of the drug-related deaths reviewed by the Tarrant County ME's office involve fentanyl. So far in 2024, 71% of the drug-related deaths evaluated by the Tarrant County ME's office were fentanyl-related deaths. Many street drugs and pills are laced with fentanyl. Fentanyl is found in much of the cocaine and methamphetamine tested within the Tarrant County ME's office, with users often unaware the drug they consume contained this potent opioid, which is 50 times more potent than heroin. National Fentanyl Awareness Day brings together individuals, parents, teachers, corporations, influencers, community groups, medical professionals, law enforcement, and government entities to help confront this national crisis. Last year, more than 70,000 Americans fatally overdosed on illegally manufactured fentanyl. Therefore, be it resolved that we, the Commissioner Court of Tarrant County, do hereby recognize May 7th, 2024 as Fentanyl Awareness Day in Tarrant County and urge the citizens of Tarrant County to help put an end to this emergency. So I will entertain a motion to pass this resolution.
Move for approval.
We have a motion to approve.
Second.
We have a
Judge,
second. Any discussion
Judge, I'm sorry, just so you're aware, you do have a speaker's form on this as well.
on this item?
Yes, sir, you do. Just want to make
Was
sure
not
you're aware.
aware.
of that. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Ruth Potts.
Do what?
Ruth Potts.
Ruth Potts, here we
Here,
go.
here.
There, got it, I got it now.
Got it.
All right, we are going to ask our speaker, let's see, did we take our vote already, or did we just take our motions?
Just the motion.
We took our motions, all right, great. So we have a speaker for this one, Ruth Potts, are you here? Are you Ruth, you're not Ruth Potts, no? Okay, is Ruth Potts here with us or out in the audience?
Might be overflow.
I'll tell you what, if she comes in a minute, we're happy to have her. So we have a motion and a second. Any discussion there? All right, please cast your vote. All right, that passes unanimously. I'm going to come bring this resolution down here, Dr. Crowns, and then I would like for you to say a few words and tell us what people can do to help prevent this crisis. All right?
Good morning, Judge O'Hare and Commissioners. Good morning, citizens of Tarrant County. So fentanyl. Fentanyl is a major crisis that has been arising over the past decade. People are dying from it on a weekly basis. It's incredibly potent. It's more powerful than heroin, 100 times more powerful than morphine. It's out there in multiple forms, mimicking prescription drugs. You never know what you're going to get into when you're handed a pill. Just don't take it would be my best advice. So the Tarrant County Medical Examiner's Office wanted to be part of the Fentanyl Awareness Day because there are so many deaths from fentanyl, and we wanted the Tarrant County public to be aware of it. And we would suggest that if anyone wants to know something further, fentanylawarenessday.org has great videos on things you can look for to be aware of the fentanyl, the illegal fentanyl that's out there, and how this crisis is affecting the public. It would be great if everyone could go and check that out so we can stop the fentanyl crisis in its tracks. But of course, that'll probably never happen. So thank you again for acknowledging this and participating in this awareness. I greatly appreciate it. If we can save one person, that's a success to me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Crowns. All right, next we have a proclamation on Mental Health Awareness Month. This was Commissioner Brooks. Who is doing this one?
I'll take this.
Okay.
So in his absence, I'll be reading actually two proclamations, resolutions for Commissioner Brooks. This first one is Mental Health Awareness Month. And are there folks here, Roderick? Okay, so I'll call you guys up. Whereas during Mental Health Awareness Month, we honor the absolute courage of the tens of millions of Americans living with mental health conditions, and we celebrate the loved ones and mental health professionals who support them each day. And whereas all Americans face challenges in life that can impact their mental health, and whereas millions of adults and children are disabled by mental illness every year, and only 1 out of 2 people with a serious form of mental illness seek treatment for his or her mental illness. And whereas stigma and fear of discrimination keep many who would benefit from mental health services from seeking help, and whereas there are practical tools that all people can use to improve their mental health and increase resiliency, and whereas with effective treatment, those individuals with mental health conditions can recover and lead full and productive lives if given the necessary services and support in their communities. And whereas each community shares the burden of addressing mental health and has a responsibility to promote mental wellness and support prevention efforts. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, do hereby proclaim May 2024 as Mental Health Awareness Month in Tarrant County and call upon the citizens, governmental agencies, public and private institutions to increase awareness and understanding of mental health and join in activities to take action to strengthen mental health in our communities and our nation. In witness whereof we have hereunto set our hands and caused the seal of Tarrant County to be affixed this 7th day of May 2024.
All right. I'll make a motion that we adopt this proclamation.
Second.
Have a second. All right. Any discussion? All right. Please cast your vote. All right. Passes unanimously.
And so I'll come present this to you, whoever you may be, and you can introduce yourself, please, and I'll come down.
I'm Christina Judge with Mental Health Connection of Tarrant County. I want to be respectful of your time. I truly believe that Mental Health Awareness Month should be every month. And I really want to convey thanks to our commissioners and Judge O'Hara and the county as a whole for your support and dedication to mental health services in Tarrant County. Our tagline, of course, is "Together We're Better." And I appreciate this. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we voted on that, correct? We voted. All right, our next item is a resolution of commendation on the investiture of Dr. Emily Messer, the new president of Texas Wesleyan.
Yes, Commissioner Brooks attended the investiture service of Dr. Messer. He described it as a grand event. I was unable to attend and appreciate the invitation. So in his absence, I am presenting this resolution for ratification. He has presented it already. Whereas President Dr. Emily W. Messer, an accomplished educational leader with nearly 2 decades of experience in higher education, will be inaugurated as Texas Wesleyan University's 21st president on Friday, April 26, 2024.
Yeah.
And with her exemplary career and steadfast commitment to academic excellence, Dr. Messer is poised to guide Texas Wesleyan's faculty, staff, students, alumni, and the greater Fort Worth community to unprecedented levels of achievement. And whereas Dr. Messer, with her distinguished career in academia and her visionary leadership, has been appointed as the 21st president of Texas Wesleyan University, marking a historic moment as she becomes the first woman to hold this esteemed position. And whereas Dr. Messer brings to Texas Wesleyan a wealth of experience in educational leadership, a deep commitment to student success, and a proven track record of fostering innovation and inclusion within the academic community. And whereas Dr. Messer's leadership is expected to usher in a new era of growth opportunity and excellence for Texas Wesleyan University, further enhancing its role as a pivotal institution of learning and community engagement in Tarrant County. And whereas Tarrant County recognizes the significance of this moment, not only for Texas Wesleyan, but for the entire community as we celebrate the breaking of a new dawn under the guidance of Dr. Messer's leadership. And whereas Texas Wesleyan University, a cornerstone of higher education in Tarrant County, enriches our community with its commitment to academic excellence and the personal growth of its students. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, do hereby commend and congratulate Dr. Emily Messer upon her investiture as president of Texas Wesleyan University and for the numerous contributions she has made to the citizens of Tarrant County. In witness whereof we have hereunto set our hands and caused the seal of Tarrant County to be affixed the 26th day of April 2024. I move approval.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve this item. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. She's not here, is she? Yeah. Okay. All right, we move to the last section of our resolution, our proclamation section. It's a congratulatory resolution to Oscar Trevino for completing, I believe, 25 years as mayor of City of North Richland Hills. Commissioner Fickus.
Yes, whereas Mayor Oscar Trevino has served on the City Council for the City of North Richland Hills for 25 years and is the longest-serving mayor in the history of the city and will retire at the end of May 2024. And whereas Mayor Trevino earned a Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering from Texas A&M University, is the president and owner of O. Trevino Construction, and with his wife Carol have 2 children and 1 grandchild. And whereas while DFW has become the 4th largest metropolitan area in the country, and the City of North Richland Hills has grown from 55,000 to over 70,000 residents during his time of office, the city continues to be family-friendly community and a wonderful place to call home. And whereas over the course of his service with the city, Mayor Trevino's crowning achievements have been investments in infrastructure, parks, equipment, and staff, including expanding the police and fire departments, building a new library, create a recreation center, senior center, animal shelter, Iron Horse, golf course, and NRH2O Family Water Park. And whereas Mayor Trevino has served in leadership roles on numerous boards and committees within the North Texas region and over the state of Texas, lending his knowledge and experience in matters of transportation and mobility initiatives, along with serving on local boards such as the Birdville ISD Foundation, Medical City North Hills, Northeast Leadership Forum, and the Northeast Tarrant Chamber of Commerce. And therefore, be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, congratulate Mayor Trevino for his years of distinguished public service and join with the citizens of the city of North Richland Hills in extending our gratitude to him for improving the quality of life in this great county, and wish him well in all his future endeavors. I, therefore, whereof we have hereunto set our hand and cause the seal of Tarrant County to be affixed this 7th day of May, 2024.
Move for approval.
Go.
All right, we have a motion to approve. Do we have a
second.
second? We have a second. Any discussion on this? All right, please cast your vote. All right, that passes unanimously. And there's no presentation for that. So we now move to our consent agenda as amended. Any questions, comments, discussion, or a motion on the amended consent agenda?
Move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda as amended. With no discussion, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. I'm going to read this, and I'm going to read it again. I'm not going to read the whole thing because it's really long, but I'm going to read this regarding courtroom decorum that is apparently on the, it's on our form that when you sign up to speak, so I'm going to hit some highlights. I want everyone here to be able to participate, to be able to talk. This is not a political rally. This is not a place where we're going to have applause and yells and cheers. If we see that, you will be removed immediately. You will not be allowed back in. We're going to keep it civil. It is the county judge, as the presiding officer of the Commissioners Court, who's responsible for conducting all meetings. We will call on people when we get to that point. I will probably call 3 names at a time. So you can come here and be ready. We know there's some people waiting downstairs. So I'm going to call these names out. The video runs about 30 seconds behind. I will call their names, and you come up here. Because there are so many people that are signed up, I am not going to go back and read names after the fact. If you're not here when you're called, we're going to move forward. So I'm going to call several in advance. There have been multiple people that have reached out to me and others. Can I go first? Can I go first? Can I go first? I take them in the order I got them. So nobody's being moved up. Nobody gets special assignment. Those members of the public who do not conduct themselves in an orderly and appropriate manner will be ordered to leave the meeting. Refusal to abide by the Commissioner's Court's order or continued disruption of the meeting may result in arrest and prosecution of the laws of the state of Texas. We don't want to see that happen with anyone. We want everyone to be able to participate lawfully, but we are going to maintain decorum. All right, with that, we move to the regular agenda item, the first agenda item, which is probably going to be A1, if I can get there. A1, which is receiving and filing the annual independent financial audit for Tarrant County for the fiscal year ended September 30th.
That's correct, sir. We're asking the judge and commissioners to receive and file that today. We do have a member of Deloitte's team who did the independent audit available. If there are any questions, it's Mr. Blake Rogers.
Yeah, so I would like for him to come up and explain exactly what happened and how we got so far off in the numbers reported.
Good morning. Blake Rogers, partner with Deloitte. We're responsible for the independent audit of the county's annual comprehensive financial report. This is an important document. Not only does it represent the financial picture of the county, but it also provides transparency and public accountability around the dollars that the county manages, as well as supports the county's AAA bond rating, which ultimately saves taxpayers money. Overall, the city received an unmodified or clean opinion on the financial statements. That's the one you want. We don't opine on internal controls over financial reporting, but as the judge mentioned, we did identify this year a material weakness in internal controls around the county's valuation and the recording of its liability for retiree health care benefits. That error resulted in a correction to the financial statements. The county made that correction to the financial statements appropriately, thus again resulting in a clean or unmodified opinion. Before I address the judge's question, I want to take a moment to thank our county auditor, Kim Buchanan, as well as her team, specifically Linda Castillo and Josh Underwood, for the tireless amount of hours that they spent preparing the county's financial statements. To address the judge's question, in our audit results, we uncovered some errors in the way that the actuary was estimating the liability for other post-employment benefits. Specifically, there were errors in the per capita claims costs and premiums that were used in the calculation, as well as some of the inflation factors that are used in the salary scale to project the future of that liability. The improper calculation resulted in a decrease to the county's opening net position of approximately $28 million, or about 7% of the county's net position.
Okay.
So the question was, how did that happen?
Yes. In 2019, the county, through the Public Employee Benefits Collective, or PEBC, was hired an actuary to perform the county's retiree healthcare benefit calculation. That actuarial firm began services to the county and to the PEBC in fiscal year 19. In fiscal year 19, errors were noted in that valuation in the current year, and thus were corrected through the errors and corrections that were booked by the county in the current year.
Go ahead.
So that overcalculation is now requiring a $28 million adjustment to this year's net position
That's correct. It's reflected in the draft.
for governmental activities? Is that what it said?
$28 million, $90,000 of that relates to the business type activities, and the remainder, which is the bulk, relates to the governmental activities.
Okay,
Correct,
can you
Commissioner.
explain what the governmental activities are and what net position means?
Yes, absolutely. So net position represents the county's assets and deferred outflows of resources, less its liabilities and its deferred inflows of resources. Essentially, that is the funding that is available for the county to use. Some of that funding is caught up in the capital assets that the county owns, net of its related debt. Some of it is also restricted by external parties outside of the county for use, and then there's a portion of it that is unrestricted. But those three classifications are there presented. All of the impact was to the unrestricted line within that classification. But that is the net equity, if you will, of the county.
Right, so now we have 28 million less than we thought at the beginning of fiscal year 24?
At the beginning of fiscal year 23, yes.
23.
Yes, we're reporting on the ACFR for fiscal year 23. So this will be the financial statements as of 9/30/2023.
Okay. I'm glad to see that the audit caught this before it snowballed into something more severe. Chandler, per the information contained in the court communication, it was recommended by both the third-party auditor and the county auditor that we add an additional audit to validate our own audit going forward. Is that correct?
That was the recommendation that the auditor's office agreed with. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay, and I would ask that your staff work with the auditor to delineate a written policy that clearly captures the recommended changes. And please include frequency of the additional audits and the scope of work for the chosen auditor.
Understood.
Thank you, sir.
So, does anybody have any additional questions for the Deloitte group? All right, thank you, Mr. Merritt.
Sir?
So, the organization that did this incorrectly is who?
I believe their name is Gallagher.
Okay. And so, for that particular service, do we have an RFP outstanding or one coming to look at who will do that service in the future?
I would have to defer to Tina on that. I believe there is PEBC. I'll let Tina come up. I believe that contract comes through, as Blake mentioned, the Public Employees Benefits Cooperative.
Okay.
And I'm not sure if we have an RFP on the street for that piece or not.
Before you answer that, is every single vote in the PEBC, does it require a member of the Tarrant County Commissioners Court to approve of it for it to happen? Every single thing.
My understanding in the reading of the bylaws is for anything to move forward on the PEBC board,
Okay.
there has to be one affirmative vote from both Tarrant County and Dallas County.
Okay.
That's correct. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, Judge O'Hare, there is currently an RFP underway for consulting services. Not sure of the status of that. I know that it's a recent RFP. It's being managed by the director of the PEBC, Dolores Lewis, and she's working with COG and their purchasing department.
Okay. How long does our contract run with our current auditor?
But do you mean the consultant Gallagher
Yes.
that the PEBC,
No.
or our current auditor? I believe it's up this year.
And how many years in a row have we used them?
Oh, Kim, long time? Over 10 years, I think. Yeah.
What is the industry standard for how often you should change this out?
I defer to audit on that.
I'm not sure there's a true industry standard. It's probably a matter of policy if you want to rotate auditors. The contracts are typically 5 years.
Okay, so the contract expires this year?
I believe so.
And do we have plans for an RFP for that?
I believe, sir.
When
Yes, sir.
will that hit?
Oh,
I think we're working
good.
with them now
Yeah.
with purchasing.
Okay. Okay. Anybody else have any questions? All right, seeing none, do we have a motion to receive and file the annual independent financial audit?
Move to receive and file.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Next up is item 2, which is approval of out-of-state travel requests. We do have a speaker on this item. Does anybody have any motion or questions on the out-of-state travel requests?
Move approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion to approve and a second. Any discussion amongst the commissioners? All right, seeing none, we'll move to our speaker, Mr. Burnham.
Good morning. I hope you're all well, awake, and have your best listening attitude on. I'm Lon Burnham, and for the last 16 months that the three of you new people have been here, I've been coming forward with a lot of recommendations and suggestions on how you could save money. I did not notice this agenda item until I got here today, so I have not done a thorough review of who is requesting out-of-state travel. But given my experience in the legislature, what I quickly learned is that most of the out-of-state travel are just junkets. And you really don't learn very much of these things. You spend too much time partying and eating and drinking. So I quit because because it came out of my personal budget, my office budget. I decided I could spend that money better. So my suggestion is, while you may think it's nitpicking, I think you should start looking at these requests more closely. And in particular, I would suggest that you look at the Sheriff's Department request, because we know it's a well-established fact that the sheriff and others frequently use these junkets to mingle
Hang
with...
on, one moment. If you do it again, you're removed. You know who I'm talking about. Keep going.
My time kept going, so I'll talk just a little bit longer. I'm going to make a specific suggestion on how to address the issue of out-of-state travel. I don't think any out-of-state travel should be allowed from the Sheriff's Department until they reduce the death rate in the jail to no more than 1 every 2 months. This is a very measurable way to keep it clear to the Sheriff's Department they are doing an inappropriate and inadequate job of protecting frequently unconvicted mental health victims that are being detained in our jail. Thank you. I'll give you a minute back.
Thank you. All right, do we have a motion on this? Yes, we had a second. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, it passes unanimously. All right, that brings us to, this is where it gets a little tricky. D1 is going to be moved to after L1.
Correct.
There's also a D2 removed from consent,
correct.
so we're just going to go to D1 and 2 after we go through K and L. So we're going to now move to human resources.
Judge,
Yes.
I'm sorry. If we're
Oh,
moving...
there's also a G.
Yes, sir, correct.
Yeah. All right, let's do this. We're going to do D1 and 2 after we hit L1. We will now go to G1. G1 is Criminal Courts Administration. What it says is receive and file the misdemeanor attorney fee schedule for county criminal courts. Is there anyone here who can speak on that item?
We did notify Criminal Courts Administration. It may, depending on where they are, it just may take them a second to get here.
Okay, so I have some questions. Maybe you can answer them, maybe Helen can answer them. The first is what prompted the change in the fee schedule?
So there is not a current change. We asked Greg Shugart of that earlier in the week, last week, and this is just detailing the misdemeanor. I was trying to remember Greg's exact words. It's detailing out what the actual fine is for. The dollar amounts did not change. They've been in use for quite some time.
What the fine is for?
The fee.
This is what we're paying attorneys to
Correct.
handle certain cases or parts of cases, right?
Correct.
So there was no change in the fees?
Not in the dollar amount, it just defined it clearer.
So this is just the language in the documents. This change in fee schedule will not impact the cost per case. So there
No,
was
sir.
no change in the fee schedule.
That's our understanding. It was,
Okay.
it was not related to the dollar amounts at all.
All right, okay, that answers that one. Does the Commissioners Court have jurisdiction over setting the fees?
No.
No.
That is set by the judges.
But I believe you're required to receive and file.
Receive and
them.
file.
And the judges said that board of every criminal judge does this, or is it just the misdemeanor judges?
It is both, and I believe it's
Okay.
on their website. I believe the fees
Gotcha.
both for.
Okay, got it. All right, that's all I had. Any other questions on this?
Well, I'll just admit, I barely looked at this item because I wasn't not being thorough in my review of the agenda, but I immediately came to the conclusion that this was for the Commissioners Court to receive and file, not to approve, so.
Correct. Receive and file. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
We have no authority to approve, disapprove, any of that.
I believe you have to receive and file it, but I don't think that counts as an approval, is my
Okay.
understanding.
All right.
All right, if there's no other questions, I'll move to receive and file the misdemeanor attorney fee schedule for county criminal courts.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Now, that was G1. All right, now we will go to K1, Human Resources, Ms. Glenn.
Yes, good morning again. The first item is a waiver. It's a request related to the departure of the Director of Transportation. The request is for a waiver of 240 vacation hours effective May 13th. This will impact the Road and Bridge Fund by approximately $31,000. However, that amount will be completely offset by salary savings.
Move for approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve this waiver of terminal benefits. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. Passes unanimously.
Thank you.
That was K1.
Yes, and I believe item 3 was...
Now we're going to add K3.
Yes. So I've asked Ms. Rabner Ryan to come and present this item.
Okay.
Good morning.
Hi.
I am here to request approval of salary administration guideline revisions. The revisions are outlined in some detail in your court communication. I can go through them, or I can entertain questions at your request.
Does anybody have any questions? All right, so here's my question. If I understand this correctly, someone who is topped out has reached their max pay. For purposes of our discussion, let's say that is $50,000. If the court approves a 3% increase, we call it a merit increase, is what I think we normally call it around here, right?
It depends on the category of employee, but it
Okay.
could be.
So if we do that, that makes an employee eligible that has topped out or maxed out to get a lump sum payment of that 3%. Do I understand that correctly?
I think what you just said was the structure moves 3%. Did I misunderstand?
I don't think I said anything about
Okay.
a structure.
I apologize.
If they
then.
have maxed out at that $50,000 and a 3% merit increase is approved by the Commissioner Court in the budget, the person who is maxed out gets a 3% lump sum in most scenarios.
Yes, as long as the court-approved lump sums, yes.
So it looks like there's a change saying not getting that lump sum is a disciplinary measure. Is that the change?
Should the department choose to withhold it and the court has approved them, then yes, it would be.
So that makes it essentially, unless a department head says, nope, sorry, you're disciplined, you didn't show up on time, you didn't do this enough, it basically becomes automatic. How is that different than what it was before?
It's honestly, it's not different. It's something that we had, this statement is something that we had in the step increase section. We realized we didn't have it in the merit increase section and in the lump sum section, which really wasn't equitable. We should have it across the board. And so it's truly not different. The department has always had the ability to withhold that lump sum payment. We are putting it in the guidelines to make sure that they're aware of that.
But the only way to withhold it, as I'm reading this and understand it, is if you put in some type of disciplinary, whatever it is, public reprimand, private reprimand, whatever we do, that's the only way they don't get it.
That's normally the only way they don't get it, yes.
Okay. So maybe I'm the only one that views this as a little off or backwards, but when so we have a top-out level for a reason. I'm assuming it was put in place before at least 3 of us got here. This is the max you should be paid, but then the 3%, you're going to get it automatically unless we discipline you. It just seems off. And maybe I'm the only one that thinks that. Yes.
Does that not go in their evaluation when I'm doing an evaluation? If I score 2, then it would show up under a 295, and really projects to the employee, you're not getting the pay.
Right.
That's not necessarily a discipline, I don't think, is it?
Correct, but if they're not going to qualify for the lump sum.
Well, no, the language in the new thing says it goes on to further explain that withholding a merit increase is to be considered a disciplinary measure. So I'm obviously the only one up here that's bothered by this, so.
Well, my concern with it is that if it's a disciplinary measure, can it be grieved in civil service?
Yes, anything that affects pay can be grieved.
Even now?
Yes.
If they don't receive it because they're...
Yes.
Okay.
We look at performance, even if you're a maxed out team member, and we're going to look at your performance, and if it's below that, Judge, we're going to score an SAP and identify your areas of weakness. If that's going to prompt under 295, we are going to tell you, the senior manager is going to say you're not eligible for a pay raise. It's not a discipline, I would think, that would go in the employee's file. And they do have a right to appeal it in SAP. Some of the team members say, I don't agree with you, senior manager, I want to go see the county clerk. And that's their appeal process to make that happen. So maybe the language is interesting.
Okay, well, explain this then. Based on what she just said, I'm just reading y'all's words. Withholding a merit increase is to be considered a disciplinary measure. Is that not accurate? So is getting a 294 a disciplinary measure?
No.
Okay.
There's a minimum standard that we've always adhered to. It's 2.95 or above on a performance appraisal. So the intent here is that if you get that 2.95 or 3 or 3.5, if the department then withholds it, it is considered a disciplinary measure.
Okay, here's the other question I have to say to you. Yeah, here's the other question. So if you have a max out, what's the purpose of having a max out if everybody can get 3%?
Let me try to add one item there. So if you're not maxed out, and you get a 3% increase, it's a 3% increase to your base, so it compounds what that
Right.
increase could be all the way to the top of the
I
structure.
understand if you're maxed out, it's a
Right.
lump sum.
So
But it's not, but you're not actually maxed out.
Well, I would, and using your example of 50,000, and say you're in the job for the next 5 years, you would only get 3% of 50,000, or whatever the top structure is. It wouldn't be 50,000 plus 3% and then 3% on that, and so on. So maybe it's the assumption here is the court in the past has always defaulted to a maxed out employee getting a 3% increase as the standard, and then if it's below that standard, it's a disciplinary action. Versus what I think I hear you saying, Judge, is it should be that when you're maxed out, it should be more of a, if you get a 3.0 or above, I'm making something up right now, that's when you would be eligible for the merit increase versus going the other way. Is that kind of what you're saying?
To be quite honest, just the whole thing seems kind of odd that someone is maxed out and then we have to discipline them for them not to get the 3%. And I mean, it almost seems to me like it just would create bad blood. So if somebody says, yeah, I don't think they should get 3%, well, then I need to go in there and find them a 2.9. It just seems a strange way to do it, but I don't.
Yeah, I think the operative is it needs to be performance-based, and I agree with Mary Louise, I think it already is. And so adding in that it's a disciplinary measure, I mean, just because someone hasn't performed over a certain 6-month period doesn't mean that they're being disciplined. That just means that's the manager's judgment of their performance. And so it's not disciplinary, so I don't think that language needs to be in there.
Yeah, I'm not describing what I'm thinking very well, but I'm just looking at it like, well, what if you do a fine job, but you didn't go over and above? Well, you're going to get 3% unless we discipline you. Just seems a little backwards. So,
Okay.
all right.
Let us go back and clean up the language. We'll talk some more and make sure we understand all the concerns.
Okay. Everybody good with that?
Yeah, did y'all brief us on this or no?
No, ma'am.
Okay, all right, yeah, take that back.
We will.
Okay, so we don't need a motion to table. We're just taking no action.
hold it. Yeah, no
We're
action.
Moving along. All right. Thank you. Are you good? Okay. All right, that was G2. Is that right?
G3.
K3? K3, which now, if I'm doing this correctly, now that means we're going to L1.
Correct.
I catch on quick. All right. Information technology approval to fund 3 Tarrant County IT Steering Committee projects. Andre, you going to take this one?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Well, first of all, it is my distinct honor and privilege to address the court for the first time in public during my relatively short but not unexciting tenure. So on the 24th of the previous month, the Information Technology Steering Committee approved the movement of 3 projects from the backlog to the active. As such, I'm here to request that the court approve the funding for these 3 projects to be included into the long-term set of programs available within TechShare. I'll be glad to go through the projects if you would like.
So let's start with this. It says the estimated cost of the mental health alert system replacement is $188,000. That's the cost.
Mm-hmm.
That's being paid to TechShare from the county to develop the software.
That is correct, sir.
Okay. So it brings us back to, no, is that wrong?
Well, Helen, just
I believe the
wait.
contract is 172.5. Is that not what the contract is?
There's 2 items.
Mental health, you said mental health.
Yeah.
And the mental health is the 172.5. The PSA is the
185.04.
Right.
Okay. So take either one of them. Both of them, whatever they are, we are paying TechShare to develop it.
That is correct.
Okay. Where we ran into issues before is we said it was going to cost X to develop it. We agreed to X. Then it was X times 2, times 4, times 7, times 10. What guarantees do we have that this is it?
So I'll let Andre address that because we actually put specific language in the agreements for this exact reason.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Yeah, we have very specific language in terms of the milestones, the timelines, the scope that is involved in the project, and the overall cost. Please, go ahead.
Well, so if it's, this is it, we're not paying any more,
That's
and then
correct.
it's not done, now what?
We're
going to sue TechShare for breaching the contract, which has no assets? mean, so what teeth does it have? So what we ought to do is make them, if you can even find such a product, is make them pay for an insurance policy in the event they can't get it done. And there's a better technological phrase to that. But if they can't get it done for the price that we're all sitting here telling the public and saying this is what it costs, that we know that's really what it ends up costing Tarrant County taxpayers. As of now, we have a nice contract that has some nice little fiery weapons in it, that the reality is, if you had to deal with it, I mean, what's going to happen if it goes above this cost? We're going to have to pay it, or we're going to just abandon the project, and we're going to be right back where we were before. So the guarantee of it must be X, well, if they don't get it done in time, now what? We're just going to be really mean to them, or we're going to, I mean, we don't have a way to make sure that's all it's going to cost. And they've told us before on projects, this is what it's going to cost, and then it went higher. And there's always great excuses and reasons why it's higher. And if you're asking me, do I like the idea of being able to do these things? I think the answer is yes. I just, what are our actual protections? And I would say we don't have any. So before we approve this, either A, we need to go explore what they can buy. Bond is probably a better way to describe it than insurance policy. See if there's something like that available. Or just be aware that the thing that we talked about in the winter or early spring of 2023, we may be faced with this exact same thing, only this time we won't have somebody else to blame. It'll be us.
Yeah, I might speak out of turn here by virtue of my relative ignorance still, even after 4 months. But this is not unlike in the private sector, where whenever you enter into a fixed cost agreement with a provider, there is always the possibility that there is a shortage in terms of the scope of the project, an increase in the time of delivery, and as such, you have the ability to go after the provider and seek legal remedy.
But the provider has no assets.
In this particular case, that is in the private sector.
Right.
In this particular case, because of the relationship between Tarrant County and the other counties and this entity, that situation is somewhat different. While that might be a very good way to deal with it, I would like to express that I believe that the changes that have been made in the entity's management, as well as some of the controls that we've put in place in terms of holding the organization responsible and up to speed, short of legal terms, has been substantial. Without a shadow of a doubt, this has been a project that over its entire lifespan has had a substantial amount of difficulties. But I believe that over the last year and a half or so, with tremendous help from the district court, the county clerk, CCA, the information technology department, and TechShare itself, there's been a dramatic increase in the ability to provide a stable product and a steady stream of improvements and fixes that give me some confidence that this organization is in a different place from an organizational standpoint in terms of the ability to deliver on its commitments. Having said that, I don't think that your suggestion is out of bounds at all. As a matter of fact, I think it might be a very interesting proposition, with the understanding that I have no idea from a legal standpoint what the ability of this organization is to achieve such a product and to, as a result, provide us with some degree of protection. But be glad to explore to the degree possible if that is available in the marketplace, and then proceed accordingly.
So, bottom line, thank you for that. And you did email every commissioner, to my knowledge, and say, if you want a briefing, come do it. I couldn't get to you, and I apologize I didn't. But this is in no way, shape, or form a lack of distrust in you or what you're doing. 100% support you and your efforts. Let's not just walk right into this and find ourselves in the exact same situation that we all complained about a year ago. I would say at the very least, unless there is some hurry to do this meeting, at the very least, let's explore some legal mechanism that we can put in place, or some requirement that our costs get cut in half. You know, let's say whatever we're going to fund them this year, let's say our costs are reduced by whatever overage. I mean, there's some creative ways we can come up with to protect ourselves. Tarrant County should not keep being the one that is the lion's share funding for this and developing it for others. We were all promised many times that one day this was going to make us all sorts of money. And I think so far we've made 1.5 or 6 million and spent 65 million. So before we take ourselves to a spot where we're just repeating mistakes from the past, let's explore all avenues to make sure what I'm describing doesn't happen again. Now, I don't know what the other court members think, but that's my view.
One comment really quick. Do you want to talk about the progress payments, which are traditionally we had paid tech share, I believe, 100% up front. And this actually, we've restructured the payments to make them progress payments. So that there is some protection in there. I don't think it's quite the level of protection that you're talking about, Judge, but is it 60, 30, 10?
That is correct.
Okay. So I think it's 60% upon approval here today, a 30% progress payment, and then a 10% retainage. But again, if the court desires us to go back and seek additional protections for us, we're happy to do that.
Yeah, I'm not trying to kill the projects. I'm trying to make sure we have protections where we don't repeat mistakes from the past.
And if the court does want to hold on the 2 tech share projects today, there's actually 3 projects on there. Another one is a juvenile project. So if you want to take that one separately, certainly you can. Or if the court desires, we can just bring all 3 back in 2 weeks or when we have a chance to talk with tech share about bonding capacity.
Okay. I've been very, very clear since day 2 on this court about how skeptical I am about this software, TechShare Court, TechShare. In fact, if you guys recall, we were supposed to get a TechShare agenda management system back in December or January. It is May.
I had the same question,
right,
but I think it's about done.
Yeah, we're actually running dual entry today. We're running parallel with 2 systems to go live in June.
Yeah, I hear you. However, we desperately need a mental health alert system for our magistrates. We just had a couple of jail deaths. Which, if we are to believe our sheriff and the press reports, was yet another mental health situation. So, as we have said, this mental health alert system will provide our magistrates crucial information that will allow them to set appropriate bonds that take that sensitive information into account. I have the same concerns as the judge does. Who's guaranteeing any of this? I want it, but where are the guarantees?
Andre, my concerns are similar. My question for you, I know the previous CIO, we ran down all of the issues with TechShare and why we got into the ball of yarn that it turned into. My question is, the payments to TechShare to perform this work, are TechShare employees actually going to build this system, or are they just going to contract a third party to do it? It's my understanding that essentially they were just operating as a GC on the majority of the build for TechShare, the big one. And so my question is, if TechShare is just going to contract with a third party to roll this in, why can't we go directly to that source and utilize our personnel to manage the project build, as opposed to having to go through TechShare to build it? And then we have control over the actual folks that are doing the work to put it together.
I guess that could be a possibility, but I will tell you that having a system that is built by one organization with one responsibility, and having that being part of a suite that can then be leveraged going forward, I think it's a much more enticing process. And let me elaborate briefly on what I've found since I've come on board. The first couple of months that I was on board, my main objective was to determine if TechShare was actually a viable product to offer the type of functionality that Tarrant County needs and deserves. And of course, an analysis like that has to be absolutely pragmatic, including the fact that if there was out there a set of products that could provide better functionality, more stability, at a lower price point, that would justify the stranding of a substantial investment, that would be one of the recommendations put forth. I found no such product available that would have better performance than what we are seeing from TechShare. Also included in that would have to be the not unsubstantial costs from an operational standpoint in terms of making a migration to a new set of software, right, with all of the issues associated with training and data migration and everything else. So we are talking about the possibility of a very, very long project with very, very substantial use of executive management time, as well as a massive transition from the current project. The alternative to that was to create a situation where TechShare could succeed and bring forth an operational discipline that would allow that to be so. And I have found that over the last 4 months, since I first came on board, that there's been unwillingness on the part of the users of the software to go through the exercises necessary to improve it, and also a set of developments and more rigor brought to the table by TechShare itself, I believe, because its management is far more focused on delivery than it has ever been before.
Well,
and
you make a good point there, and let me bring this up about management. So at the moment, it is the CEO is GK.
That's correct.
That's correct, sir.
And he's not going to be there after, is it October? It's when he's planning to leave, and they'll bring someone new in. So I'm not sure I quite subscribe to the stability of the management at this point. While certainly GK is a responsible person, he's not going to be there, and someone new is going to come in that hasn't done this before. The other piece I would remind the court is in last year's budget time, we reduced the funding that Tarrant County was sending, rightfully so, I would say, to TechShare. And so they don't have the same people that were there just a year ago there today. So many of them were developers. Mm-hmm. So they lost multiple developers when we publicly declared we're not going to create new software projects until changes are made and things happen. So I support what we're describing. I just want to make sure we have protections in place where we don't find ourselves in the same situation as before. And if you guys go for 2 weeks and do some serious diligence and come back to us in 2 weeks, or if it's a month, this is not a veiled attempt to kill the project. This is, let's go do some more diligence and make sure we know exactly what we're getting into and what our real protections are, not our paper protections. That's what I think we should do.
And I don't subscribe to the assertion that there's no other product out there. We're the only ones on the globe using TechShare, so somebody else, these other counties are using something else. This continuing the shell game that TechShare plays is crazy to me, and I've been against it since day one. The court voted 4-1 to continue this crap. But again, I'm for approving this to support the judiciary and all involved in doing their jobs. And we've got to lower the jail population. We've got to use every tool available. So I reluctantly, everybody in this county knows how I feel about TechShare. But I support this, so.
Well, Judge, Andre, I want to respect the diligence that you have done. I think that you brought this to us for a reason. So I am in favor of the program itself and moving forward on these projects. Judge, if you think we need a couple more weeks diligence, a month diligence, that's fine also. But I'm good either way.
Yes, sir.
Well, as most of you know, that we took over TechShare last fall. Within about 2 months, 2.5 months, we removed the CEO that was there. And TechShare has been run by GK and
Rebecca Howe.
Okay.
I think it's Howe.
And I think the plan right now is that we are working with Becky where she can possibly will be one of the people that they'll look at very strongly to move forward with tech. And so I think that we're certainly in a lot better position today than we were 9 months ago. It's a really almost a night and day difference. And GK's done a very good job. The board has met regularly and met with GK and with Becky and is continuing to do that. And I think we've got a board meeting coming up here in the next couple of weeks. So I think we're definitely headed in the right direction. Judge, I didn't come ring any bells or because we were making money. And as long as we were making money, I wasn't gonna try to screw the deal up. Okay, it was an opportunity where we took a lemon and made some lemonade out of it. Is what we really did. So.
Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make a motion that we table this for the next meeting to go explore the possibility of a bond, an insurance product, something that can protect us against cost overruns. That's my motion. Do we have a second? Okay.
Do we need? Well, I'll second with a friendly amendment.
Okay.
If you'll accept it.
Sure.
I think that's how we do this. Separate out that one that is not TechShare, the juvenile, and move forward with that one today.
Is the juvenile not TechShare?
The juvenile is not TechShare.
Okay. I will withdraw my motion. Move that we delay the TechShare programs for 2 weeks to explore possibilities of bonds, insurance, or something to secure the financial aspects and approve the juvenile program.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second on that. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. Oh, why don't we do that? 4 public comments. Reed Bills is first, followed by Julie Griffin, followed by Linda Hanratty, followed by Billy Wilson. Miss Bills first.
My name is Reed Bills, and I am speaking in favor of this motion. The Texas Criminal Code of Procedures requires use of a mental health alert system for early identification of individuals suspected of having a mental illness or intellectual disability when they have been arrested. Tarrant County has failed to meet this requirement, resulting in incarceration of individuals in need of mental health services being denied treatment and in some cases dying in our jail. Just last week, Anthony Johnson, a young man known to suffer from schizophrenia, was booked into the Tarrant County Jail and placed in a cell in apparent violation of the Criminal Code of Procedures, which requires magistrates to order an interview and a 16.22 report regarding the individual if the magistrate has reasonable cause to believe the individual has a mental illness or is a person with intellectual disability. Magistrates are also required to give notice of the report to several parties to ensure early identification and treatment. The request for a mental health alert system replacement states that the MHMR system replacement project will significantly enhance our ability to manage mental health procedures within the criminal justice system, ensuring full compliance with the law and improving outcomes for individuals within the system. I sincerely hope that purchasing and installing this updated system will improve and even save the lives of your large population who require treatment rather than incarceration, such as inmate Kyrie Campbell. Thank you.
Thank you. Following Ms. Griffin, Ms. Hanratty.
Good morning. Thank you, Commissioners Court. And I urge you to restore the mental health alert system. I don't know all the technical aspects about TechShare, but I'm here to advocate because we know it is vital for all parts of the legal system to have correct, fully updated information on the mental health condition of the persons charged with crimes in this county. As we know, it is impossible for magistrates and judges to discharge their duties respecting defendants with mental illness without full mental health information on each of the people that come before them, including continuity of care query matching data. Such information is critical to decisions by magistrates and judges on referral for mental health assessments interviews, issuance of Article 17032 mental health personal bonds, assignment to a specialized mental health caseload, linking defendants to community resources, diversion, dismissal of charges, redirection to the Mental Health Jail Diversion Center, redirection to treatment, and other alternatives to jail. With the upgraded and integrated mental health alert system, persons with mental illness will be a little less likely to fall through the cracks, not getting the treatment to which they are entitled by law and by basic human respect. That is a good thing. I urge you to vote in favor. Thank you.
Thank you. Following Ms. Hanratty is Billy Wilson.
Well, I have to change I can't read my speech now because you've changed what you're going to do. I'm no big fan of TechShare. We heard the horror stories last fall, and I understand your concerns, but the fact is we have to have this system. We're not compliant with law, and we're killing people. That's the bottom line. In fact, what I want to talk about is that you're talking about rehabilitating Cold Springs, and I would like to see that for the mental health and disabled community. A standalone for them, because what I understand is that we now have 40 beds for mentally ill, and we might have as many as 50% of the jail population with mental illness or disability. Now, that isn't the jail's fault. It's a fault of the system. But like the schools, the jails get stuck with all this kind of stuff. But it seems to me that if we could have a place for these people to go, even if it's a jail, but we'd have padded cell for those who might commit suicide, and we'd have treatment. We'd have MHMR staff there 24 hours a day, rather than at Green Bay, where there's somebody there once in a while, and yet we're assigning people, because we don't know if they're mentally ill, we're assigning them to places like Green Bay. Alyssa Simmons said there were 2 deaths recently from mental illness, but there have been 5 deaths in the jail this year. 2 of them we know were mentally ill, and a third committed suicide. Now that's a huge percentage. We're going to have to pay, we're probably going to have to pay something out to all those people because we killed them. Well, not to those people, but to their families. And it would be much cheaper to get a system that works and then to have a place like Cold Springs to take them than to keep paying out money for relatives for their dead families. So please, let's pay for mental health services and not legal settlements. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson.
Okay, I too have to change my speech a bit. It was my hope that I would come here today to commend you all on moving forward with the integration of our mental health with our magistration, because we believe that that is a critical part to ending the jail deaths. I bring up the name Chastity Condos. We know we have a problem. We need to be moving forward on working with the problems. The fact that we hadn't ironed out a lot of these problems after we've been coming here for a year and a half shows me that there's a lack of leadership in trying to get this solved. So I appreciate the work that you are doing, but I ask that you would do a little bit more. I ask that you would help to do the research so that we can make sure that the people have the information they want. If the group that we're working with is not good, fine. But what we as a community would like to see is our elected officials taking hold of this and coming up with a plan and working with their people, doing the research. I appreciate that y'all came up with the texture thing because I didn't know about it. And so I'm glad that you're going to do your due diligence on that. That's what we expect you to do. But we really would like to see your leadership on how do we solve this problem. 4 of the last 6 people who have died in this jail since September have mental disabilities. It's a problem. We need to do something to sort it. And so I'm going to just end, like I said, my speech is not really there. Oh, yeah. This is just one step, though, in the 3 parts that we need to take care of. We need to get the mentally ill out of the jail. We need to do something about the pretrial magistration, which is, once again, why this is so important. And we also need to get those Class C nonviolent offenders out of the jail. We believe if we can do those 3 things, then we can reduce the number of people in the jail. We can help us with our employment issues. And more important than all of that, it will save lives. People are dying. We need you to step up to the plate. And I would like to leave by just saying right now, we need to release Kiari Campbell. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we have a motion and a second on this item. Any further discussion?
Yes, can we clarify the motion? And a second question I have is, Helen Chandler, can you give me an example of a contract? Because you're asking for some sort of insurance or bond or something, and I understand that.
So we actually have already started researching that, and Helen already has some initial information.
Okay.
So Travis Yarbrough, over risk management, says there is a technology professional liability insurance that may be applicable for what y'all are talking about. So he's looking into that.
Okay, so I really would like to move forward. I know there's a motion on the floor, but I'd like to move forward with the mental health software as soon as possible. So, like today.
Okay, so there's.
Would you all be open to amending the motion again to? I mean, I get your whole point. I agree. We do need some assurances, but I don't want to delay this any further.
Yeah, so I'm not open to amending the motion.
Thank you.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. Do you still need clarification on the motion?
Yes,
Okay.
let's hear it again.
So the motion, I mean, it's in the record, but basically the intent of the motion is we approve the juvenile portion today. The 2 remaining tech share items, we move to the meeting in 2 weeks, so we have time to explore bonds, insurance, and other options to secure the performance without additional costs to the county. That's basically what the motion is. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion before we vote? All right, please cast your vote. Okay, passes 3-1. All right, so that now takes us, thank you, Andre.
Thank you.
That now takes us back to D1. So obviously, D1 is going to change. The capital improvement fund move, I guess, okay, so I will make a motion to approve D1, removing the TechShare Public Safety Assessment dollars and the TechShare Mental Health Alert System dollars from this approval. That would then cover juvenile, would it not?
It could, yes.
Okay. Well, what do you mean it could?
Well, it would, yes,
Okay.
removing the 185 and the 172.5.
Okay.
Quick question. Could we still not just move the dollars over, since we anticipate creating a mental health alert system anyways? And then if we, for some reason, don't end up spending that, or need additional, or need less, we can always shift it back, but maybe get it done now so we don't have to move it again next week?
Correct.
Yeah, and there's no cost to moving it.
No, it does
Yeah.
not obligate you to approve the contract. It just obligates the money there when the contract is approved.
I guess this will be my second withdrawing of my motion in as many motions, so I will withdraw the motion and move to approve item D1.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Good, that's a good point. Any discussion on that? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. Okay, passes unanimously. It is now 11:42. The next item is D2. D2 is going to take a little bit of discussion, so instead of start that and then break up in the middle of it and come back, we are now going to go ahead and go into recess. So we are going into recess for the employees to go down and have lunch, be recognized at our ceremony, and for all the court members to go down there and participate in that ceremony. We will resume in here at exactly 12:45. So we are now in recess until 12:45. Good? All right. All right, we're back from our recess. I read some items on this required courtroom decorum thing before we left, but I'm going to read some of them again. We want everyone to be able to participate that wants to participate. We will not tolerate disruptions, applause. This is not a political rally. This is a business government meeting. If you do speak out of turn, speak up, speak out, clap, or do anything of the sort, you will be removed instantly. You will not be allowed back in. We will call people. There's a lot of people signed up to speak. When we get to those times, we're going to call 3 or 4 names at a time. If you are not here when I call your name, we're not going to bring you back up in an hour. We're going to go through them. We, again, want to encourage participation, want to encourage free speech, but we are also going to maintain decorum in the courtroom. Let's all do our part where we don't have to have anybody removed or taken out. With that, we will move straight into item D2, which is removed from consent. Let me tell you why I removed this item after I find this item. So, I believe with however many judges we have, 21 in criminal, 10 in civil, 2 probate, 6 family, I think we can come up with a system where we find ways to share court reporters instead of every time someone needs a visiting court reporter because of a vacation or sick time. I think we can come up with a process that is better than the one we have. So I know there are all sorts of different rules and different things relating to court reporters, but whether it's hiring one floating court reporter that goes around the whole county, whether it's 2, I would just task our administration with coming up with some ideas. Let me remind some of those folks that when this is come up with ideas, there's not going to be some, I'm sitting back in a room with Chandler drafting up how I want it to go or the way it's going to happen. This is what we do with our staff. So give us some ideas. Are there any options that we have available where we can do this in a more cost-efficient manner? I can tell you this. I've had some judges come to me and say, I'm happy to let my court reporter go over here. I'm happy to let my court reporter go over there. And that's been from multiple judges. So I would be willing to bet we could put together some ideas. Feel free to talk to any and all judges and their personnel, and let's see if we can come up with some kind of system that's more cost efficient than one is out, pay for a substitute. One is out, pay for a substitute. Is that pretty clear what I think we should do?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Others, if you have a thought or something, weigh in. That's why I had this removed. Anything you'd like to add about what we're actually voting on?
Just if you have questions, I'll answer the questions.
All right, any questions on this fiscal year 2024 appropriation adjustments? All right, seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to approve item D2.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve item D2. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, that passes unanimously. Thank you. Now we go to what? Are we all ready to purchasing here?
I believe it's 01, yeah.
We've done K, we've done L, we're now to purchasing. Melissa. Item 1, construction manager at risk for Tim Curry Criminal Justice Center Elevator Tower Addition.
Yes, we are requesting award recommendation to HM and MF Ltd, doing business as McElroy and Falls, per the terms of the contract. If approved, also contract approval.
Move approval.
All right, we have a motion. I'll second it. So we have a motion to second. Any discussion from the court before we bring up our speaker? All right, seeing none, our speaker is Nan Terry. Where did that thing go? Here it is. Nan Terry here.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I understand the desire to have an elevator, but I have several questions as stewards to ask of you as stewards of all the funds available to the county. I understand that this is phase 1 for $10,000, but phase 2 is over $9.5 million, closer to $10 million if you do the rounding. Does anyone know if this elevator was included when the Tim Curry building was built? And why wasn't it built then? Why is the elevator at Lawn Evans or the current process is not sufficient? And has anyone died from the lack of this west elevator? And has anyone tried to escape? Has a detention officer or a detainee been injured? Is there a reason we're spending $10 million on this elevator? Years ago, I had a 5-year-old stay at my house, and he came downstairs one morning, as little kids do, and he put his hands on his hips, and he said, "I need candy." And every time I have an example in my life or I hear a story about needs versus wants, I remember that little boy. And I politely and respectfully ask, is this a need or a want? Tarrant County residents are dying at the Tarrant County Jail. In March, MHMR submitted an application to the Texas Office of the Governor's Crisis Intervention Program to strengthen crisis intervention services within Tarrant County. During the invocation, the minister spoke of heavenly justice. My question to you, is it just to spend $10 million on an elevator, which may or may not be a need or a want, or when we have a clear need for crisis intervention services? Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this item? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, item passes unanimously. Next up, item 2, purchase of a striping truck.
Yes, we're asking for approval of award to Vogel Traffic Services, doing business as Easy Liner.
All right, I'll move to approve this item.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Item 3 is a purchase of a 10-foot paver for Precinct 1.
And this award to Kirby Smith Machinery.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the purchase of the 10-foot paver. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. Passes unanimously. Item 4, an annual contract for tactical gear.
Move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the contract for tactical gear. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. Passes unanimously. Item 5, annual contract for ammunition in the Sheriff's Office.
Move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the contract for ammunition for the Sheriff's Office and CDA and constables. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, that passes unanimously. Item 6 is replacement of resource connection fuel storage tank.
This is a rejection of all bids and rebid with revised specifications.
Move to reject and rebid.
Second.
I have a motion and a second on item 6. Any discussion there? Please cast your vote. Passes unanimously. Next up, item 7.
And this is a request for permission to take bids and RFPs.
Yeah, question on the exterior building painting. This $100,000, is this something that we're talking about painting the windows. We're not talking about painting the stone or the brick.
I believe it's actually the green substrate on the building, but if Mr. Amador's around and wants to confirm me on that, he's welcome to.
That's correct.
Okay.
Okay, where did we come up with the number? I'm sorry, go ahead.
Light repairs as well to all the window leaves.
Okay. Okay. Where did we come up with the number 100,000?
Yeah, come on.
And ultimately, we're going to get bids and it's going to be 150 or it's going to be 50 or whatever it is, but I'm just wondering how we got there.
We got there, Judge, by talking to vendors that perform this type of work, and this is the figure they gave us. $100,000 should cover everything we need. We hope that the cost will actually come in lower than this.
Okay. All right, any other questions for item 7? All right, do we have a motion?
Move for approval.
All right, we have a motion
Second.
and a second to grant permission to take bids and issue RFPs. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is board and commission appointments. Do we have any board or commission appointments?
I do. I am going to reappoint my member to the Emergency Services District. And I'm looking for his name. Gabe. Rick Holman.
All right, we have a motion to reappoint Rick Holman to the ESD board. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. Any discussion on this item? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Any other board or commission appointments? All right, seeing none, as we mentioned at the top of the meeting, we are moving item 11B in front of item 11A. 11B is Tarrant County CDA's office decision to appeal the Crystal Mason case from the Second Court of Appeals. Is there somebody here from the DA's office who's going to address this? Do we need to move to the sheriff's office? Okay. All right, well then we'll do the sheriff's office briefing then. It's Tarrant County Sheriff's Office update regarding incidents in the county jail.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. I have a couple of the press releases from the Sheriff's Department with regards to these two incidents, and if it pleases the court, I'll be happy to read these into the record. So I'll start with the release from April 19th, reference a death in custody that resulted from a medical emergency. On April 18th, 2024, at approximately 5:35 a.m., Tarrant County detention officers found an inmate unresponsive in his cell after he hadn't shown up for breakfast. The medical team from John Peter Smith Hospital immediately responded to the housing area and began life-saving measures. MedStar and the Fort Worth Fire Department arrived, and the inmate was pronounced deceased. The inmate had been in custody since December 4th, 2023. He was arrested by the Fort Worth Police Department on charges of unlawful possession of a firearm by a felon and deadly conduct. The Tarrant County Medical Examiner will release the inmate's name and cause of death. All in-custody deaths are reviewed and investigated by Tarrant County Sheriff's Office jail staff and the TCSO Criminal Investigations Division, an outside law enforcement agency. JPS medical staff, the Texas Commission on Jail Standards, the Tarrant County Medical Examiner's Office, and the Texas Attorney General's Office. The second press release was dated April 21st, 2024. Reference a death in custody that resulted from a medical emergency. Just before 9 a.m. this morning, routine cell checks for contraband were occurring inside the Tarrant County Jail. When detention officers approached the cell in the Tarrant County Correction Center, one inmate refused to exit his cell and allowed the area to be searched. The inmate began to fight the officers, and, excuse my pronunciation, oleoresin capsium spray was deployed to assist in bringing the inmate under control. JPS medical staff was on scene to examine the inmate after the incident, which is standard procedure when inmates are involved in fights or sprayed with OC spray. During the examination, the inmate became unresponsive. CPR was immediately started by staff. The inmate was transported to John Peter Smith Hospital, where he pronounced deceased just after 10 a.m. A Tarrant County detention officer was also injured and transported to the hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. The 31-year-old inmate was arrested on Friday by Saginaw Police Department after they responded to a man standing in an intersection wielding a knife at a driver. He fled on foot from officers, but was captured and charged with possession of a controlled substance, PG1, tampering, fabricating physical evidence with intent to impair, and evading arrest, detention. He was transported to Tarrant County Jail on Saturday. Sheriff Wayburn, in full transparency, has asked the Texas Rangers to take the lead in this investigation. All additional questions regarding the investigation will need to be addressed to the Texas Department of Public Safety. I made sure all of y'all had a copy of this handout. Also, the sheriff had provided this information with regards to death in custodies. It is front and back. That was everything that was constituted in the release by the Sheriff's Office for publicly available information. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So, you're only reading the press releases, you're not reading this? Does the public have this?
No, but I'd be happy to read it in real quick if you'd like me to, Judge.
Okay.
So, major county jail deaths, 2017 to 2023. Tarrant was 58, Dallas was 56, Harris was 112, Bear was 78, Travis was 27, and El Paso was 43. On the flip side, the title's Tarrant County Jail Deaths 2017 to present, and it has these deaths categorized. Natural/medical was 32, COVID was 11, suicide was 6, homicide was 1, gunshot wounds after shootout with U.S. Marshals was 1, fentanyl-related overdose was 3, accidental was 3, pending was 6, and 54 of these inmates died at JPS under the care of a doctor.
All right, thank you. I will repeat, there will be no comments from the audience. If I see it, you're out of here. Please respect the decorum of this courtroom. All right, we have several speakers. Any members of the court wish to make any comments, have any questions?
I'll have comments, but I'll go after the speakers.
Okay, so we have several speakers lined up to speak on this item. Remember, I'm going to call 3 or 4. I'll probably call 4 at a time. Alan Lobaugh is first, Harriet Harrell, Julie Griffin, Geraldine Jackie Cox. And please, when you get to the microphone, identify yourself. I can figure you're Alan, but just so we know everybody that's coming, so I can deal with who is not and so forth.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, County Judge. I'm Alan Lobaugh. I had the privilege of attending a town hall meeting earlier this year that Commissioner Simmons collected and asked the sheriff to give some response to the conditions at the jail up to that point. I heard the sheriff make a feeble attempt that our jail is a model for other counties, for other states, and several people would come and visit to see how well we are doing. I would suggest to you that the only people who are going to come to our jail to visit are people like Anderson Cooper with 60 Minutes, because we are not doing an exemplary job with our jail people who are incarcerated. We need to ask for full transparency, full accountability of our sheriff, and an exact detailed plan for how we are going to improve, including making sure that people who need mental health services are getting those mental health services by funding that fully. And if we don't get that from Sheriff, then we need to demand his resignation. Lastly, I want to say to you that there are people in our jail currently who need mental health services and should be released. Kyrie Campbell is one of those. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Harrell, Griffin, Cox, and then Josh Lucas.
Thank you. I'm Harriet Harrell. I feel like I'm back in August of 2022 when the Broadway Justice Committee first met with the sheriff and staff to express concerns about the high proportion of deaths in the Tarrant County Jail. That was a year and a half ago. And here I am, along with other people, still concerned about the high number of deaths in the jail. 2 of them in just the last couple of weeks. One difference today is that neither the sheriff nor jail staff are here to provide any information or context for these deaths. On behalf of the citizens of Tarrant County, I would like to request that the sheriff give a report in public to the Commissioner's Court every time there is a death in the jail. One specific piece of information we need to hear is what the protocols are for the use of chemicals such as pepper spray. We know that deaths have occurred more than once after chemicals were used. Perhaps that is not cause and effect, but perhaps it is. What citizens need to know is exactly what standards are being enforced regarding chemical use, what policies are in place, what specific chemicals are used, what protocols for the choice of such chemicals, what is the safety record for its use, and what is the training of jail staff for using chemicals. I specifically ask that the commissioners request that information of the sheriff to be presented in court. A specific instance of concern in the jail right now is Kyrie Campbell, a young man with the mental capacity of an 8-year-old. He was physically healthy when he entered the jail in December. I understand that he now stays naked in his cell, which is covered with excrement and food scraps. He's lost a lot of weight. He has numerous sores over his body, and he does not know why he's there. Here is a laboratory demonstration of how people with mental health issues die in our jail. If you just wait, if there's no intervention, we will be here before long talking to you about the death of Kyrie Campbell. Do something now. Take action. He should be receiving care. And finally, I'd like to request a report to an open commissioner's court about the specific plans and progress toward reducing the jail population so that inmates from Garza can be returned. Let's not wait until it's too late to make that happen.
Thank you.
I'm going to leave this so that
Your
you
time is
have
up.
a record.
Thank you very much.
of
Next
these
is
requests.
Griffin,
Would you please-
Cox, and Lucas. Following Lucas is Lon Burnham.
Good afternoon. 2 more deaths at the Tarrant County Jail since this court was last in session. 2 in 3 days. Roderick Johnson, age 42, on April 18th. Anthony Johnson, age 31, on April 21st. Anthony Johnson is the second person to die in recent memory immediately following a pepper spray incident. Robert Miller's death in 2019 by pepper spray, a conclusion drawn from press reports, experts, and common sense, was shoved under the rug and denied a fully independent autopsy review. But another common thread in these 2 individuals' lives and deaths was their mental illness, which contributed to, if not caused, their encounter with law enforcement, leading to their incarceration in the Tarrant County Jail. There is no reason for jailing persons suffering a mental health care crisis and then allowing them to die in jail. These 2 deaths were unusually unnecessary and cruel. One suffering from schizophrenia who had sought help for his returning symptoms and was denied. One, a man sleeping in the streets because of his mental illness. Why must this keep happening before our eyes with no change in the status quo? Commissioners Court, you must do more to find a way to exit and to channel the vulnerable people with serious mental illness and IDD into treatment outside the jail. This is not only the humane and right thing to do, it will lower the jail population and overcrowding of the jail, stabilize staffing levels, reduce stress on detention officers, and finally, reduce jail deaths. Now is the time, when preparing your budget, to allot money for the care and treatment of these human beings as a matter of public safety and health. There needs to be a secure place, not a jail, of respite assessment, treatment, and care for them to go to, for their families and law enforcement to take them to. As we all know, there is also the need for permanent supportive housing when the crisis is over. and the need for ongoing psychiatric care programs in the housing units. Surely, if 9.6+ million can be apportioned to an elevator, 9 million can be found to pursue remedies such as these to save lives. Let's save Kyerie's life. What have you, as a unanimous body of government, done to stop the jail deaths? What has the sheriff's office done to stop the jail deaths? There is so much work to do. Let's get to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Following Cox, Lucas, and Burnham, we have Jacqueline Johnson. All documents you can leave right here with him, and he'll distribute them after the meeting. Anyone that's going to pass out documents, hand them there. He'll give them to us at the end.
All right, I left them. I thought they would be distributed. I will tell you what I was intending to bring you. I'm Geraldine Cox. It's called the Custodial Death Report. It is required to be filed by the sheriff of a county on penalty of criminal penalties for not filing it. And the contents are very detailed. It says the statute in question is Article 49.18, death in custody, and it's from the Texas Penal Code. And it says if a person dies while in the custody of a sheriff in a jail, the sheriff or member of the facility where he was incarcerated shall investigate the death and file a written report of the cause of death with the Attorney General no later than the 30th day after the death. The director shall make a good faith effort to obtain all facts relevant to the death and include those facts in the report. And there is a facility report form. It's 4 pages long. It's very detailed, attached. And it requires real investigation and real reporting. But what now goes to the Attorney General's office, we read about in the papers, and it says, individual A was incarcerated on whatever day, and he was found, he or she had a medical emergency and died, either in the jail or at JPS, and that's all. What we are supposed to get by law, which is a full investigation, dies with the inmate and is buried under claims of confidentiality, and we don't get to know what we deserve to know as a matter of law. That's not okay. I am asking that you speak with your sheriff and with your district attorney and make sure that what the law requires in the way of reporting is in fact reported and filed with the AJ's office where the press can get it and we can get it, and anybody who wants to read the details will know what happened, because it's a question of transparency, and it's also a question of whether our criminal justice institutions comply with the laws that apply to them. Huh? Is it too much to ask that the sheriff should comply with the law? One hopes not. So that would be one piece of it. And the rest of it is, why are these deaths occurring? There is recently...
Thank you. Your time is up. Next is Mr. Lucas, Mr. Burnham, Ms. Johnson, and then Janelle Johnson.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. My name is Josh Lucas. I was born and raised and have been a lifelong resident in Fort Worth, Texas, here in Tarrant County, former member of the Justice Committee at Broadway Baptist Church, co-chair of the Jail and Criminal Justice Reform Action Team of the Justice Network, Tarrant County, graduate student of Bright Divinity School, current staff, and lifelong member of Broadway Baptist Church, where I've sung in the choir for 30 years. I rise today to express my First Amendment right and speak out against the continual disregard for human life in our Tarrant County Jail, now 65 deaths under this current jail administration. I find it disconcerting that the sheriff isn't here today to speak to this agenda item as a request of our commissioner, who represents us, we, the people. Furthermore, I find it disconcerting that his leadership position, he has failed to adequately staff our jail with over 100 vacancies, leading to mandatory overtime for jail workers, which doesn't alleviate any already hostile workplace of any stress. I will now use the rest of my time to read a poem that I penned for such a time as this. Pepper spray, another medical emergency. For every black man and woman born free only to be enslaved and discarded by the mass incarceration industrial complex due to the traits they carry in their genome inherited from people who built this country while being enslaved by white men. By Josh Lucas. Dedicated to Robert Miller and Anthony Ray Johnson Jr., who died after being pepper sprayed in the Tarrant County Jail. May they rest in power. There's a sickle cell crisis in Tarrant County due to the trait, not the disease. Robert Miller, handcuffed and pepper sprayed at point blank repeatedly, died while in custody due to the trait, not the disease. Like the mark of Ham, more phrenological justification for subjugation to dehumanize and discard black life, I find dis-ease in this here our county seat 100 years after Mr. Fred Rouse was brutally beaten, shot at point blank, and hung from a tree. Extrajudicial killings still occur due to the trait, not the disease. The Piece de Resistance, Opoli, marched behind enemy lines in the name of justice and dignity, recipient of the Medal of Freedom just last week. While county officials appeal Crystal Mason's acquittal to place her back into custody, all part and parcel of intimidation and voter suppression schemes due to the trait. I find disease when one of 13 black bodies, 13% of we the people, freed by the 13th Amendment, are all potential victims to a medical emergency due to the trait, not the disease. Sickle cell crisis in Tarrant County.
Following Mr. Burnham is Jacqueline Johnson, then Janelle Johnson, then Chanel Johnson. I believe it's Mr. Burnham's time. But if you are Jacqueline Johnson, you're next.
That's kind of tough to follow. I'm Lon Burnham, and I'm glad that you all have your listening attention in gear here. First, I want to thank Commissioner Simmons. I made the initial request that the sheriff be asked to make these reports. I want to thank County Judge O'Hare for asking a staff person not in the sheriff's office to go beyond simply reading a press release. I mean, it was a sanitized press release and gave us nothing new. So I appreciate that. But nevertheless, we're essentially in the same place that we were, as mentioned earlier, 15 and 18 months ago. The sheriff's arrogance and failure to appear here today speaks to the very essence of the problem. He apparently seems to not understand the crisis that we are facing. Caree Campbell and an unnamed stepson of a dear friend of mine are mental health patients in our jail. Their lives are at risk because they are mental health patients inappropriately incarcerated. The unnamed person can't stand for trial and has been judged ineligible to stand for trial, and yet he can't get his meds and he can't get out of jail. What has happened in recent weeks, Mr. Johnson's death, reminds us of the approaching 5-year anniversary of the death of Robert Miller, who was also pepper sprayed at close range. The county promised transparency, but has instead blatantly continued to hide the facts surrounding Mr. Miller's death. I want to call to your attention something that should not be a news item, but came out from the Star-Telegram this morning, about 6 o'clock when I was preparing to come downtown. Attorney, bruising on body of man who died in Tarrant Jail custody suggests use of force. Gerald Washington, an attorney representing the family of Anthony Johnson Jr., told the Star-Telegram he does not think Tarrant County Sheriff's Office has been totally forthcoming. Well, you don't need to look any further than this court, this time today, to recognize the sheriff is being fundamentally dishonest with the people of Tarrant County and should be removed from office. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Following Ms. Johnson, we have the other two Ms. Johnsons, and then Jennifer Nelson.
Hello, Court. First of all, I cannot believe I'm here. This is about my son, Anthony Johnson. I would like to start with Ms. Simmons. This is not directed towards you at all. You are the only one that I've seen in the news that tried to address this issue. You've been trying to take it to the feds, which I hope, and we will do whatever we can as a family to assist you in getting it there. But to you, Judge, Mr. Gary Fix and Manny Ramirez, you killed my son. And how I can say that is this has been festering in the county for years, and you've done nothing about it. My son served. He was in the Marine Corps. So whomever approached him in his cell, he defended himself. He was mentally unstable, and it didn't start here. We took him to a facility. They rejected him. They said he wasn't trying to harm himself or anyone else. We can't keep him. Had they held him for 24 hours, 24 hours, this wouldn't have happened. Problem number 2, MHMR. You were administering his medication. When he arrived at Tarrant County Jail, he didn't come up in your system. You send medication to our house monthly. Failure number 2. Failure number 3, Saginaw Police Department, okay? They told us, Anthony told them, he was schizophrenic. And I heard the police report, yeah, he ran, he fell and put his hands behind his back. And then he went on telling the officer of schizophrenic. Did that get passed over to the jail? Did you know he had a mental issue when you arrested him or when you took him into your custody? And then number 4, the officer that approached him, was he certified to deal with someone with mental illness? Probably not, because he's probably making just probably a little bit more than minimum wage. So there's a lot of failures here. And us as a family, the Johnson family, see, there's one thing we do understand, because I've been in this county for 20 years. I'm a taxpayer. And I've heard a lot of people talking, and I apologize because I really have not kept up with what's going on in our county and who we are electing. But what you don't know is we have a large constituency behind us, including the UAW. So what we're going to do is we're going to vote, because that's the only way that this changes. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe we now have Janelle Johnson, then Chanel, then Jennifer Nelson, then Lydia Bean.
My name is Janelle Johnson. I am Anthony Johnson's older sister. Earlier in this, I seen that you guys were celebrating Mental Health Awareness Month. The fact that it's 2024 and you guys are even recognizing that, I need to know what the definition of awareness is. How do you tell somebody who has been following everything from the rule book, from the Marine Corps who taught him how to defend himself, from contacting MHMR to find a facility, all the way down to letting the arresting officers know he was schizophrenic? How do you tell other people going through exactly what my brother who has gone through and say that, well, everything that we pay for, y'all can survive? Because just like what Mr. Wayborn said, the perfect storm. And now I'm part of that? You know why Mr. Wayburn's not here, Mr. O'Hare? Because I told him, you're not leaving my office until I see you turn red. Because as a black woman, which is a problem, you can't see my pain. But I can make sure y'all turn colors and see pain. That's why he is not here. Because it doesn't make any sense. You guys need to start admitting you have no idea what you guys are doing, and you're allocating funds incorrectly. The fact that my name will come up next to his name, Mr. Wayburn's name, as a voting, that I voted for him. So all of what my mother said about voting, I can't tell that that works, because I did vote. I was part of not only the Parkland healthcare system, UT Southwestern. So how are you going to sit here and tell me every step of the So Tarrant County, this is how y'all do things? This is how Tarrant County is being raised. Down from Abbott, who is a mental health or disability person himself, down to President Biden, who's dealing with somebody, has his own son with drug issues. And yet my brother is dead and we're paying for all of that. So how do you explain? I'm a very quiet person, but I'm also very direct. Ask Mr. Wayburn, everybody in our office. I'm the reason why they can't show their face, because like I said, every time he sees me, I'm going to make him turn red and cry. And Mr. O'Hare, if I had to do that to you, and just like I told Mr. Wayburn, if I have to spend the next 15 years of my life to get your seat, and every last one of y'all seat, I will do that. I'm educated enough to do it. Now, what I do know is this don't take years, but we know what happened.
Next, we have Chanel Johnson. Next, we have Chanel Johnson, Jennifer Nelson, Lydia Bean.
My name is Chanel Johnson. I'm Anthony Johnson Jr.'s little sister. His name is AJ. He was murdered under Tarrant County Jail. This whole pepper spray, just let you guys know, when the reports drop, it wasn't pepper spray. Okay? Your best friends, tell them to do what's right. I know you guys are gonna have a council to see how you're gonna defend this, but just let your defendants know what was done was wrong. How my brother was murdered, because that's what it was wrong. How you guys treat your vets, how you treat people with mental illnesses here in Tarrant County, the lack thereof is arrogant and irresponsible. And the fact that you guys are up here, sitting up here, is ridiculous, that we have to talk about this. I heard you guys talk about tech and mental health. The hell? That's ridiculous. You have 64 deaths. My brother, 64. How many more for you to finally decide, oh yeah, we need to do something here, right? But anyway, back to my brother. You guys are gonna have a meeting where you guys are gonna figure out how we're gonna defend this, right? There's nothing to defend. Take accountability for what happened, and let's focus on change. Because that's the only way this is gonna happen. And for the Tarrant County people out here, your voters, it counts. We have to vote. We are insane, okay? We are insane to constantly have these people up here looking in our faces telling us they're gonna do this for us. They're not doing anything for us. Stop being insane. Vote.
All right, are you Chanel?
Yes.
Okay. All right, next we have Jennifer Nelson, Lydia Bean, and that's it on this item.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me this time. My name is Jennifer Nelson. I'm a Fort Worth citizen, member of Broadway Baptist Church and supporter of the Justice Committee. I stand before you today once again asking that you pursue truth and justice in the numerous suspicious deaths and clear mismanagement at our county jails. I'm deeply disappointed, but not surprised that Sheriff Wayburn chose to not appear and provide an update today. Another death has occurred after an incarcerated person was pepper sprayed. I first came to speak at this court a couple of years ago regarding the suspicious death of Robert Miller, who died after being pepper sprayed in 2019. Marine Corps veteran Anthony Johnson was seeking help during a mental health crisis, but was instead incarcerated, mistreated, and subsequently died. He served our country and was crying out for help. Our magistrate system failed him. The lack of a competent mental health assessment failed him. Mr. Johnson deserves the attention of this court to seek justice on his behalf. As a taxpaying citizen, I demand to know why pepper spray continues to be a death-triggering experience at the Tarrant County Jail. How many deaths are too many? What is in the training of jail staff in the usage of pepper spray? What is the chemical makeup of this spray? What are the efficacy rates for the formula? What are the risks? Why is Tarrant County criminalizing mental health issues? To allow the continuous reports of mistreatment, torture, and death to continue calls into question for me the morality and fiduciary responsibility of this court. Today, the court opened with a prayer calling for, quote, new grace and mercy every day, a prayer for the protection of the judge and their families, for peace and heavenly justice in every day of our lives. I know that the mother of Kyrie Campbell prays fervently for every moment of that that those same graces, protections, and justice would be granted to her child, who suffers daily in Tarrant County Jail. That this young man, who is mentally the age of 8, was incarcerated rather than taken to JPS as requested by his caregivers is unacceptable. There is clearly a problem in our county that we can't differentiate between a mental health crisis requiring the use of our county hospital and diversion center rather than jailing those suffering mental illness and adding to the overpopulation crisis in the jail. 70% of which those incarcerated souls at Tarrant County Jail suffer from mental illness. We must serve this community better by directing funds towards community services and an emergency facility large enough to handle these incidences, as Tarrant County Jail demonstrates over and over how it fails to meet its constitutional obligation to provide adequate mental health care. I ask this court, which opens every session with the claim of Christian faith through the opening prayers that you schedule, to act on those petitions and prayers. Not just for yourselves, but for the constituents of your county whom you represent. You can impact the culture of indifference at Tarrant County Jail. Your actions can help prevent more unjust deaths and injuries and create a system of justice that doesn't criminalize mental illness. The truth cannot be covered in the dark forever. The voice of our brother's blood is crying out from the ground for justice. Please help us seek this justice.
Thank you. And then the last person I have signed up to speak on this is Lydia Bean. No, that's not true. Okay, it's going to be also Charles Bills and somebody named Cindy.
Good afternoon. I'm Lydia Bean, and I'm the chair of the Broadway Baptist Justice Committee and a resident of Arlington, Texas. I'm here to speak again about the most recent 2 deaths in the Tarrant County Jail. We are up to 65 since Sheriff Wayborn became our sheriff, and we've had 2 deaths in the last 2 weeks. And these are preventable deaths. So earlier we heard about how Tarrant County compares to other large urban counties, and I can't stress enough that per capita, we stand out. We have much higher death rates than other large counties, and so these are preventable deaths. These are needless deaths, and it speaks to a failure of management in the Tarrant County Jail and also in the county as a whole. And the Commissioner's Court, you're not responsible for managing the jail, but you are responsible for making sure that our taxpayer dollars are being used wisely to manage a safe jail and funding the community services that can address the root causes of some of these problems. And we've already heard that many of the people dying are experiencing mental health challenges, or they have intellectual and developmental disabilities, and jail is not the solution for their challenges. We hear today, with the case of Anthony Johnson, that our jail is still being used as the primary line of response for people who are experiencing a mental health crisis. And you can address this problem by funding programs for mental health and diversion, and also permanent supportive housing with wraparound services, an important part of the solution. And that's why Broadway Baptist was so concerned when this court chose to raid money that was allocated for permanent supportive housing in order to fund more incarceration. I also want to thank Commissioner Simmons for her steadfast leadership in calling for human rights and transparency in the county jail and standing up for human services. And I'm proud to call her my commissioner. And in conclusion, I want to call on the rest of the court to follow Commissioner Simmons' lead and take this issue seriously. Commissioner Simmons represents over 500,000 people, including the city of Arlington, one of the largest cities in the Metroplex. And the people of Arlington and Mansfield deserve a voice on the court. We elected Commissioner Simmons because we agree with what she has to say. So silencing her voice, cutting her staff out of the loop, undermining her staff's ability to do their job, all these things are not just disrespect towards Commissioner Simmons, but they are disrespect towards all the people of Precinct 2. We're over 500,000 people. And we take this disrespect seriously. So please call for civility on the court, equal respect. Please share information with all the commissioners equally, out of respect not just to Commissioner Simmons, but to the people of Arlington and Mansfield, over 500,000 of us. Thank you.
Charles Bills is next, and then is there a Cindy here in the audience? If so, raise your hand. It's one name. All right, go ahead, Mr. Bills.
Yes, one thing I find especially distressing is that the sheriff's office is not learning from the past. We learned with the death of Robert Miller that apparently spraying someone at close range with pepper spray causes a fatal case of sickle cell anemia. It's another thing is people that are mentally ill need to be in a hospital. A.J. Johnson was mentally ill. He didn't need to be in jail. You didn't need to worry about any issues as far as taking him out of his cell. And it's the same thing with Kyrie Campbell. He is mentally ill and needs to be in a hospital. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that's all we have signed up to speak to this item. I don't have anyone else signed up to speak to this item.
I received a confirmation of my registration.
For,
Doreen Geiger.
is it in public comment?
I signed up 3 times. One was 11A, 11B, and public comment, and I received confirmation emails on all 3.
Yep, I've got 11B sitting here, but okay, come on up.
Where is Sheriff, excuse me, my name is Doreen Geiger, and my comments are my own. I am not speaking on behalf of anyone else. Where is Sheriff Wayburn, who is supposed to be giving a briefing today about the most recent deaths in the jail? Why is Anthony Johnson's death still listed as pending when there are 2 videos that show what happened to him and how long it took before a nurse arrived to attempt to offer help? It is my understanding that Sheriff Wayburn has already asked the Texas Attorney General to withhold release of the cause of death and the videos. The family and the public need answers now.
All right, so are you saying you signed up to speak to this item?
Yes.
To this item?
Yes, sir.
Can anybody tell me why I don't have all these sitting here? One moment.
Sorry, so with the 129 we received today, some of them may have, like we found Ms. Geiger's, it does
Well,
say.
here, do this, take my stack.
Okay.
And go get them in the right order. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Becky DeLon, and I would like to address this court today to ask if there are some things we might all agree on and propose a way forward for your consideration. To begin with, since 2017, over 60 people have died in the Tarrant County Jail. That number of deaths far exceeds the national mortality rate. 5 people have died so far this year, which is 1 per month. I am sure, I'm without a doubt, that we can all agree that that's too many. This is a crisis. This trend must stop. I pose 2 questions. What is the sheriff doing to rectify this problem? And what are you, as a court, going to do? 8 accidental deaths in the jail happened under your tenure. Of the 5 deaths this year, 1 was a suicide, another an accident, and there are 3 pending. Because of unresolved issues and uncertain circumstances and attempts to cover up evidence, such as the video that Ken Paxton ruled to be inadmissible for public viewing in the Robert Miller case. So what about the death of Anthony Johnson? We know there are 2 videos of his death. Will we be allowed to see both of them? Transparency is an issue. There is a lack of public trust in both the Sheriff's Department and this court. Surely all of us agree the people of Tarrant County deserve to have confidence that justice will be served in our courts. What can you do to restore that trust that we need so much? Finally, we all agree jail is no place for someone suffering with a mental illness. Tarrant County desperately needs a mental health residential facility. I know the county and MH&R lobbied for the local mental health hospital feasibility study in the last legislative session, but were unsuccessful. But we believe that the county, state, and federal funds should continue to be vigorously pursued to build a facility to tend to the needs of those who live with mental illness in Tarrant County. This is a paramount need. And in closing, please release Khayr.
All right, sir, in the back, you had raised your hand. Did you sign up to this item?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay, come on up.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, court, citizens of Tarrant County. My name is Kenji Ford. It's an honor and privilege to be here today. Mental illness strikes deep with me. After serving over 20 years in the United States Navy, faithfully and honorably discharged, what we need to do is not actually point the finger, but make sure that the proper personnel are in place to diagnose and actually effectively evaluate this situation. We already know that there is a problem, so let's come up with a solution to stop the problem. Let's alleviate the problem. Tarrant County is too big. It's the 13th largest county in the nation. Right? We already know where we rank in the state of Texas. We already know how many people are residents of Tarrant County. Let's do our due diligence to make sure that unfortunately, when someone gets incarcerated or at intake in the county jail, that the best interest of the county is taken for that individual, regardless of how long the stay is. We got to make sure that that stay is an adequate stay. Today, it doesn't seem like that stay is a safe stay. Talking about this elevator earlier, we need to scratch that elevator. We need to actually see what can we do to make sure that this mental health crisis is eliminated. We're the laughingstock. We're the laughingstock right now. When I go out to the base, I get an earful. You mean to tell me that we can house prisoners, regardless of what they look like, how we feel about them, what harm they've done to this country, and we raised our hand saying, hey, we will, we shall, we may provide them safety even though they harmed citizens of America? That was our job. If you're a Tarrant County Sheriff employee, it's your job to make sure that that individual has a safe stay. County Judge, County Commissioners, I challenge you. Let's take a step back. Let's evaluate the process. And let's make sure that everyone has a safe stay. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that's all we have signed up on this item. Did you sign up for this item? Yes, sir, I did. Okay, come on forward. Okay, where are we on these documents here?
We only see one more, Judge. It was Reverend Ryan Price, but we're going through the rest of your stack right now. But I can bring you this one.
Okay.
Hello, I wanted to thank Alyssa Simmons. My name is Monica Scott. I am the mother of Darrell Jackson that was murdered in the care of Tarrant County Jail. This has been a trying time. It's been 8 months, and I have still yet to find out what happened to my son. They told me Texas Rangers would get in contact with me. Nobody had. They said my son died of fentanyl. But the reports from the hospital shows he had a lacerated liver. He was drugged where his skin was torn from his arm. He had broken ribs, black eyes, puncture wound in his back. But yet, I don't have any answers. The sheriff and the assistant sheriff, I talked to them. They told me my son was in an isolated cell. Come to find out he was in general population. He laid there for 16 hours, dead, before anybody checked on him. I have a 911 call that they asked, how long was he, did they know when he was last seen alive? They told him no. They said it was fentanyl, but what gets me I have his medical record shows he didn't have any fentanyl in his system when they took him to medical and they did blood work. But the autopsy report shows my son died of fentanyl. My son was murdered, and I need answers. Judge, you and the rest of the parties that's here, y'all are accountable. We voted y'all in office. And if I have anything to do with it, I'm voting y'all out because y'all do not care. We have to give account to what happens. All these deaths and no answers. It's been 8 months. Something has to be resolved. Somebody has to care, and me as a mother, I am that caring mother. You sit here with a demeanor on your face like it goes in one ear and out the other. But I'm here, I'm not gonna make you listen. My son, Darrell Jackson, 31 years of age, was murdered in your facility of Tarrant County. The sheriff still haven't gave me any answers. Texas Rangers still haven't gave me any answers. It's been a cover-up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Do I have a list here?
So we found a couple that just generically said jail.
Okay, so this is the last one we're doing on this item. People that signed up to speak and are going to go into public comments, we'll do it in the public comments in a minute. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Tina James with Safe in the Six, and I want to also let y'all know that there was an email that was sent to y'all. However, I'm going to go ahead and read it to you publicly. Kyrie Campbell needs to be cared for and not caged. In the first 4 months of 2024, 5 people have died in the Tarrant County jailhouse. All but 2 of them had confirmed mental illnesses, and all but 1 was black. Since 2017, at least 64 people have died in the jail's custody. Please keep in mind, we don't want Kyrie to be another, right? Kyrie is black and has been diagnosed with an intellectual and development disability, IDD, autistic. This young man is currently 21, however, has been developmentally, mentally identified as an 8-year-old based off the documents of MHMR of the Tarrant County, with whom he has been a client since 2 years old. On December the 11th, 2023, Kyrie was arrested from his current group home that he was staying in. He had only been there since September, his first time being away from his mother, Chantel, while awaiting placement in a state supportive living facility. In the course of having a problem episode, his nurse was injured accidentally. The group home staff called the Fort Worth Police for help. The nurse explained the situation and specifically asked that they do not take Kyrie to jail, but rather to have him sent to ER at JPS to provide crisis care and stabilize him. But the police refused and took him to jail instead, and he has now been charged with assault of an elder. His bond is currently $3,500, but he can't be bailed out because he's on mental health hold bond. He has been found incompetent to stand trial and is awaiting transfer to the state hospital for competency restoration. The wait list for the competence restoration is over 2,000 people and almost 2 years long, right? The purpose of the competence restoration is to ensure that he can understand his charges and participate in his defense so that he can be convicted for his disability. We know that he cannot be restored because of his mental capability. This is a process that's wasting time and precious time and resources. The mother. Earlier, Judge O'Hara, you said, first of all, you want to say Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers here. How can any mother be happy on this day when their child is sitting in a jailhouse who has a mental health issues, and or the mothers who have stand up here crying out to you about their children who have been murdered in the jail system that we pay taxes for, including your taxes to be sitting on this dais, including Gary Fix, who's been over there sleeping off and on back and forth. And so I just want to know how is our tax dollars compensating y'all for the services that are not being rendered to us as constituents and faithful taxpayers? I'm a mother of 4. 2 happen to be son.
Thank
I would
you.
hate for this to happen. Thank you for your time as well.
Thank you. All right, that's all that we have signed up to speak to this item. You didn't sign up for this one. I saw your form. So anyone else that's going to speak, you can speak during public comments. Comments, questions from the court?
Yes. So Chandler, thank you for briefing this item. I saw the email from the sheriff. I requested this be put on the agenda, these latest 2 jail deaths, because like Mr. Burnham, Representative Burnham said a month or so ago, he suggested that we get updates from the sheriff's office on the occasions of these jail deaths. And I thought that a great idea. Now, I certainly understand that we will not get every detail because the deaths occur, there is an investigation, these investigations take a good while. However, we can be briefed, the public can be briefed, the court can be briefed about what we know thus far about the deaths. So the sheriff wrote back to the county administrator and said that he would not be briefing us on the latest 2 jail deaths, and neither would his staff. Okay, so I told poor Chandler, well, guess who gets to brief us? You. Chandler is not the sheriff. Okay, the sheriff's not the jail chief. So y'all need to know that the sheriff, upon my request, told the county administrator nobody from his office is coming here to brief you, to brief me, to brief us. So I'm going to speak to the Anthony Ray Johnson Jr. death, and did not realize his family would be here. That touched me in a particular way, so I had to take a break. Let me also note that I have asked that the videos of what occurred with Mr. Johnson be shown in closed session, not to you all, but to us. And that has been denied as well. So it just is beyond me that as elected officials, as appointing authorities, granted this authority by the state of Texas, I'm being told that we cannot view the videos of what occurred in the altercation before the death of Mr. Johnson. I'm told that by the criminal district attorney's office that the video is the custody of the sheriff. However, my contention is, and we're just going to go back and forth on this, is that while it's in the custody of the sheriff, the care and custody of the sheriff, it is the property of Tarrant County, okay? He's just the custodian of it. So if Tarrant County asked to see the video, in closed session, mind you, we should be able to see it. So, you know, in the year and a half that I've been on this court, I've realized I've had 2 roles to play after our community experiences one of these traumatic jail deaths. The first role is to try to explain these deaths to the community in which I've served. I usually do this with very minimal information, as I've just described to you. I'm repeatedly denied information as an elected official, what they call an appointing authority. I generally have to try to perform that role with the same information as you guys, regular citizens. The second role I play doesn't occur until months and sometimes years following a jail death. At that point, during the closed session portion of these meetings, I huddle with my colleagues in our back chamber and decide how big of a check we need to collectively write to make our county's legal liability for a death go away. These are roles that I really do not relish. In fact, they have sickened me in just the short time I've been on this court. The first sickens me because I am not armed with the information to help any of it make sense to our community. The second, because it's so cynical. It's as if the worth of a man can be summed up by the number of zeros that I help scribble on a county check. So when I came to this court originally, I had aspirations of working collaboratively with my court colleagues and the sheriff's department to get at the root causes of some of these deaths. Like you, I support law enforcement. I need law enforcement. You need law enforcement. I have family members who are DPS troopers, and I have family members in law enforcement. And like the Johnson family that was here, my son is a Marine captain. Okay? So I'm not different from anybody else. I support law enforcement. I need them. I need them here today to make sure I get to the garage carefully and back. When I came to this court, like I said, I wanted to work collaboratively. I was excited even. I felt that if we put our heads together, we could figure out what resources, training, and additional personnel would be needed so that we could stop or at least greatly reduce the number of times we witnessed two sobbing families today. Mr. Jackson's mother on the evening news. After over a year here, I see clearly that some key players in this endeavor have determined that political expediency, not a search for solutions, is what they are after. But today, I pledge to you that I'm going to refuse to give in to that cynicism. So I am going to ask my questions of the sheriff any damn way. He's not here to answer them. And respectfully, Chandler, don't even try to answer them. You don't work for the sheriff's office. You don't work for the jail. Anything you give me would be speculation. And then my hope is that if I speak loudly enough into this microphone, really soft-spoken, I hate mics, but I'm going to try to speak louder. My questions might bounce off that empty podium and echo to wherever our sheriff is today. Whether he be in D.C., like he was a couple weeks ago, whether he be at the border, we're not even a border county, or wherever our sheriff is today. I hope that he can hear clearly so that maybe, just maybe, he might come back to our community with some answers. So Sheriff Weber, my first question is this. Y'all see me looking at that podium? Does the Tarrant County Jail currently have some form of a special response team operating in the jail on a 24/7 basis, at least capable of moving between the downtown facilities? By special response team, I mean a team of specially trained detention officers who are capable of extracting non-compliant inmates. Everybody in this room knows there will be non-compliant inmates. I mean, they're not Girl Scouts and Rainbow Chasers, okay? What do we have in place to deal with it? If so, what kind of special training does this team undergo? And if not, why do we not have such a team? Which, as I understand, is common practice elsewhere. Sheriff Wayburn, if the Tarrant County Jail does have a special response team, are they staged at facilities in advance of major shell shakedown operations? So you know you're going to go search for contraband. Is this team, if it exists, in place? And does it provide the best trained personnel where they are most needed in anticipation of the cell extractions? Sheriff, does every detention officer undergo de-escalation training consistent with Module 5? We do the best research we can, my staff. Section 5.22 of the Texas Commission on Law Enforcement's Basic County Corrections course prior to their first shift at the Tarrant County Jail. And trust me, I know the answers to these questions. Sheriff Wayburn, have all detention officers received training on identifying and responding to excited delirium in inmates consistent with Module 5, Section 5.1.20 of that same training? Sheriff Wayburn, have all detention officers been provided appropriate training on preventing positional asphyxiation, particularly in light of George Floyd's murder in 2020? For reference, this training is required and is consistent with Module 5, Section 5.1.22 of that same course. Those are just some of my questions, Sheriff Wayburn, wherever you may be, whatever you're doing. I do look forward to hearing back from you, and I'm sure these citizens do as well. I'm done.
All right, that's it for this item, unless anybody has anything they'd like to add. All right, next item is Tarrant County Criminal District Attorney's Office decision to appeal the Crystal Mason case from the Second Court of Appeals. So is somebody from the DA's office going to address this from the podium? Mr. Sorrells.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
I'm here for a briefing on the Crystal Mason decision to appeal. Chandler emailed my office and asked if I would appear and give reasons why we're appealing that, and so I'm here. I'm going to give you a little outline of it, give you a little back history, and then we'll go. It's not a long briefing on my part. Happy to answer questions at the end. So this case started back in November of 2016, a general election. Mason voted in that general election, and on March of 2018, she was convicted of illegal voting, a second-degree felony, and she was sentenced to 5 years in the penitentiary. On May of 2018, the court denied Mason's motion for new trial. March of 2020, the Fort Worth Court of Appeals affirmed Mason's conviction. And then on March 27th of the same year, Mason's attorneys filed for a request with the Fort Worth Court of Appeals for an en-banc reconsideration, which was denied. On March 31st of 2021, the Court of Criminal Appeals, the highest court in Texas when you're just talking about criminal cases, the Court of Criminal Appeals, like the Supreme Court, Texas Supreme Court's for civil, Court of Criminal Appeals is for criminal. They granted Mason's petition for discretionary review, which means they petition, they don't have to hear every case that comes before them. You petition them and they decide whether they're going to hear the case. They decided to hear this case. And on on May the 11th of 2022, this same court remanded that case back to the Fort Worth Court of Appeals and requested that they do a sufficiency review of the case. They'd already done one, but the Court of Criminal Appeals said you need to redo it. So they sent it back to the Fort Worth Court of Appeals, and on March of 2024, which was just 2 months ago on your calendar, the Fort Worth Court of Appeals reversed the trial court's judgment and rendered a judgment of acquittal. Now, this is the first action in this timeline that took place while I was DA. So all the other things happened prior to me becoming DA. I've only been DA for almost a year and a half. So March of this year was the first time that anything happened during my tenure. In April 25th to be exact, I filed a petition for discretionary review with the Court of Criminal Appeals because I'm concerned about what the Fort Worth Court did. So that's the basic history of this case. Started back in 2016. Here we are 6 years later, still in litigation. I want to go back to the Court of Criminal Appeals when they had the case. The Court of Criminal Appeals, as I told you, remanded the case back to the Fort Worth Court of Appeals. The Court of Criminal Appeals told the Fort Worth Court to perform a sufficiency analysis. Specifically, they told the court to determine if the state proved with sufficient evidence not only that Mason knew that she was on supervised release when she voted, but also that she actually realized that those circumstances, that the fact that she was on felony supervised release, that those circumstances rendered her ineligible to vote. A sufficiency review is not uncommon. The standard is well settled. It's something that courts do regularly. The appeals court in a sufficiency review, they are to look at the evidence, so they look back at the evidence, they're not in the light most favorable to the verdict. So they look back and say, okay, we know what the verdict was. The verdict was that she was found guilty. Now, is there sufficient evidence to support that verdict? But that's not what happened in the Second Court of Appeals this past March. Instead, the court reweighed the evidence. They acted like a fact finder. I like that piece of evidence. I'll take that. I don't believe that piece of evidence. I'm going to push it away. That's not what you do in a sufficiency standard. They credited and discredited evidence just like they were the fact finder. This is not a fact question. We are not here to talk about facts. This is a legal question, a matter of legal principle, sufficiency of the evidence. Their decision was a deviation from well-settled law on sufficiency reviews. So why is the state, why am I appealing this case? Well, I'll give you 3 reasons. Number 1, I want would-be illegal voters to know that we're watching and that we'll follow the law and we will prosecute illegal voting. I want those that vote legally to know that we're watching and that we're working to make sure that your vote's not going to be diluted by any illegal votes. And finally, this is a deviation from the well-settled law regarding sufficiency reviews, and it needs to be corrected. This case, if it's left standing, impacts every sufficiency case in the state of Texas, not just voting cases, murder cases, theft cases, capital murder cases. Any kind of case, this case, it's a published opinion, can be cited for a proposition that this is how you review sufficiency cases, and it's wrong. So we need the Court of Criminal Appeals to come in and tell the Second Court of Appeals that you need to do the sufficiency standard evaluation again. Happy to answer any of your questions.
Questions for Mr. Sorrells?
I have a bunch, but I'll wait until after public comment. But let me ask you this. How she did not vote. She submitted a provisional ballot.
One moment. I keep hearing chatter in the audience. I'm going to start watching and start removing people. That's not what we're going to do. So sit there, let the process play out. You'll have your opportunity to speak. Listen to what others are saying. Do not speak out or you'll be removed from the chambers. Go ahead.
So she didn't vote.
She did vote. She cast a provisional ballot, which is the same with voting.
that did not count. Where is the ballot, sir? What happened to the ballot?
I can't tell you what happened to
What
the
do
ballot.
they do with
I'm not
provisional
the elections
ballot?
administrator, so I don't know where the ballot is, no.
Chandler, do you know what they do with provisional ballots?
Not
No.
right now, ma'am. I don't know. My
Okay.
apologies.
It didn't count. Is that correct?
You're wrong. The Court of Criminal Appeals dispelled that quickly and said this was a vote. The question was not did she vote, it was did she actually realize that while she was on felony supervised supervision, that she wasn't allowed to vote.
Okay, so the ballot was never cured, so it wasn't counted, so she didn't vote. How else
She did
does,
vote.
How else does the Court of Appeals weigh the sufficiency of the evidence without weighing the evidence?
They look at the evidence most favorable to the verdict. So they're not trying to figure out did they get it right. They look to see if there's evidence. So you find your conclusion in an argument. They have a conclusion, guilty of the offense. So now they're going to look and see, is there evidence that supports that? Now, a normal trier of fact would say, look, this person testified and I don't believe anything they had to say. Or this person testified, I believe everything they had to say. Or you have another witness that says, I believe some of it, but part of that doesn't ring true. That's what a trier of fact does. That's not what an appellate court does. An appellate court looks at the law, not the facts. They're not the fact finder.
Okay, I have other questions, but I'll do it after the public
All right,
comment
so
session.
again, I'm going to call out 3 to 4 people at a time.
You're finished with me?
So, well, here's the deal. That's your choice. So, do you want to
Well,
stay
if you
here?
don't have any questions for me, I'm happy to stay. I need to get back down to my office.
Yes.
I'll have other comments and questions. You don't have time to wait until the public
I've been
commenters
here
go?
since 10 o'clock. I need to get back to my office. If
Okay.
you have questions for me, I'm
So
happy to
I'll
answer
go.
them now.
So what I, from
Who
what I understand,
who made the noise right over there? Which one?
From
Okay, we're not going to do this. Was it which one on this road? Okay, we're not doing this. Okay, we're not doing this. If we need to clear the whole chambers, we can do that. But we're not going to sit there and do this back and forth. Okay? Go ahead.
So, thank
Commissioner
you.
Simmons.
From what I understand, the merits of the case really hinge on whether or not Ms. Mason understood or didn't understand legalistic language on the provisional ballot that may or may not have said she wasn't eligible to vote.
Well,
I'm not a lawyer, so I don't want to get bogged down today on those details, as they seem more fit for a true courtroom, and you could probably best me up here. But what I guess I'm most interested in Judge Shorley.
Well, the question that you have there is, did she know that it was confusing? She testified at the trial court and said, and she read it, and she said, no, it's not confusing. I understand by reading this, I'm not eligible to vote. That's the testimony.
I understand that's your position.
Well, it's not my position, it's the trial court's position.
Okay, and so it concerns me that nobody knows what, or you don't know what happened to that ballot after Ms. Mason cast it. It was not counted. So, all right. So to summarize, the ballot probably got tossed and had zero impact on the election. Is that right? What type of impact did it have on the election?
I can't answer that question because I don't know the answer. I only know about what's happening on this appeal.
Okay.
What happened back in 2018, or 2016 actually, was when this election, when the ballot was cast. What happened to it, I can't tell you.
All right. So let's go here. Now, last month, county administration circulated a judicial dashboard that outlined the case backlog in each court. It is my understanding that this case will be reheard in Judge Gonzalez's 432nd District Court. No?
No.
Okay.
If my petition is granted, it'll be heard by the Court of Criminal Appeals.
Okay.
They'll make the determination. It won't impact the trial court. The
Okay.
trial has already happened. The facts have already been set. Long ago, before you and I were elected, the facts of this case, the die has been cast.
Okay. So let me ask you this. Talk to me about the resources it would take here in this county from your office in terms of personnel to appeal a case like this?
Any kind of case?
This case.
Well, this case, we have one attorney that wrote the PDR. He has multiple things that he does, but when the decision came down from the Fort Worth Court of Appeals, he's the one that had been handling this case he didn't start with the case. Somebody that doesn't currently work in the office first wrote an opinion on this case. And so I have one attorney that worked on it.
Okay.
Other people reviewed it because they're going to do like a peer review. They're going to look at, when you write an opinion, or write a brief, you're going to give it to somebody else and say, does this make sense? Are there errors in it, like typos? Does the reasoning make sense?
So you're going to have how many staff work on this case, this appeal?
I'm going to tell you one.
One, okay. And so that's all that we can expect of taxpayer dollars to be expended on this case, on this appeal.
I don't know that you can say that only one person, so if you want to take somebody's salary, I'm not really sure what you're trying to get at. You're trying to say that
How much taxpayer dollars will be expended on appealing this case? The Second Court of Appeals has already acquitted her. What are we doing?
They didn't acquit her. They ordered an acquittal. She was adjudged guilty at the trial court. The case, how many hours have been spent? A lot. We've been defending this verdict for years against her lawyers. So we're in the position of defending this case until 2024. Now we're in the position on the opposite side for the first time.
Is there not anything else? Do you not have more pressing cases to deal with to get people out of this overcrowded jail?
I have a lot of cases that I deal with, people in and out of jail, people on appeal. We can handle them. That's what we do.
And so I mentioned Judge Gonzalez, and you corrected me, but I still want to use that as his court as an example, because as of April 1st, the dashboard notes that Judge Gonzalez had 397 settable cases, with the defendant currently sitting and waiting for trial in the Tarrant County Jail. That's a lot of cases for one judge. And so we've got those people sitting in jail. I still contend this Mason appeal is a waste of taxpayer dollars, a waste of time. We've got other cases that we could be moving through the system. So that's all I have for now. Hopefully you can stick around. You know what? I will tell you, I appreciate you for showing up, because the sheriff damn sure did. Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Sorrells?
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Appreciate you being here. All right, so we have several speakers signed up for this. I'll read probably 4. Keep going back to them. First is Ebony Turner. Next is Doreen Geiger. Next is Dominique Alexander. Next is Julie Griffin.
Good afternoon, Judge O'Hare, Commissioners. My name is Ebony Turner, and I stand before you as the founder and on behalf of the 3,000 plus members of the Black Mansfield Moms Group in support of our sister Crystal Mason and our County Commissioner Elisa Simmons, both of whom are members. I'm also a member of the D9 Delta Sigma Theta, and I'm a candidate for House District 96. It is sad to say that it is still true today, but Brother Malcolm X said this: the most disrespected person in America is the black woman. The most unprotected person in America is the black woman. The most neglected person in America is the black woman. You see, historically, we have been your mammies, your maids, and your mistresses. But today, we are your doctors, your lawyers, your judges, your teachers, your professors, your county commissioners, your vice president, and your Supreme Court justice. Indeed, we are the backbone of this democracy we call the United States. So instead of wasting our taxpayer dollars, as D.A. Sorrells just went after, going after a black woman who's been acquitted of an 8-year ordeal? Why don't you go after the candidate who was declared ineligible to run for Mansfield ISD trustee place 2, who did vote in the March Republican primary, despite being ineligible at the time? And I'm so glad he outlined it so forcefully as to what he's trying to prevent with that, because Angel Hidalgo was indeed ineligible to vote at the time he voted. He also went on to check the box on his provisional affidavit swearing that he had never been issued a Texas driver's license, ID, or social security number. The rejection of this ballot was ultimately used by Mansfield ISD Board of Directors, so glad to see our Vice President here, as the conclusive public record to finally declare him ineligible to run as a candidate for school board trustee. If you persist in appealing Crystal Mason's acquittal, then we demand that you prosecute Angel Hidalgo for voter fraud, as you just stated so vehemently that you would do. Also, it should be noted that one unhappy Mansfield ISD resident lamented on X, formerly known as Twitter, that the DEI candidate won, referring to Dr. Jandel Crutchfield, who was the only qualified eligible candidate in that race, to which you, County Judge O'Hare, replied, "Help is on the way." What does that even mean? Additionally, we will not stand for one of our sisters being disrespected in a public forum. We will not be told to sit and be quiet, which can easily be translated into stay in your place and don't speak until I tell you to. Sir, I am here to tell you we will not sit, nor will we be quiet. Our voices are just as important as yours. Our vote is just as important as yours. And speaking of votes, African American women comprise one of the largest voting blocs in this country. So the days may be short, but our memories are long, and we will not forget. November is right around the corner. So to all those grieving mothers who just spoke, we have a chance in November to get Wayborn out of here. And so again, on behalf of the 3,000 plus Black Mansfield Moms group, we are demanding a full public apology.
Thank you. Your time is up.
For that insulting reprimand, and we
Ma'am,
also
your time
demand
is
justice
up.
for Crystal
Please
Mason.
step away from the microphone. Next up is Ms. Geiger, Ms. Alexander, Ms. Griffin, and then Alan Turner Jr.
My name is Doreen Geiger, and my comments are my own only. I believe Crystal Mason did not know she was not eligible to vote when she cast a provisional ballot. She only voted a provisional ballot, and it was never cured, and her vote was never counted. She served time in jail, and her case went through the courts and appeal process. I believe the only reason D.A. Sarles wants to reverse her appeal is because he wants to engage in voter suppression. He just wants to instill fear in voters.
All right, following, is it Mr. Alexander, Griffin, Turner Jr., Nan Terry.
Hello, I rise today, Minister Dominique Alexander, President and founder of the Next Generation Action Network. The Next Generation Action Network is one of 3 organizations who are representing, along with the Texas Civil Rights and the ACLU, who is representing Crystal Mason. From the time of her conviction in Tarrant County, we have worked tirelessly to fight to make sure that we advocate on the behalf of Crystal Mason. We know Crystal Mason as a mother, provider, a grandmother, and somebody more important than yet a plot in order to push voter suppression. I open up in the quote of MLK, "The ultimate measure of a man is not where he stands in the moments of convenience, but where he stands in the time of challenge and controversy." This district attorney rise before the county commissioner's court and literally forgot to mention the main thing why the Texas Criminal Court of Appeals shot this back down. When Crystal was convicted, the district attorney, when Crystal's appeal went to the Tarrant County Criminal Court of Appeals, and when it went to the appeals court, and even when she had to go in front of a federal judge, they said that Crystal Mason did not need to know that she did not have the right to vote. That's what the Tarrant County District Court of Appeal, District Attorney's Office literally took that whole time. The Texas Court of Appeals said, no, she had to know that she was not eligible to vote. He act like they did not even put an opinion. They didn't even actually put a brief together on why they said no. And mind you, the same appeals court that just recommended back to the district court is the same people elected by the same voting base that this district attorney just raised in front of you. Not all of the fact that two of his star witnesses in the case literally had Crystal coming into the facility at 2 different times, but we're not going to even bar into that. Because the main part is that the Texas Criminal Court of Appeals said this: she had to know that she was not eligible to vote. And guess what? If you want to retry her, take it back to the district level, because at the end of the day, what you have done so far is try to convict her saying that she did not need to know. Judge McBride said she did not need to know. That's the reason why the appeals court literally threw out the conviction. Make sure that your district attorney say the facts.
Thank you.
Ms. Griffin, Mr. Turner Jr., Ms. Terry, and Ebony Turner already went.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
I'm adding my voice of disbelief to the action of the district attorney in seeking to restore Crystal Mason's conviction. As the appellate court noted, in reversing the conviction, the state's evidence was not sufficient to, quote, prove beyond a reasonable doubt that she actually knew that being on supervised release after having served her entire federal sentence of incarceration made her ineligible to vote by casting a provisional ballot when she did so. Yes, voting is a cornerstone of our democracy, and that is exactly why the prosecution against her never should have happened. The whole point of a provisional ballot is to preserve a citizen's right to vote when there is a question about eligibility to vote. What if you are no longer on the voter roll for some unknown reason, a not irregular occurrence, when you show up to vote? You'll be signing papers for a provisional ballot and think, especially if you are a black woman, that's what Crystal Mason did, and look what happened to her. The chilling effect is real when you know an innocent person went to jail for voting. Seeking to reverse Ms. Mason's acquittal and return her to jail when she had no knowledge that it was illegal under the circumstances of supervised release is just wrong. It is shameful for the district attorney to keep this case alive. It has already been to the Texas Court of Criminal Appeals, who ruled that the original appellate decision affirming the conviction, quote, erred, that means made an error, by failing to require proof that Ms. Mason had actual knowledge that it was a crime for her to vote while in supervised release. In essence, the prosecution failed to prove its case. I urge the withdrawal of this action as it brings shame to the citizens of Tarrant County and because Crystal Mason has suffered enough from baseless charges being brought against her. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Turner Jr., Ms. Terry, Susan Alvarado.
Good afternoon. My name is Alan Turner Jr., and I'm wondering why the Tarrant County Criminal District Attorney's Office is deciding to waste our precious county's taxpayer dollars appealing the Crystal Mason case from the Texas Second Court of Appeals. This appeals court found that Ms. Mason's 2018 conviction should have been overturned because she didn't actually know that she couldn't vote while on federal supervised release. Ms. Mason was accused of illegally voting in 2016 using a provisional ballot that never even counted. Again, I repeat, this same appeals court found that Ms. Mason had no knowledge that she could not vote in the 2016 election, and therefore the conviction should have been overturned. Now, our Tarrant County DA's office stated, and I quote, voting is a cornerstone of our democracy. This office will protect the ballot box from fraudsters who think our laws don't apply to them. Now, when your office was given information about Angel Hidalgo, a disgraced, ineligible Mansfield ISD school board candidate for place 2, you chose not to act. Even our local school board, which does lack integrity, chose to at least find Mr. Hidalgo ineligible, and he even if he received the most votes, he would not have been able to actually take a position on our local school board. Why is that? Because even as corrupt as our school board is, they had to acknowledge Mr. Hidalgo's rejected provisional voter ballot, which he used to cast a vote in this past March Republican primary election. Now, why would Mr. Hidalgo knowingly lie on his Republican provisional ballot that he had never been issued a driver's license, a voter ID, nor a social security number? Why would he run for office and then fraudulently vote in the Republican primary in Tarrant County when he actually lived in Dallas County? And this is according to the Tarrant County Elections Office. Why would our local and state conservative leaders galvanize support behind an ineligible candidate who couldn't be seated on the board in the first place? These answers should and would be found out by our county's election integrity unit. Multiple calls from concerned parents to the community, letters, tips written given to this integrity unit, television media coverage, nothing from this DA, our sheriff, or you, Mr. O'Hare. So instead of protecting the ballot box from fraudsters who think our laws don't apply to them, like Mr. Hidalgo, you, Mr. O'Hare, chose to verbally demean our sole female commissioner. Ms. Simmons, you didn't apologize. You just immediately played the victim. Wow, how very cowardice and small of you. But all of you, in the absence of Mr. Brooks, Commissioner Fix, and Commissioner Ramirez, all of you sat there idly by and said nothing while this woman was being disrespected. We're watching all of you. We see the wasteful spending on vindictive prosecutions, the disrespectful partisan attacks.
Please step away
Crystal
from the
Mason
microphone.
alone.
Your time is up.
Prosecute Angel
Please
Hidalgo.
remove him from the chamber. All right. Following Miss Terry, we have Susan Alvarado, Adrian Smith, and Billy Wilson.
Good morning. Good afternoon. Mr. Sorrells, Judge and Commissioners, I support fair and honest elections, and I also believe most and almost all Tarrant County employees are exemplary. Mr. Sorrells had an opportunity to make a stand that our detention officers are not above the law. His predecessor charged 3 detention officers with official oppression and assault. Mr. Sorrell dropped these charges. The county paid a settlement to the inmate in question who was injured. For those who forget, that's Mr. Corey Rodriguez. In addition, why is the DA's office not allowing the release of the videotapes of Mr. Roderick Johnson or Mr. Anthony Johnson's last days? His office has refused my request of the videotapes and sent it to the AG's office for confirmation. The sheriff has repeatedly said, even when we do everything right, people still die. If everything is done right, why not release the videotapes? No one in Tarrant County should be above the law. I heard Mr. Sorrell speak earlier. He is pursuing the Ms. Mason case to discourage other cases of illegal voting. Did his actions regarding dropping of charges against the detention officers encourage or discourage other detention officers for similar charges of official oppression? I want to end by thanking all of the hardworking, honest, caring detention officers in the jail who uphold the values of our county. Thank you.
Thank you, Alvarado, Adrian Smith, Billy Wilson, and Robert Van II.
Good afternoon, Commissioners and Judge. My name is Susan Alvarado, and I'm a resident of Northeast Tarrant County. I'm here trying to understand why DA Sorrells is wanting to prosecute Crystal Mason. Her initial vote in 2016 was provisional. It was not counted. She was convicted and the conviction was overturned. Why is my taxpayer money being spent on this? Something that happened 8 years ago with a 5-year conviction. I just can't understand it. And why isn't something being done more worthwhile? Like this man Hidalgo in Mansfield, who's doing all this stuff, trying to commit voter fraud. But nobody looks at that. So, thank you.
Thank you. Following Mr. Smith, Mr. Wilson, Mr. Van II, and Lon Burnham.
Adrian Smith. I am one with the people. Thank you all for this moment, this time. I just stand here as a neutral individual. I don't know Ms. Mason on a personal level, but I would like to say that first and foremost, it's to Mr. Soros. I know he left the room. It's not Mason. It's not Mason. Her name is Crystal Mason, sir. And I think you are aware of that. So let's put some respect on her name. Second, we talking about a timeline that started back in 2016. When should someone be crucified for something that they didn't know? You know? I'm sure everyone in this space right now, somewhere in their life didn't know something. But when you got the knowledge and understanding of what it was you didn't know, you were thankful for it and you moved on from it. You wasn't crucified from it. You learned from it and you moved forward with your life. But again, we have a DA. I feel like possibly he has a point to prove. I don't know. I'm not in his head space, you know. All we can do is go by someone's actions. Hopefully, he realizes that a higher authority stated that it's nothing there. So let it go. Ms. Mason, I'm sure, is grateful for where she is now. I don't know what the last years have been for her personally, but I know that freedom is something that we all value. And I want to say I just want to thank her for having a desire to vote, because that is something that is, I hold dear to my heart. You know, since the age of, I believe it was, 18, when my teacher, you know, posed a question to the class as regards to voting, and I took it and ran with it. And when it comes to the political spectrum, I don't swing either way. You know, I'm down the middle. I'm down the middle. My fight is mostly down at City Hall. So, but coming here, I'm always grateful because the atmosphere is welcoming. Despite what's going on, the atmosphere is always a welcome atmosphere. And I thank you all for that. You know, I think you all respect and understand the rights in the Constitution and everything that's afforded to us as people. And to everyone that's standing on behalf of what's going on within our jails, continue standing. To everyone else that's just standing on anything that's right, continue standing. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Wilson, Mr. Van, Mr. Burnham, and Josh Lucas.
Billy Wilson, Precinct 2, Arlington, Texas. Proud member, Precinct 2, with Simmons. Wrong-headed. You heard me say it before. It's when you keep going down the wrong road because the person at the top that you're listening to is leading you down the wrong road. And when you go down the wrong road, you have bad consequences. I have to change my speech again. I was going to come here and kind of say that it was the perspective of some of the community that our political leaders are focusing more on political expediency than they are doing what's right for our people. It's a wrong-headed leadership that goes by listening to somebody perhaps with orange hair instead of listening to the people of their community. We keep coming here, we keep saying this, and yet we keep getting ignored. So I'm going to say this again as I said before. Public announcement. The elections were not stolen, Mr. Soros. Hyder Garcia did a good job at elections here. Crystal Mason should never have been prosecuted. This makes the 5th time that I've had to make that statement. Crystal Mason, now we have taxpayers wasting money to appeal the Crystal case of Mason from the 2nd Court of Appeals. Really? This appears more conspicuous when we see the election fraud that's going on in Mansfield and that nobody has said anything to it. But we're sure that our crack election integrity group is going to do something about what happened in Mansfield. This perception has made in political, this action or non-action lend to these perceptions. We ask that you do not continue with this appeal. She has already been punished enough. She has already gone to jail. We think, in fact, instead, you need to focus on other priorities in this county, like getting the mentally ill out of the jail, especially release Kyrie Campbell. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Van, the second. Is he present? All right, Mr. Burnham, then Mr. Lucas, then Gerald and Jackie Cox. At the conclusion of these remaining speakers, 4, 5, 6, 7, we will take a 7-minute recess.
Good afternoon again. At first, I wanted to respect the DA for bothering to comply with the Commissioner's Court request to actually show up and be held accountable. But then I heard some of his comments. I found the one that he was inconvenienced by being here at 10 o'clock. If he was doing his job, he would have known he didn't need to get here till 2 o'clock. And he was wasting our time, not in his administrative role. I thought it was kind of a dishonest comment. But I also have a thing to thank him for. Now, this is coming from strictly a political perspective. When they first started the persecution of Crystal, I was involved in real voter fraud opposition, working with the Attorney General's office, and I said, look, I just can't take this one on right now. I'm a member of the ACLU, I'm a member of the NAACP, I helped found the Civil Rights Project office here in North Texas. There's somebody else that should be defending this woman. But, I mean, when is the statute of limitations for persecution? It's become ridiculously sublime. Now, from the standpoint of voter education, there is some benefit to this woman continuing to be persecuted. She's being the premier speaker at the Dallas Forum on the 15th, and they're talking about Crystal Mason, the fight against voter suppression. She's the featured speaker at the League of Women Voters at their annual meeting on Saturday the 18th. This is all good because back when I was in high school and did my initial research and learned that, you know, the way the country was founded, it was only old white men that owned property that get to vote. We've expanded that. The position I took at the end of that paper was I should not have to register for the draft if I can't register to vote. That is taxation without representation. Far too many African Americans are denied the right to vote because of an unfair criminal justice system and unfair implementation of the law. He has prosecutorial discretion, and he has shown bad discretion. He needs to be focused on getting people out of our county jail. Thank you. Giving you 30 seconds.
Mr. Lucas, Ms. Cox, Jennifer Nelson.
Good afternoon. My name is Josh Lucas. Crystal Mason's probation for tax fraud was revoked when casting a provisional ballot. Provisional meaning it wasn't able to be counted if she was not eligible to vote, as she was directed to do by the election judge. I read these legal briefs while taking Texas government at Trinity River campus, sitting across from the DA's office. My professor said that she had students look at the briefs each semester and then took a poll in each class. Never was there a single student that thought it was a good idea to prosecute her. The public is not on your side on this issue, DA Sorrells, which is concurrent with the Texas Court of Criminal Appeals ruling which acquitted her of any wrongdoing. Why is our DA now appealing this acquittal? Maybe it's because the so-called Voter Integrity Task Force, which has prosecuted zero offenses, grasping at straws to justify the expense of our county taxpayer dollars. Maybe it's because we like to target minority women of color to intimidate them not to show up at the polls. Maybe it's an homage to Trump's call to Tarrant County when he lost the vote to Biden in 2020 to look into voter fraud, in line with his lies that the election was stolen. I am tired of our county officials wasting tax money while targeting people of color as their expression of allegiance to Trump. I am tired of black Tarrant County citizens being disenfranchised, dehumanized, and incarcerated based on illegitimate and incompetent charges. The money wasted on useless voter suppression tactics would be better spent on a public defender's office specializing in mental health. Kyair Campbell, IDD, has been sitting in the county jail for several months now. Although he is 21 years old, developmentally he is 8 years old. His condition is well documented with MHMR of Tarrant County, with whom he has been as client since he was 2 years old. The victim in this case did not want to prosecute. She wanted him taken to the hospital. We need mental health public defenders to protect individuals just like this with the respect and dignity they deserve. Someone who has the competency to divert the mentally vulnerable who are needlessly spending time in jails, which is only worsening their condition. If we had the foresight and competency in this county to provide our vulnerable citizens with a mental health public defender, all they would need to do is file an affidavit of non-prosecution, have the victim sign it, and make a motion to dismiss. This would save our county millions of dollars. Currently, Kyair is effectively being held indefinitely due to his mental state in custody as he deemed incompetent to stand trial, awaiting a bed in a state hospital with a huge backlog. Doesn't that sound like the definition of cruel and unusual punishment? Public defenders solve this problem. Please, Commissioners, save your county from being culpable in human rights violations and cascading impending lawsuits to follow and instate a mental health public defender's office. Ben Crump, the world-renowned civil rights attorney who represented George Floyd, is currently suing Houston County after the investigation done by the Department of Justice found over 20 preventable wrongful deaths due to negligence. Crump states that being accused of a crime and awaiting trial should not be a death sentence, while being poor and black and mentally ill, I add. Release the videos of Anthony Ray Johnson Jr., who was pepper sprayed on April 21st in the Tarrant County Jail, resulting in his death.
All right, now Ms. Cox, Ms. Nelson, Gwen Johnson, Levine Rogson, it looks like.
Thank you. I'm General Jackie Cox. It grieves me to see the endless persecution of Crystal Mason for a crime she didn't commit. It is it seems perverse. What pleasure is there in torturing someone by accusing them again and again of doing something that wasn't a crime? Is this only happening so that you can maintain the specter of voter fraud and make it a rallying cry in the community? Oh, we must stamp out voter fraud. But there isn't any to stamp out. So why are we doing this? It's offensive. Here's this mom, she just wants to come home and raise her kid. She did some things wrong. She went to the federal penitentiary for some tax problems. But then she came back and she thought she was off paper and she thought she could vote, but she didn't actually cast a ballot that might be counted. She knew, she just cast a provisional ballot. That's what they're for. If you're not sure what you can do, you're allowed to cast a provisional ballot. Why are we making such a fuss? Why are we spending lots of tax money on trying to persecute somebody who just wants to put her life back together? I don't get it.
All right, Ms. Nelson, Gwen Johnson, and Ms. Levine Rogson, I believe is what that says.
Good afternoon again, Commissioner, Judge. I'm going to repeat a lot of what you've heard and make a couple additional comments. Last month, Crystal Mason was acquitted of an illegal voting charge. I appeal to you that you stop supporting DA Sorrell's actions to overturn the ruling on Ms. Mason's case, as it would be incredibly wasteful of taxpayers' monies, as been brought up in question multiple times. It also appears to be a very clear and pathetic tactic in voter suppression to intimidate black voters in Tarrant County by relentlessly pursuing and trying to make an example of Crystal Mason. The Elections Integrity Force will not be validated through this transparent attempt in persecuting Ms. Mason, as election fraud did not occur. Instead, I ask that you turn his attention and the funding of the Election Integrity Force towards the case of Dr. Hidalgo, the Mansfield ISD candidate who was not registered to vote in the district that he's attempting to run for, as required by Texas election code. In watching DA Sorrell today, I was deeply offended and disgusted by his behavior, his manner, all of it. I'm sorry that he's here today and is a busy man. I am as well. I'm not getting paid to be here. I took the entire day off. I have a child that I have to care for. I have many reasons, as does everyone in this room, for being here, and that is a sad and sorry excuse for the manner in which he behaved today. I had to sign a decorum agreement. I would ask this court that any representative of the county that comes here to speak to you sign the same agreement and also adhere in that manner of professionalism. Ms. Mason is clearly being pursued in a punitive and revenge-based system. She has paid her dues more than once, twice. So why is she continuing to be persecuted? 5 years separation from her family, 8 years total in just this case for simply wanting to vote. Isn't that actually part of our dream, that if you go and you are separated from society and you are incarcerated, that you have some sort of rehabilitation, that you return back to society as a contributing person? And what better way to contribute than to vote? To file a provisional ballot that then was not counted is not a crime. In fact, let's look at who that poll worker was that was advising her that day. Why isn't election fraud looking at the poll worker process? Just like today, process is a big problem in Tarrant County. I was a performance consultant for many years, and I can tell you that the inefficiencies are apparent. They're apparent today in just figuring out when I'm going to speak and when I'm not going to speak. In the last minute appearing system of asking for a decorum agreement, in separating how we file and how we add our names to speak, it doesn't reflect well. It's inefficient and it's wasteful.
Thank you.
Now we have Ms. Johnson and Ms. Rogson. Is Ms. Johnson here? How about Ms. Lorraine Levine Rogson? All right, the last one I have signed up on this item is Ann Hoke. Ann Hoke present. Okay, anyone else that thinks they signed up for it, you can speak in public comments after we take a recess. I have no more. They've gone through it twice. We are going to take a recess now, and it looks like 6 till 3. We're going to meet back in here at 3 o'clock. We are now in recess. It's probably not one, so I'm going to let him go first in public. All right. All right, we're now back from recess. Any announcements or comments from the commissioners about any upcoming events or items?
I do have one. So
Yes.
we had employee appreciation on the lawn this afternoon for the folks in Tarrant County. Well, those in Precinct 4 who weren't able to make it, we also have an employee appreciation event tomorrow afternoon, starting at 11. We'll have food cooked out there for everybody who wasn't able to make it downtown from Precinct 4. So if anybody's watching, come on out to the Northwest Support House.
All right, thank you. We now come to public comments. I will not read some of the stuff I said earlier. A reminder, we're going to maintain decorum. I don't want anybody to have to leave. I don't want anybody to be removed. But please respect the decorum or you will be removed. We missed Mr. Lobaugh, so you can start.
My name is Alan Lobaugh. I'm in Precinct 1 with Commissioner Brooks. I appreciate your apology. I recognize, like the last speaker, that perhaps we have an overburdened system just with getting everyone through. So I appreciate that. My comments toward the case against our Chris Mason is that the system worked. When she wasn't on the rolls, she was offered a provisional ballot, signed that form. When she was found not to be eligible to vote, that vote wasn't counted. System worked. Long before we had an election integrity commission, the electoral process worked. It should stop there. I would encourage you as a commission to ask our DA to drop this case, to let it be as it is, finished. I remember a few months ago when this commission voted 3-2 to not allow our transit system to provide free rides to people who wanted to vote on election day, that the statement was made that it's not this court's position to make it easier for people to vote. I laughed at that to myself, hopefully not out loud because it was not removed, but I would love to debate that sometime. But short of that, I would also invite you to know that it is not your job to make it harder for legally registered citizens to vote. And this particular case is suggesting that. I don't know our DA's full intentions, I don't know his thought process, but it looks like and it feels like voter intimidation and voter suppression. And I hate for our committee or for our county to get a feeling like that. So again, I invite you to drop this case. I have to go. Thank you very much.
All right, we have Leanne White, Troy Jackson, Rich Stoglin, and Chris Turner in that order. Is Leanne White here? Overflow room, is that still going? Okay. Is the overflow room behind us?
We have two overflow rooms, sir. There's one on the
Is
second
it the
floor.
conference room here and the big one in the back?
No, it's the
Okay.
it's back here where it usually is, and the secondary floor is the second floor.
Okay.
So we do have staff down there, and we are projecting down there. So and we have staff helping them get
So
upstairs.
just to reminder of what I've said a couple of times today, I'm going to read these names. Once we skip you, that's it. We're not going back when you show up in 30 minutes or an hour or whatever the case may be. So not seeing a Miss White. Nope, we are now going to Troy Jackson. After Troy Jackson, Rich Stoglin. After Rich Stoglin, Chris Turner. After Chris Turner, Stephen Chaco. After Stephen Chaco, Rosalie Escobedo.
Judge Tim O'Hara, Commissioners of the Tarrant County Commissioners Court. Good afternoon. My name is Chaplain Rich Stoglin. I reside in Precinct 2. I have requested to appear before today's Commissioners Court for these reasons. Number one, to stress the importance that civility over espousing vituperative language during public hearings of this Commissioners Court from commissioners is an expectation of its elected public officials. Why? Because this Commissioners Court must demonstrate that professional behavior is paramount. The staff, and I mean all of them, deserve public respect from its elected public official occupying these seats. There can be no exceptions. Governing is of itself challenging. However, elected officials of this Commissioners Court must work assiduously to demonstrate professionalism among each other, to eliminate itself of mendacious behavior by conducting the business of the people of this county, or risk de-evolving into a polarizing network of systemic hypocrisy. Indeed, there are imperative matters within this vast county that this Commissioners Court can and must pursue, such as black and brown male high school dropout rates, teenage pregnancies, mental illness, substance abuse-related violence, homelessness, especially among veterans, while the doors of economic opportunity await those best equipped to enter through them. Ms. Daisy Bates, the heroic NAACP coordinator and mentor of the much-acclaimed Little Rock 9 of Central High School, Little Rock, Arkansas, who faced numerous dangers and dangerous situations, yet with profound elegance declared, "Your attitude determines your altitude in life. Be a good leader." As a life member of the NAACP, August 2010, Afghanistan veteran, command chaplain of 39 nations of the world, number 2 on the enemy snipers list, life member of the Naval Officers Association, and life member of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated, I agree with the audacious words of Ms. Daisy Bates. Precinct 2 deserves specifically and expects better representation than what is currently being demonstrated. The decorum of this Commissioners Court must be restored immediately. We, the citizens of Tarrant County, deserve better. Simplify.
Mr. Turner, Mr. Chaco, Ms. Escobedo, and Beau French.
Good afternoon. Members of the court, my name is Chris Turner. I'm a state representative. I represent District 101, which is Arlington, Mansfield, and Grand Prairie. Served 7 terms in the legislature, and in that time I've learned that sometimes those of us who have the privilege of serving in the legislature, we disagree at times on issues. But when it comes to Tarrant County, when it comes to working for the people who sent us here, we figure out a way to collaborate, usually on a bipartisan basis, and collaborate with Tarrant County Commissioners Court and your able staff to get things done for this county. And I want to continue doing that in Austin. But I have to say, commissioners and judge, that events like we saw a few weeks ago makes that more difficult. Now, all of House District 101 is in Precinct 2, Commissioner's Precinct 2. So all of my 200,000 constituents are also Commissioner Simmons' constituents. In Southeast Tarrant County, we admire and respect Commissioner Simmons because she fights for our community. She does what is right. And she's not afraid to ask questions and challenge people. I think we've seen some of that today as I've been watching. And as best I can tell, that's what Commissioner Simmons did on April 16th when she questioned the wisdom of a taxpayer-funded contract for a political consultant. It's a reasonable question. I don't know the ins and outs of that contract, but her questions I thought were reasonable. But your response, respectfully, Judge, telling our duly elected county commissioner to, quote, sit there and be quiet, unquote, is out of line, disrespectful, and unbecoming of the important office you hold. And then, Judge, you doubled down on your offensive comments by telling Commissioner Simmons to, quote, have a semblance of class, unquote. And that's offensive on a whole different level. There's only one person in this episode who showed a deficit of class, and that would be you, Judge O'Hara. So, Judge and Commissioners, you have serious issues to confront in this county. We've heard about a lot of those today in your meeting. Once again, the county jail is on the front page of the paper for all the wrong reasons. Yet another tragic in-custody death. And the DA really is going to relitigate the Crystal Mason case after 8 years, after she's been acquitted by the Court of Appeals. These are the things that I would urge this court to focus on and get a handle on. That's what the people of Tarrant County expect. That's what the people of Tarrant County deserve. Thank you.
Thank you.
Following Mr. Chaco, Ms. Escobedo, Mr. French, Ruth Potts. No Mr. Chaco. All right, Ms. Escobedo, Mr. French, Ruth Potts, and George Dodson.
All right. Good afternoon. Tarrant County Commissioners, I'm Rosalie Escobedo. I respectfully come before you concerning the recent unfounded accusations alleged against and about Judge Tim O'Hare. I wish I was not coming before you today under these circumstances. We, as a lot of volunteers here, have a little bit of civic engagement fatigue at this point, so our time could be better spent. I believe that both your time and my time could be better spent on other items not pertaining to purely politically motivated and hyperbolic media mazes. Another, I'm an executive director of Tarrant County Citizens Defending Freedom. We meet regularly and are heavily involved in this community. So first and foremost, I want to let you all know that I pray for every single one of you, including Mr. Brooks, who's not here. I honor each and every one of you, and I want to thank you for your service and sacrifices to Tarrant County. I also want you all to know that I pray for you individually as you have mountains of responsibilities and obligations on your shoulders. I genuinely pray that the Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, helps make your burdens light, gives you wisdom in all your dealings, and leads you in all your ways. I pray that the Holy Spirit is with you, in you, and around you, and I take authority in the name of Jesus here. And I ask for the spirit of reconciliation to abound in this place. I ask for personal responsibility to rise up in the hearts, minds, spirits, souls, and emotions of each one of you. You have come to your positions for such a time as this. Esther 4:14. I am calling you all to rise above the politics and distractions and attend to the momentous decisions and responsibilities set before you. Now on to my analysis of the matter at hand. So I reviewed the Commissioner's Court video dated April 16, 2024, on or about the 1 hour and 34-minute mark. And perhaps it's just my legal training, but what I saw exhibited was someone that's very adept in deposition and trial-like manner, trying to get order back into the room. Then what I did was I found it to be an exchange that was neutral in an attempt to again, have order in the room. Next, I reviewed the Commissioner's Court video dated April 2nd, 2024, on or about the 1 hour and 25-minute mark, and I listened to profanity being used in the Commissioner's Court. I found the verbiage to be jarring and disorderly. So I'm not here to play back and forth games. I am, however, trying to understand and reconcile how one situation calls forth a media maze and a frenzy, and another one is ignored to praised. There was clapping that happened immediately after the profanity was exhibited. So there's a clear double standard that's set here. So I want to close with this. I was talking to my father, Rafael Escobedo, and I asked him, what do you have to say about this? He's a very godly man. And he sent me to this scripture. Nothing is covered up that will not be revealed, or hidden that will not be made known. Therefore, whatever you have said in the dark shall be heard in the light, and what you have whispered in private rooms shall be carried in housetops. Thank you.
Time is up. All right, Mr. French, then Ms. Potts, then Mr. Dodson, then Denise Lunsky.
Judge, Commissioners, my name is Beau French. I'm the chairman of the Tarrant County Republican Party. And I am here today to debunk some lies that were spread online and a narrative by Commissioner Simmons that I find repulsive and unbecoming of this court. The rumors were spread that, Judge, you told her to sit down and shut up, and that was because you were a racist. Anyone who knows you knows that couldn't be further from the truth. You're an honorable man. And to mischaracterize what actually happened in here, I just find repulsive. There's just one problem. There was video of that exchange. Judge O'Hare rightly told you to be quiet when you rudely interrupted him. And that's not the first time. I've watched many of these videos. You repeatedly interrupt staff members. You constantly talk rudely to the staff. You've even cussed out the county administrator. I also find it repulsive that you stooped so low to accuse the people who hired our county administrator to be racist. Then, on top of that, you cry racism when you're told not to interrupt. It's clear you try to hijack the meetings to grandstand about your political agenda, trying to make it your own show. One thing is obvious to clear-thinking people, and that is you lack the decorum benefiting a county commissioner, and we deserve better. The good people of Tarrant County understand your grift, and we're tired of it. Thank you.
Following Mr. French, we have Ms. Potts, Mr. Dodson, Ms. Lunsky, and T.K. Campbell.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Ruth Potts, and I come based on decorum and what has to happen for a judge to keep order in a room. When a judge comes into a place, he comes into a situation where he doesn't know everybody. He doesn't know who they are or what their desire is in a room. So he has to set an atmosphere like he did today. He didn't know who was coming here and for what motive, but he did it to bring order in the room. He did it to be able to protect the people who are here and allow justice to come forward and the voices to be heard that needed to be heard. I have never seen him express a lot of emotion simply because if he did, it wouldn't allow him to continue on in what he's doing, to be able to watch, keep order, and listen to what's being said. People have different ways of expressing that. But what I do want to come here and say is I appreciate and value all of you. I appreciate and value what you do and how you do it to the best of your ability. But I'm going to ask you right now that you would take this, because we've heard serious issues today. Several of you, if not all of you, haven't served that long, so you haven't had time to fix the issues. I'm going to ask for grace for time to fix the issues. And I'm also going to ask that in that same vein, that you would take it a little higher. I, as a woman, have had men tell me things like, I only have one strong woman in my life, and that's my wife. I don't need another. So a curt word, even though it wasn't that harsh and wasn't that pointed, a curt word, sometimes we just got to get over them because there's bigger issues to deal with. And so I'm going to ask that you guys would take it higher, choose to forgive each other, and move on. So thank you for that. Thank you for the time. God bless you.
Thank you. Is Mr. Dodson present? I don't see him. Ms. Lunsky. Following Ms. Lunsky, T.K. Campbell, then Sheila Clemens.
Good afternoon, Court, Judge. My name is Denise Lunsky. I'm from Arlington, Texas. I was very saddened to find out that my county commissioner has such a bad temper and uses foul language quite often. And I would like to, at the end of my brief comments, I would like to request, or as you wish, to say the Lord's Prayer with me, either quietly or loud. I suggest that when someone is offending you, to pray this prayer. After all, it is a uniting prayer for all Christians. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Campbell present. All right, next, Ms. Clemens. Is Ms. Clemens present? Following Ms. Clemens is Reed Bills and then Jenny Elder.
Hello, my name's Sheila Clemens. The definition of a racist is someone who naturally believes they're superior to other races. A definition of a misogynist is someone who hates women. Hate is active hostility. Back on October 3rd, I spoke out against Girls Inc. of Tarrant County due to multiple examples of their program going against Christian values. Ms. Simmons made the statement that I would probably crucify Christ. I submitted emails to everyone, but Judge O'Hara was the only one that responded to my email. Ms. Simmons' personal attacks of name-calling comes from communist Karl Marx, a technique to create a negative opinion without seeing the evidence. We are in a spiritual battle, good versus evil. Matthew 12:25, every kingdom divided against itself is headed for destruction, and no city or house divided against itself will stand. If you're not doing God's good work, then you're doing Satan's evil work. God defines good and evil in the Bible. We are United States of America. America is a Christian nation, Jesus Christ-centered. America was built on Christian values and Christian Constitution and the Bill of Rights. Stop with the division and find unity. We, the people, are paying way too much in taxes for a government that's making our great nation a den of thieves. despair and destruction, and division. The unity starts in our local communities and local government. It's God first, we the people, then government, in that order. Genesis 1:27, so God created man in his own image. In the image of God, he created him, male and female. He created them. We are God's children, just different shades of brown. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you. Following Ms. Reed Bills, we have Jenny Elder, Brian Bledsoe, and James Ashby.
My name is Reed Bills, and I'm here to support Commissioner Simmons in her efforts to reduce overcrowding and the toxic environment at the Tarrant County Jail, and to ask for release of Kerry Campbell so he can receive the mental health treatment he needs. I also would like to point out that some speakers have been directing derogatory comments directly to commissioner members, and that's a violation of the rules that you presented to us.
Okay. All right, Ms. Elder, present? No, after Ms. Elder, Mr. Bledsoe, Mr. Ashby, Miss Molly McAmel.
Keep this very short. So I'm speaking in support of Judge O'Hara against these ridiculous, absurd, dare I say, nefarious accusations. I supported his campaign for this position, and I probably voted for him, and I will probably vote for him again. I support his statement to ignore Biden's illegal scheme on Title IX. As an election judge since 2018, I appreciate the effort so far on election integrity and hope for more to strengthen the polls as far as the constant barrage of people wanting to make elections easier to cheat. And these frivolous attacks against Judge O'Hara are nothing more than just undermining tactics to keep him from serving Tarrant County efficiently. Thank you.
Thank you. Following Mr. Ashby, Ms. McAmel, Casey Thomas, Lee Wamsgons.
James Ashby, supporting Judge O'Hara. I don't frequently attend the meetings, but I have attended enough to hear some disruptive behavior coming from the DS. I've heard some inappropriate language, what I consider inappropriate, including at the session this morning. I don't think what happened was had anything to do with gender or race, and I'd like to see a little more civility in all the proceedings at this court going forward. Thank you.
Ms. McAmel, Casey Thomas, Lee Wamsgons, Mark Fulmer. Following Mr. Fulmer, Jolynn Potenza, Michelle Green Ford, Sandra Stanley.
Thank you, Judge and Commissioners. After working for Tarrant County as an employee, not an elected official, just 2 months I retired in 2021, shy of 20 years service. And one of the things that was instilled within me as an employee, because we often had to attend Commissioner's Court to take care of business on behalf of the citizens of Tarrant County. One of the things that my supervisors and directors had instilled within me was that when I walked in, now bear in mind, just being an employee of Tarrant County, when I walked into this court, there was a certain decorum that was to be honored. There was a certain, how we say, coming together for respect, regardless of political affiliation or opinion, but we conducted our business. And one of the things that it was driven into us was this respect. And I really like Chaplain Rich Stoglin's comments talking about when we enter into this court, there is a need for respect. There's a need for decency. There's a need for order. And that is just being my years of service as a county employee. How much more has the bar raised when we actually have elected officials, commissioners? And by the way, being asked to be quiet is nothing more than when you use your race card to challenge that and make political theater. That is totally disavowing the responsibilities of this court. I now, after being retired from Tarrant County, I would like to see this court have more order. So therefore, I stand in support with Judge Tim O'Hare. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Potenza, Ms. Green Ford, Ms. Stanley, and Lisa Ventura.
Good afternoon, Judge O'Hare and Commissioners. My name is Joe Potenza. I'm a native of Texas and Tarrant County taxpayer of over 20 years. Today I'm here to unequivocally condemn the racist allegations against Judge O'Hare. I have known him for several years and can attest to his character and inclusivity. Requiring decorum in a courtroom has nothing to do with race, but these allegations by Commissioner Simmons should not surprise anyone. Several years ago, she sued the Tarrant County 911 district alleging racism. Over the last few years, more than half of her tweets have been about race, skin color, and/or the NAACP. Even tweeting about vaccines, it's black versus white, white versus black versus Latino, etc. And now the race card is being played for courtroom behavior. But Ms. Simmons has had a problem with Judge O'Hare for some time, as evidenced by the tweet about a year ago referring to Judge O'Hare as a thumbsucker. And one more thing for considering the source. Here's an example of character, as she made fun of a child rape victim and was mad at a group demanding justice for that child because it inconvenienced her political campaign. When she was asked about it, she replied with the following statement, and I'm leaving out the actual names and profanity. I don't give a blank about that case, and I met with the caseworker on that case. Miss Blank deserved every amount of blank she gets for exposing those confidential CPS records. She's lucky all her daughter got was sexually assaulted in foster care. She could turn up dead. Her supporters ruined my campaign with this blank, blank, bull blank. Contact blank. I bet his white blank won't help her stupid blank daughter. Kids get taken every day. End quote. It's unfortunate that we are here having to waste time and tax dollars on this nonsense. This is a true waste of tax dollars. I'm all for election integrity and spending it on that, but this is nonsense. Judge O'Hare, you have my full support. Thank you.
Thank you. Following Ms. Green Ford, Ms. Stanley, Ms. Ventura, we have Jennifer Nelson.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. First, I'd like to say I'm Michelle Green Ford. I'm President and CEO of the Fort Worth Metropolitan Black Chamber of Commerce, and I thank you all for your service. I'm here today to share a prepared statement from the Chamber because of our concerns about some of the things that we have seen in court over the recent months. And so I want to read that for you now, and then I will share a little deeper. Statement from the Fort Worth Metropolitan Black Chamber of Commerce regarding civil discourse. News of the recent public confrontation between the Tarrant County judge and an elected county commissioner raises the question, what should be the proper display of decorum and respect amongst elected officials? The leadership of the Fort Worth Metropolitan Black Chamber of Commerce, an organization for the creation and growth of minority businesses, takes a firm stand. We urge all our Tarrant County public servants to conduct the business for the people in a respectful manner, setting an example as leaders who communicate through civil discourse rather than rancor or disharmony. We as representatives of the Black Chamber and Black community and all communities in the fastest growing city and one of the fastest growing counties in the nation stand united in urging civility in the public square. In this unique and cherished multicultural area of the United States, we strive to foster a welcoming, inclusive atmosphere, a place where everyone feels respected and valued. When we invite businesses to relocate to this area, we want to proudly say that we have leadership, regardless of race, ethnicity, political party, or any other differences or issues, who can work together in a manner that considers everyone's humanity. We implore our public officials to accept this respectful and civil way to conduct business. Again, thank you all for your service, and we appreciate everything you do. Thank you.
Thank you. Following, do we have Ms. Stanley here? Ms. Ventura. Jennifer Nelson. After Ms. Nelson, Della Sapp. And then Reverend Price.
Good afternoon again, Court, Judge, Commissioners. Well, I'm glad that out of all the speakers prior to me, all but two, were here helping demonstrate white entitlement, white fragility, and white Christian nationalism. When I read the news of what occurred in this court on April 16th, I was horrified. Commissioner Simmons, I'm here to support you. I was living in Arlington and voted for you as my precinct commissioner, and I just want you to know that your representation in this court inspires me, that an elected official can follow through on their promises. Thank you for asking the hard questions, even when you're challenged and given opportunities that would make anyone say the word damn. Thank you for bringing honor and integrity to this court. Judge O'Hare, after watching the recording of the April 16th session, I believe you owe every woman in Tarrant County an apology, but most especially to the honorable colleague on your right who demonstrated grace and valor in the face of shameful behavior. I find it the height of hypocrisy and very telling that the Commissioners Court decided today would be the day that we're going to sign an agreement on decorum when completing an audience participation form. I ask that as the judge of this court, you model the same decorum in all interactions as well. Your words dishonored, demeaned, and disrespected Commissioner Simmons and your position, all of which are acts of behavior listed as reason for cancellation of speaking time, removal from the court, and being held in contempt, according to the required decorum statement that is on our form and on your website. That is now printed for every Tarrant County Commissioners Court hearing. I don't believe elected officials of this court are exempt from adherence to these rules. We can quote a lot of Bible verses and claim a lot of things in the name of Jesus, but that's really not what he calls us to do. And it actually disrespects and dishonors our faith when we do those things. This country is not just for Christians. It wasn't made by only white pilgrims, and let's not forget the enslaved on which this economy was built upon. The genocide of the indigenous people from which this country was stolen. So when all of the self-righteous white members of this community come up here to claim that, I just want to refute it, that is part of the lie and part of the narrative that continues to be sold.
Thank you.
All right, following Ms. Sapp, Mr. Price, Josh Lucas, Lon Burnham.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Della Sapp. Judge O'Hara, I'm thankful that you have to sit right there and be quiet until I finish my comments. It was very disheartening to witness the level of disgust that transpired here in this courtroom. Your responses and tones were, in my view, completely unacceptable. Your manner of addressing Commissioner Simmons seems to undermine her position and belittle her contributions, which is not conducive to a respectful or productive dialogue. The feelings of being patronized as if one were a mere child is not only demeaning, but also dismissive of one's professional capabilities and experiences. It is essential that in disagreements, especially when it involves community leaders, in a public forum, the utmost respect and consideration should come first. You should strive for a community where discourse elevates our understanding and resolves our differences rather than one that diminishes the value of our counterparts. You, sir, some way down the line have forgotten that you don't own Tarrant County. You have no right to sit back and tell anyone, man or woman, to be quiet. You're an elected official. And I've heard a lot about voting today. I've sit and watched the monitors on your aggressiveness, even in your tone today. If you could monitor your attitude like you have this courtroom today, you probably would be one hell of a man. But until then, you need to exercise your right at home, not on this dais.
All right, next we have Mr. Price, Mr. Lucas, Mr. Burnham, and then Fran Rhodes.
Good afternoon. I'm Ryan Price. I'm the senior pastor of Broadway Baptist Church, and I'm here today because Alyssa Simmons is a champion for the people of Tarrant County. Time and again, Commissioner Simmons has shined her consistent light on the egregious events taking place in our county jail, and she has shown tremendous courage in asking uncomfortable questions about the transparency and sound governance of this commission. It was an uncomfortable question for which a fellow member of the court recently told her to sit there and be quiet. Commissioner Simmons, I know you don't need me to say this, but I say it nonetheless. Don't keep quiet. Don't stop speaking. Don't stop inquiring. Don't stop shining your bright light and asking your good questions.
Yes.
There are answers to those questions. And though those answers may be hidden in darkness now, the light shall surely shine forth and find them. And the light shines in the darkness, and the darkness does not overcome it. The light shines in the darkness of the death of Robert Miller, yes, and the death of Anthony Johnson, and the cell of Chastity Congius, and the case of Crystal Mason, and the contracts of this commission, and the tragic injustice afflicting Kyrie Campbell and all of the others experiencing mental illness and intellectual and developmental disabilities in the Tarrant County Jail. The light shines in these dark places, and the darkness will not snuff it out. The light shines in the darkness, and it will not be told where to go and what to do. Keep shining your light, Commissioner Simmons. You are a champion, and we are with you. And as one additional addendum, I might add, D.A. Sorrells came today and complained about the length of the day, beginning at 10 a.m. And I would just note that there are two overflows of bodies of people who have been waiting that same time. And when the DA's name was called the first time, the agenda was changed for him, something that has not been given in the way of courtesy to anyone else other than the DA himself. And I would add that there was just a year and a half ago a change towards from weekly to bi-monthly meetings. And I would say that a much better case was made today by the DA for going back to weekly meetings than was made for the further prosecution of Crystal Mason.
Thank you. So following Mr. Lucas, Mr. Burnham, Ms. Rhodes, and Sandra Soria.
My name is Josh Lucas. We're going to quote scripture today. I'm going to just quote Matthew. It says, "Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, for the mint and dill, you tithe mint and dill and cumin, and have neglected the weightier provisions of the law, justice and mercy and faithfulness. But these are the things you should have done without neglecting the others. You blind guides who strain out a gnat and swallow a camel." I have watched this court for the past 2 years and watched the white majority vote defund community projects providing permanent supportive housing for individuals experiencing homelessness with chronic disabilities and child care for families experiencing financial difficulties to fund the for-profit industrial prison complex to the tune of $44 million. Although this contract was canceled, none of that money will be recouped for these vital programs, and the contract will effectively be kept until its initial end date. You strain out a gnat, but swallow a camel. Mr. Judge O'Hare, when you berate Alyssa Simmons for purchasing furniture for her office and ask for $5,000 for a young man who's a political consultant whom you are friends with his family for an undisclosed job opportunity, you strain out a gnat and swallow a camel. And when you question her about Twitter, citing that she's practicing her fundamental rights expressed in the Bill of Rights, and she asks you the same question, and you censor her by telling her to sit there and be quiet, you strain out a gnat but swallow a camel. When you defund programs like Girls Inc. to the tune of $200,000, which empower local young women and finance sheriff training facilities, when we already have a world-class criminal justice training facility built in 2017 for $100 million, recognized as the best in class by the FBI, you strain out a gnat and you swallow a camel. When you remove a black man today here in court for speaking 2 seconds past his time and bang your gavel when people express emotion to the atrocities that are happening all around us, overlook Pastor Ryan Price's chance to speak on the deaths in the jail, even when he's been acknowledged by the administrator, you strain out a gnat and swallow the camel of your own double standard of white male privilege. Release the videos of Anthony Ray Johnson Jr., who was pepper sprayed on April 21st in the Tarrant County Jail, resulting in his death. Release Khayr, and fund a mental health public defender's office.
Thank you.
Following Mr. Burnham, Ms. Rhodes, Ms. Soria, and Ciara Hackett.
So we meet again. I'm Lon Burnham, and I'm going to change gears just a little bit. I do want to remind you that Khayr Campbell is an example of the people with mental health problems that may die in this jail because of your inaction over the last 16 months, and I hope you'll do something to address that. Secondly, because of the flip-flop on the agenda, I need to speak about something that I'm not going to be able to stay for, and that is this. Commissioner Simmons, had the DA bothered to stay around for the meeting, I would like to have had you ask him questions about H1, 2, and 3. Just how much money do we spend in court because of mismanagement of our jail? Just how much money do we allocate to paying off the harmed and wounded and dead because of mismanagement in our jail? Now, in my remaining time, I want to shift gears slightly. I had the privilege of saving my county commissioner from an embarrassing ethical faux pas. Now, I've got a long history here going back to working for Common Cause back in '72 when a majority of the legislature was coming in, was new because of all the ethical problems there, and we passed 10 bills of reform legislation. Fast forward 2003, I have this history. I had an unintended press conference when I was the only person to vote against Tom Craddick, and I said, in answer to the question, well, why'd you vote against him? That was kind of politically suicidal. He is ethically challenged. I want to give this court the opportunity to reverse itself on the obvious ethical challenges that you're dealing with. Thankfully, Commissioner Fleischman wasn't there, and we prevailed on that issue. I was not here to see the exchange at the last meeting. We did not prevail then, and Lord knows, it was what's left of the Star Telegram. There was a front page story about something that people seem to be impatient with Commissioner Simmons for asking so many questions about that PID. But you can see now what was involved there. I didn't even understand the line of questioning at that time. I can see now that it's kind of like the TIFs in this town. They are run of, by, and for the private profit interest of people in charge, mainly white privileged people who do not understand the history of oppression that they've been a part of.
All right, next we have Ms. Rhodes, Ms. Soria, if I'm pronouncing that right, Ms. Hackett, and then Dr. Thomas.
Good afternoon. My name is Fran Rhodes. I live in Fort Worth. And I just came here today to say thank you. Thank you to the entire court. I think you've been doing a really good job the last year and a half. You've lowered property taxes. You established a homestead exemption. You cut spending. You established the election integrity unit. There are many, many more things that we could list, but after spending the day listening to people criticize and attack and accuse, I just think it's time to say thank you. Some of us appreciate what you're doing, and we hope that you will keep doing it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Soria, you feel free to correct that. Ms. Hackett, Dr. Thomas, Jean Andrews, maybe?
Good afternoon. My name is Sandra Soria. Many of us consider Abraham Lincoln to be our greatest president. I notice his image is on the wall on this floor, as a matter of fact. And if you can just imagine for a minute what our country would be like if it were 2 or more countries, how would our image be on the world stage if he had not held this group together? His genius was in intentionally appointing people with opposing viewpoints to his decision-making group. He listened to all sides to make the best decisions. I'm grateful that you all will come do the work of this county on my behalf. I encourage you to listen to each other respectfully, as my votes are for leaders who understand civility and how to work for the betterment of our community in harmony. Please be aware of this pivotal time in our country's history. What you do can protect what Abraham Lincoln kept together, or it can destroy it.
Ms. Hackett, Dr. Thomas, Jean Andrews, or I'm not sure, can't read it, Alan Lowball.
Hello, allow me to properly introduce myself. I am Sierra Hackett, founder of God and Strength Ministry, the younger generation. I'm blessed and grateful for the opportunity to stand in the midst of the feud during this impact situation created on behalf of women of color, men of color, and children of color in the Tarrant County District as well as worldwide. I stand to back the commissioner as the world backs the blue based off the conversation on April 16, 2024. If we elected her to represent the many voices in the community, it's up to us to stand in the gap and be the voice for her that was silenced in that courtroom that day. Judge O'Hara stated that with animosity, sit there and be quiet. Following the statement, have some class. I will run the courtroom. You will not. It's highly inappropriate and unprofessional for the courtroom. Based off facts, court commissioners have the same jurisdiction and exercise the same powers and duties as the judges of the court with respect to infractions and small claim actions and other matters pursuant to stipulation of the parties. A conversation based on who controls their social media pages truly does nothing for the community, nor does it address the matters that should be prioritized. Why ask the question if you're not going to allow the answer to be heard? That's very egotistical and unruly. Thursday afternoon, Tom O'Hara's statement was published and was made to dilute the fact that respect was not given. It was pointing the finger to blame, yet we could do the same by pulling up many facts of many. But we stand here as backup power. Respect is earned when it is given. We won't let it go unnoticed like the issues we have today. You say she pulls a race card, yet y'all are all racist out loud based off the pain expressed by black families today. Clearly, it's all a distraction. The behavior is very subjective. If it happens at the bottom, you can believe that it happens at the top for many of people of color in different situations and ways, behind the scenes and hidden in plain sight. In conclusion, if you feel nothing was wrong with this situation, you are the problem too. The problem is we have bigger issues in the community to prioritize. Race, submission, and ego does not belong at the top when clearly we need child care funding, more resources to provide for families, missing children right now, homeless, veterans at that roaming the streets, lack of care for people in the jail, the long-term sentence of minor accusations. Instead, we are arguing about who controls their social media accounts. We need help, and the social media feed is not going to help us. Please focus on the mission. Work together, one nation, one fight, right? and I quote, "Don't let the rain stop you from your voice being heard." It's Commissioner Simmons. Y'all are guilty. Y'all have the right to remain silent. Our voice matters, and God we trust.
Thank you.
Dr. Thomas, present. All right, how about Jean Andrews? Can't read the last name. Andrea? No. Catherine Godby. Mindia Whittier. Michael Bell. Following Mr. Bell is Bishop Kirkland.
I'm Catherine Godby. I hope I'm not out of order.
I think
here.
you're right in order.
Okay. I just need to say, first of all, that it's astounding to me to hear the certitude with which some white people come up here and talk about race. Let's at least have the humility to examine our white privilege before we talk about that. Okay, I'm really here to talk about Kyrie Campbell, 21 years old, with a disability that renders him unable to understand things beyond an 8-year-old. He was arrested from a group home in December, months ago, and he's still in jail. This is a familiar story. Kyrie was having a manic episode. They called for help. He needs a mental health support coming to him, but instead the police took him to jail, where his condition is, of course, deteriorating. I would really like to know who it is who decides that someone like Kyrie, which we found out from a speaker earlier today, should be in the jail restoration program, competency restoration program. That makes no sense. 0 sense. He understands things on an 8-year-old level, and you're trying to restore. It's ridiculous. It's cruel. It's outrageous. It's brutal. Who makes that decision? Do we really want another Kelly Maston story here? Another Chastity Conscious? Like Kelly and Chastity, this young man needs care, not punishment. We're calling for the release of Kyrie Campbell. Thank you.
Thank you. Following Mindia Whittier, then Michael Bell, then Bishop Kirkland, then Merle Glasscock.
My name's Mindia Whittier, and my remarks are my own. On April 16th, Tarrant County Commissioner Simmons was told by a peer to sit there and be quiet. Let's consider that remark from a rhetorical perspective using an established academic protocol known as critical discourse analysis. With any use of words, there is the language itself, as well as the subtext and the context. Subtext is what we mean when we talk about reading between the lines. The sub refers to the underlying text. Context is the social system or structural framework in which a conversation takes place. Let's consider the context. First, the comment was made by a white male towards a black female. This is contextually relevant because it's consistent with a pattern and practice in which white males historically obstruct black female voices. Second, the position of county judge and the position of county commissioner are constitutionally equal. Any actions by a county judge to assert dominance in operational matters of the court represent misplaced authority. Given the context of the remarks, the subtext becomes clear. Implied underneath was, know your place, your voice is subjugated to mine, respect my inherent authority as a white male. Patriarchy may be the rule of order in your personal house, but it is not the rule of order in this public house. The rules of decorum that we had to sign in order to speak today say that this is not a forum for the demeaning of any individual or group. Why then was an elected seat of this commissioner's court used to demean Ms. Simmons last month? It was indignant entitlement at the audacity of being held to account. I offer a quote by Robin DiAngelo. It is white people's responsibility to be less fragile. People of color don't need to twist themselves into knots trying to navigate us as painlessly as possible. And let's be clear, the disrespect doesn't end with being told to sit there and be quiet. It's demonstrated in the arrogance of DA Sorrell acting like Commissioner Simmons was wasting his time because he had to be present today. And it is represented in Sheriff Wayborn's refusal to give a briefing on jail deaths at her agendized request. The disrespect of Commissioner Simmons is blatant and persistent and inexcusable. In closing, I echo demands for the immediate release of Kyrie Campbell so he can receive the mental health care that he needs. His continued incarceration is inhumane.
Thank you.
Following Mr. Bell, we have Mr. Kirkland, Ms. Glasscock, and Leslie Hillhouse. What?
I'm Dr. Michael Bell. I am convener of Unity in the Community Coalition. If it please the court, I'm offended by the grift of those who have used the same horn playbook by denying the racialistic climate that ought to be obvious to anyone who can walk and chew gum at the same time. That climate stoked by you, Deacon O'Hare, and those of your ilk. Last month, during the mayhem caused by this court's misguided attempt to take over the criminal court administration under the guise of fiscal responsibility, one of the speakers who spoke out against the obvious power grab, by the way, mentioned the Fort Worth way. I grew up in Fort Worth, Tarrant County, and I'm conversant with the inequities, political excesses, and injustices that characterizes the Fort Worth way. But the Fort Worth way was civil, as in civility. We disagreed, but without being contemptuous. There was not the deluge of needless and inexcusable jail deaths like the escalating county jail deaths, 65 and counting, we now have. Elected officials weren't bullies, and if they had autocratic proclivities, they weren't so in your face with it. There was no my way or the highway behavior. That was then, and notably since January the 1st, 2022, this is now. Now we have unanswered questions about a developer donating monies to Tarrant County commissioners and afterwards being awarded a $200 million contract. Citizens of this county can't be expected to look the other way when $200 million is given to a contractor who is alleged to have numerous unfinished projects, construction delays, faulty construction claims, and is alleged to be involved in a securities fraud scheme. Why would this court, with all of its preachments about fiscal integrity, transparency, and doing what's in the best interest of the citizens of Tarrant County, even consider this contractor? Now we have persons on this court who foment divisiveness, display misogyny, and particularly practice racism, who have problems requiring citizens addressing this court to be civil, or rather who require citizens to be civil while at the same time behaving in a way that reeks of arrogance and contempt. Maybe the gentleman who spoke that day about the Fort Worth way was simply saying, this is not Thomasville.
Thank you, sir. Following Mr. Kirkland, we have Ms. Glasscock, Mr. Hillhouse, and then Melinda Akowski.
My name is Bishop Mark Kirkland to the Tarrant County Commissioners Court. As a retired United States Marine, it's a shame how this country uses us and then throw us away. I feel like Mark Twain, there are two Americas, one that sets its captives free and one that captives is free. Did we see, it leads me to ask the question, did we see the real events in the exchange that happened a couple of weeks ago? Or some of us just that blinded by our own agenda? The jail and the KKK has always been a way to control our village. Historically, the same people that locked us up were active members of the KKK. From Tulsa, Oklahoma to Fort Worth, Texas, this system has destroyed our village. Since 2017, 63 inmates have died in the Tarrant County Jail. That's 7 deaths a year. What an indignation. I hear Sheriff Wayborn saying, be patient. Sir, we've been patient long enough. This is insidious. Sheriff Wayborn, you say things publicly, but personally, I know you're playing political games behind the scene. I agree with Anthony Johnson's family. This is the last one. I agree with Commissioner Simmons. An independent federal investigation needs to take place. The Texas Rangers are an outstanding organization of law enforcement, but year to date, they haven't gotten a handle on the foolishness here in Tarrant County. This judge, this court, this city, this county has let us down. Most of all, you have set relations with our village back 65 years to the civil rights movement, when it was okay for you to speak to us in any manner you wanted to. Our village is highly offended. Until you do right by us, we will continue to strongly voice our legitimate disapproval and discontentment with this court. Dear Commissioners and Honorable Mr. Judge, what is the problem with our sheriff? He is a city employee. Why in the hell can't this court get an employee to come to deal with his constituency? It is an indictment against you and the authority that you think that you have in this city. We demand that the sheriff would come and face the taxpayers in his constituency. He's not our friend. He's not our associate. We hired him. We pay him, Mr. Judge, and we demand that he bring himself in here and be accountable to his constituency. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Following Ms. Glasscock, we have Leslie Hillhouse, Ms. Zukowski, and Lynn Hanley. Do we have Ms. Glasscock? All right. Do we have Leslie Hillhouse? Are you Leslie? Nope. Is this one Leslie? No? All right, Melinda Zukowski. There we go. Following Ms. Zukowski, we have Lynn Hanley and Doreen Geiger.
Thank you. I'm here today to offer my support and to show my appreciation for Judge O'Hare. Since being elected, I have witnessed him fulfill multiple campaign promises. I have watched and attended many commissioner court meetings, and in almost all meetings, I have witnessed Judge O'Hare challenge the overspending in the local Tarrant County government. He has brought transparency into the budget process and has called out items like the egregious staff travel expenses, unnecessary subscriptions, funding for social programs that only benefit a few. Challenging these types of unnecessary budget items ultimately led to you, as a governing body, being able to reduce the 2024 budget by $8 million. And I'm very thankful for that, and for one of the main reasons that you are set here and elected is for budgetary items, not for social programs, not for many of the things that we've even heard here today. So I'm very thankful that some of that has happened. And I would like to specifically thank you, Judge O'Hare, in leading the way and adopting the first Tarrant County homestead exemption and adopting the no new revenue rate for our property taxes this year. We still have a lot of work to do in Texas as a whole in lowering and or eliminating property taxes, but this was a great start, and my family and I are very appreciative. I also would like to thank you for your commitment to ensure Tarrant County has fair elections. At the April 16th meeting, I was surprised at how incensed Ms. Simmons was at the election board voting to add sequentially numbered ballots to our digital ballot numbering system. I cannot think of any reason as to why anyone would oppose another layer of protection to our election system. I can tell you as a member of the public, one of the most important issues to me is that our elected officials would do all they can to ensure that all elections are secure and fair. My hope is that you will go even further and close, well, I'm sure this isn't really your area, but I'm hoping for closed primaries and precinct level voting just to get us back to the place where we can ensure election integrity. I believe that there is so much more that can be done to protect the integrity of our elections, and I find it troublesome that Ms. Simmons would be against taking action that would help in securing our elections. If it is solely a matter of monetary reasons, Ms. Simmons, that you oppose sequentially numbering the ballots as you had suggested, then perhaps we can take a deeper dive into the budget and make some additional cuts in social programs. I do not believe there is a more important issue than securing our elections. Thank you.
Thank you. Following Lynn Handley, is Lynn Handley present? Then it will be Ms. Geiger. Following Ms. Geiger, Edward Yurkovic and Bishop Spears.
My name is Doreen Geiger, and I'm speaking only for myself. I am here to issue a red flag regarding a developer the county is working with. The county and public should appreciate the in-depth May 1st reporting from Fort Worth Star-Telegram, so this court does not work blindly with the developer with a very shady business history. I believe my commissioner, Mr. Ramirez, that he did not know of the developer's history of shady actions all over North Texas, from Tarrant County to Farmers Branch. The optics look very bad that this developer gave $25,000 to my commissioner and $10,000 to our county judge before they voted to approve a public improvement district for land purchased by this developer after the court voted for his public improvement district. A look into this developer's Merdad Moradidi reveals unfinished projects, years-long delays, alleged faulty construction, and alleged involvement in a securities fraud scheme, according to court records. He is president and CEO of Centurion American Development Group, which plans to build 1,100 homes on the improvement district near Eagle Mountain Lake. North Texas cities that have entered into development agreements with this developer have found themselves struggling to bring the projects to completion years after they were scheduled to be done. Please read the Star-Telegram May 1st article to help protect this county from an unscrupulous businessman. Do background checks on people before doing a PID for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Mr. Yurkovic is my best attempt. Edward? No. All right. Bishop Spears? No. Arnold Yan? No. Julie Griffin? Following Miss Griffin, we have Carlos Tercios. Carlos Tercios, not sure how that happened. And Joanna Cardoza. If Carlos Tercios is here, he gets 1, not 2.
Good afternoon. I speak in solidarity with the whole Commissioners Court, our governing body, in this sense. You serve as a body deriving your just powers from the consent of the governed, our consent. I'm here to express my non-consent to actions in which a member of the body, Commissioner Simmons, is treated unequally and with disrespect. As we learned on April 2nd and continued to see today, all court members, all of whom were elected by the citizens of Tarrant County, have not been provided equal access to information and briefings. As we witnessed on April 16th, one member was spoken down to with deep disrespect by another member. These actions diminish the whole body and the community as well. How can this Commissioners Court govern as a body with one of its members excluded from critical access to information and publicly disparaged? There are several members, but there is one body. Every co-equal member is part of one governing body. It is time to return to the business of the court with all members full access and equal access to information with robust debate, mutual respect, and comedy. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Tercios? No, Mr. Tercios. How about Joanna Cardoza? Following Ms. Cardoza, we have Taylor Hardiman. Following Taylor, we have Nan Terry.
Good afternoon, County Judge O'Hare and Commissioners. My name is Joanna Cardoza. I am an Arlington resident, woman of faith, wife, mom of four, grandma, community volunteer, community advocate, and the Arlington LULAC president. I have had the pleasure of working side by side for about a decade now with Commissioner Simmons in our Arlington community, working on issues affecting Arlington residents, issues such as proper access to a quality education for all Arlington children, fair hiring practices, housing issues affecting the most vulnerable in our community, health disparities taking souls too early from loved ones, and the lack of representation for minorities, just to name a few. Elisa has been nothing but an amazing, loving mentor to me and has been a valuable ally to the Arlington Latino community. Speaking up for one's community is not always easy, especially in unsafe spaces, spaces with leadership that are not accepting of others' differences. People like to complain about the way women of color and I conduct ourselves when advocating for issues affecting the most vulnerable in our community. We have no apologies for being assertive when it comes to speaking up for our community. What some of these same people don't say is how they have had the pleasure of gaslighting me for many years. Discussion about the color of my skin, undermined it as an equal participant because I'm a bilingual, and told to ask for a separate meeting so my Spanish-speaking community can participate in public meetings. Asked if I was running for office because I wanted to represent, quote, Mexicans in my community. How ignorant, right? And then being told to be quiet and sit down. Now, how many women of color in this room have heard this many times, over and over again? Commissioner Simmons and many women like I deserve respect, the right to speak up for our communities in a safe environment because we all know that if we don't have a seat at the table, we will be the meal at the table. In conclusion, many in this community are tired of the gaslighting women of color receive. Our ancestors fought and died for us to be here, and we are ready to take our seat. Enough of being told to sit and be quiet. Commissioner Simmons was elected to represent the residents of Precinct 2, and she is doing an amazing job and has my full support. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Carlos Tercios was walking in as I was putting his in the trash. So, Carlos, you can go. Taylor Hardiman, be quiet. Hang on.
Yo soy hispano, yo no soy blanco.
You stop. Okay, feel free to.
That's right.
I'm not white.
Please remove her from the building.
Yo no soy blanco.
Carlos,
Yo no soy
be
blanco.
quiet. All right. Mr. Tercios, go ahead.
All right. My name is Carlos Tercios, and I'm the Executive Director for Latinos United for Conservative Action. I'm also a taxpayer here in Tarrant County, and I just want to come here on behalf of the organization to show support for County Judge Tim O'Hare. County Judge Tim O'Hare is not a racist. He is not a misogynistic individual. And you can see that clearly with the office representation that he has. Mr. O'Hare is a strong Christian, and on behalf of the organization, we show support for Mr. O'Hare. I will say that the reason why the attacks are happening right now is because there's a framework that's been devised through higher academia, and that's called critical theory. And for those that don't know what critical theory is, it's the framework that essentially you need to criticize society in general. But then it ties into race. And so let's just discuss about race, since we're talking about race so much here. Why is he being attacked? He's being attacked because he's a white male. If he were a black individual, he would not be under attack. If he were a Hispanic individual, he would not be under attack. The framework known as critical race theory, and I used to be a part of a DEI committee for 4 years, the framework that I understand and I actually experienced and learned about is essentially a framework that white supremacy is an ideology and whiteness is an ideology, and so is racism as well. Racism is a system, a power system, that only white individuals can benefit and not blacks and Hispanics. So therefore, Hispanics and blacks cannot benefit from racism, and they can never be racist if you follow that framework. That framework is very flawed because there are Hispanics that are racist, there are blacks that are racist. Human beings are flawed people. You know, we're all sinners. And what Mr. O'Hare tried doing last month was just simply keeping order in this room. And the framework of critical race theory, which is what's being applied here, is very flawed as well. Because if we look at GDP per capita, Asian Americans make more than white Americans. Jewish Americans make more than white Americans. Indian Americans make more than white Americans. I would like to know where this white privilege exists, and most importantly, which rights I don't have as a mexicano, y más importante, como un ciudadano de los Estados Unidos y un hispano que es un hijo de inmigrantes en este país. I would like to know where this white privilege is. I am marrying someone that is white. She is not a racist. She is not a white supremacist. And my parents taught me that we need to be colorblind and we need to see everyone through character and not color. Thank you.
Thank you. Following Ms. Hardiman, we have Ms. Terry, Harriet Harrell, and Angela Lucky.
Good afternoon. My name is Taylor Hardiman. I have the honor of serving on the Tarrant County Child Protective Services Board. I am representing myself, and I am not speaking for any other parties. I want y'all to know that I am deeply grieved by what I've witnessed in this room so far. Tarrant County is supposed to be a light on the hill, but instead disunity and division have crept in. And we are squandering this opportunity to lead in our state and in our nation because of petty grievances, bitterness, and pride, and that are all unbecoming of this court. I'm not here to cast blame or point fingers. Instead, I'm doing the opposite. I'm here to show honor to every single person on this court. I believe one of the highest values in our country is honor, and it is a gift to do what I'm about to do. Judge O'Hare, I want to honor you first. I hope every person in this room and in this county knows how hard you fight for our kids. I know how much you care because you do take your job seriously. Thank you for this opportunity to serve our kids in the foster system. I know you came into office with multiple vacancies on multiple boards throughout the county, and you thoughtfully and carefully considered every single appointment you've made so far. On the same hand, I want to honor every single one of these commissioners because I know the thought that went into every single one of your appointments, and I have the honor of getting to work with the people you've appointed, and I thank you because I honestly believe we're making a difference in the foster system. You've all chosen so many men and women who will fight for those without a voice, who will stand up for the defenseless, and have helped create an atmosphere of compassion that is leading the charge throughout Texas when it comes to the foster system. I declare that reformation is coming to the foster system, and that crooked ways will be made straight. Judge O'Hare, I honor you, and I thank you for all that you do and all that you have done, and it is an honor to be represented by you. I honestly wish that every county had a judge like you and that had a commissioner's court who fight like y'all do, because honestly, our kids deserve it and they don't get enough already. So I hope that going forward from this moment, we can work in unity as we continue to appoint powerhouses who are going to fight for our kids, and we can set aside our grievances and most importantly, our pride as we continue to work together. Thank you.
Thank you. Following Ms. Terry, Ms. Harrell, Ms. Lucky, Levon Cockrell.
Good afternoon. It's not evening yet. Of the 5 deaths in Tarrant County Jail this year, how many died without being convicted of a crime? Do you know? Regarding the information sent by our sheriff, omitted was the fact that Tarrant County led the state in jail deaths in 2020. Somehow that got left out. After so many deaths, what have you done? By not speaking or acting, are you complicit in the deaths? Regarding the mental health alert system, prior to TechShare upgrade, the Open Record Act request that we made showed 50% of the bookings were clients of MHMR. Post that upgrade in mid-April of 2023, the percentage dropped to 30%. I doubt that miraculously we had 20% decrease in bookings with mental illness. How is the county complying with Article 16.22 without a mental health alert system or something similar? It's time for change. I'm tired. I'm sure you're tired. What has this Commissioner's Court done in light of the deaths under your tenure in the county jail? As you heard today, Mr. Robert Miller and Mr. Anthony Johnson were both pepper sprayed in our county jail and both died. Is that a coincidence? I don't know. This very court changed its mind to have an independent review of the autopsy of Robert Miller. That's one thing this court's done. Have you asked for a review of the policies associated with pepper spraying inmates? If not, why not? What harm could it cause? Could it save lives? You could also make a change to the records retention policy of videotapes at the jail. You could require the sheriff's office not destroy the videotapes of jail areas when an inmate has died or has been transported to JPS for emergency care. Please prevent the untimely destruction of videotapes after an inmate has died or been injured. You can set that policy. As as Mr. Lucas has said, create a public defender's office for those suffering with mental illness. We asked for that in your criminal court reorganization, that you do a pilot project for that. If you did a pilot project, you'd figure out how much it cost. Take a stand to stop the dying in the jail. Being booked in the Tarrant County Jail should not be a death sentence. When the next inmate dies, what can you say you did to prevent it? I believe Kyrie and the others who are intellectually, developmentally disabled or who suffer from mental illness need to be in a treatment center. Why don't you ask for a study? How many months do these IDD individuals spend waiting for a competency that will never happen? If these individuals have never been competent before, how can competency be restored in our jail?
Thank you. Ms. Harrell, then Ms. Lucky, then Ms. Cockrell, then Nate Schatzline.
I'm Harriet Harrell. I would like to request a report in open court from the lawyer who advised you about the roles of the Elections Board, the Elections Commission, and the Elections Administrator. These are bound to be found in public records, and the citizens of Tarrant County need to know that our elections processes are all being handled exactly appropriately. If there were, you would not need to hide behind attorney-client privilege. This is one example of a needed and appropriate request from Commissioner Simmons that was not supported by 3 of the commissioners, including a manipulation and a change of the vote on the request to waive privilege, thus leaving citizens in the dark and ill-served. I'm asking you to correct this injustice, to respect those of us who are here and want to learn, as well as all of Tarrant County. So again, I'm requesting a report in open court from the lawyer who advised you about the roles of the Elections Board, the Elections Commission, and the Elections Administrator. Thank you.
Thank you. Following Ms. Lucky, Ms. Cockrell, Mr. Schatzline, we have Ms. Cox. All right, no Ms. Lucky. That's not her, is it, right there? No. All right, Ms. Cockrell, then Mr. Schatzline, then Ms. Cox, then Alexander Montalvo.
I have been gone, I know you know, so it's good to see you. Commissioner, you're my commissioner, Simmons, Judge O'Hare, Gary Fix, I hope you're feeling better. So glad y'all are here, and again, it's been a wonderful day. I brought my $25, right here, got it. Because if you hold me in contempt, all I have to do, according to this, because I looked up all these laws, is I just have to pay you $25 and I can sit back down. You can take me to jail, I can pay you $25, you can let me out. So I will always have my $25 with me. However, I don't ever like to be in contempt, and I looked that up to see what that meant. and it means liars. It doesn't quite mean rudeness, because I also looked up the law according to that, and it's okay for people to clap at commissioners' courts.
Yeah.
It is also, law has been proven this, it's okay to say, oh my goodness,
Yeah.
to have a reaction. Just so the flow keeps going, it's not illegal to do that. And if you happen to throw somebody out and they sue us, we will lose, and it will cost us more money, just like the families that deserve some cash for the deaths of their children. My shirt represents that I would like and appreciate the decorum. I like that you're all paying attention. Mayor Ramirez, I'm so proud of you. You are my commissioner, and I do need to come and talk to you about some property. And you always pay attention. You're always looking, and you're always aware, and I really, really appreciate that. People sit here for a long time and listen to what goes on here. I have been made aware for the last 2 years of how extremely important the county commissioner is to the indigent, which is the charge of the county to take care of the indigent. And if we can help a young woman, a young girl growing up, find a better life and a better path, that is well spent money. So it is our charge. I know the lady in tan said that's not what we're supposed to be doing. It is what we're supposed to be doing, and it is what you are doing. I do want to question you. I do question the $5,000 for an inexperienced, severely one-sided man, young boy. My age, 72, everybody looks really young. They look like children. I just want to give them candy. And so I really question that. And maybe we can go over that when we meet to say, yeah, you really needed this for your profile.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Schatzline, Ms. Cox, Mr. Montalvo, and Cynthia Brown.
Good afternoon, Judge O'Hare and Commissioners Court. My name is Nate Schatzline. I am the Texas State Representative for District 93, which is located in the northern part of Tarrant County. I'm a proud resident of Tarrant County, and I'm here after listening to a lot of nonsense this afternoon to say thank you, County Judge Tim O'Hare. I want to say thank you for voting to reduce the 2024 budget during record inflation brought by the failed Biden administration. I want to say thank you for the no new revenue rate. I want to say thank you because the only real way to limit government is to reduce spending, and you understand that. I want to say thank you for adopting a homestead exemption for the first time ever in Tarrant County, which helps every single resident in our county. I want to say thank you because our residents are being taxed out of our home, and you heard their cries. I want to say thank you because you've uplifted and supported law enforcement, even in the face of opposition. I want to say thank you because you've also been dedicated to securing our elections regardless of the trash that's been thrown at you or said about you. You've been called names all afternoon. It's been said that you've let us down. And I'm here to say that regardless of the attacks of the radical left, such as calling you a racist for requiring decorum, which is disingenuous at best, you are right on the target. I have your back, the community has your back, and history will show that when your opposition can't argue with the effectiveness of your policies, they'll lie about your character. Judge O'Hare, you're a man of God, you're a dedicated husband, a heck of a father, and the greatest county judge this county has ever had. And so thank you for following through on every campaign promise and fighting for Tarrant County. You'll never know how much it means to us, and you'll never know how much it means to the ones who aren't here giving that testimony today. I want to say once again, we have your back. Thank you for serving us so well.
Thank you, sir. Following Ms. Cox, Mr. Montalvo, Ms. Brown, we have Pamela Young. Is Ms. Cox still here? Okay. Mr. Montalvo. People are scurrying. Is Mr. Montalvo here? Are you Ms. Brown? Okay, come on up, Ms. Brown. Following Ms. Brown, we have Ms. Young. Looks like Chad Steens and Sandra someone. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Cynthia Brown, and I'd like to say thank you, Mr. O'Hare, for waking up the sleeping Black Panthers of Tarrant County. Sit here and be quiet. Sit here and be quiet. With those words, you woke up so many Black people, and I really want to thank you, because we would not be coming to the polls like we are. With that saying that, the way you said that, it made it a serious matter in the Black community, because we haven't been this unified on a particular topic in so many years. We haven't been this committed to rectify this racism in this community, really, since the summer of 1991, when Josh Hendry, William George Roberts III, and Christopher William Brooksy participated in the racially motivated killing of Donald Thomas in the drive-by shooting on Carter Street in Arlington, Texas. Hendricks said, this is recorded in court, that he said, shoot that nigger. There's that nigger. And they shot him in the head. June 7, 1991, in Arlington, Texas. Donald Thomas was murdered for no other reason than the color of his skin. Racism exists in Tarrant County. It was alive when Opal Lee's home was burned down, and it's still alive today in Tarrant County. Elisa Simmons' voice must not be silenced. She is a light in a very dark space in Tarrant County Commissioner's Court.
Thank you.
I encourage you to...
Thank you. Your time is up. Next is Miss Young, followed by Miss Young is Chad Steens, then Sandra, looks like Stantz maybe. So it's Pamela Young here.
Is there okay if I go next? I think my name is Alexander Gonzalez.
Sure. Following him, Chad Steens, Sandra Stans maybe, and Jane Collins.
All right. I want to add my voice to the release of Kyrie Campbell. When you hear his story and the circumstances of why he's in the county jail, it's just another example of how we are failing our folks in Tarrant County with the way we are arresting our mental health residents in Tarrant County and keeping them in a jail system that potentially can have them killed. And so I'm calling for the release of him as well as everyone else who has. I want to thank Commissioner Simmons for all the amazing work you've been doing and how you've been bringing a lot of items to light that is really important for the community to know about. From what is happening with the jail to what is happening within procedures of this Commissioner's Court. And I think fundamentally what it represents is something that is really lacking within the Tarrant County Commissioner's Court, which is accountability. There is a lack of accountability in a number of different areas. And it starts with you, Judge O'Hare. The fact that you were unable to apologize for a moment that maybe got the best of you, but instead doubled down with a press release that continues to encourage a combative nature within this court. And I find it interesting that you have emphasized today decorum to the degree that you've emphasized it, when I don't know if you are living up to the standards of decorum that you're asking people attending this court to live up to. And that's something that is fundamentally a flaw within leadership of Tarrant County, that we don't have accountability. We don't have accountability over a sheriff that will not show up and answer for the numerous deaths within our county jail, and will not be held accountable for the deaths themselves. We had a big conversation about technology and systems, needing a bond or insurance so that the scope of cost doesn't increase. Yet we have no conversation about human lives and what kind of accountability should be held when they are lost under our watch and under your watch. We also have a DA who comes here to talk about why he's trying a case against a Tarrant County resident after 8 years of it being in the public eye, after 8 years of it going through the court systems. And his number one reason was because he wants to scare people around voting. There is not accountability amongst this leadership in Tarrant County, and shame on all of y'all, and I look forward to working with the people to make sure we have representation that is accountable.
All right, next we have is Chad, is it Steens? Am I getting that right? So is Chad Steens present? No? Okay.
64 people have died in the Tarrant County Jail since Sheriff Bill Wayburn took office in 2017. This year alone, 5 people have died in just 4 months. 2 of them died in the same week: Anthony Johnson, Roderick Johnson, Ronald Keith Reese, Gerald Kent Roberts, and Russell Qualls. And all but 2 of these people had a confirmed mental health diagnosis. What good is the Sandra Bland Act doing us? Is it just for show? What happens after the mandated continuity of care query when people with a mental health disorder or an intellectual developmental disability are identified? Because at Tarrant County Jail, they are continuing to die and deteriorate. Sheriff Bill Wayburn, County Commissioners, District Attorney Phil Sorrells, and MHMR have the power and the responsibility to make sure this never happens again. What are you doing with your power? Why is Tarrant County and its arresting agencies like Fort Worth PD continuing to allow people with intellectual disabilities to be arrested from their group homes or their caretakers' homes? Chastity Congius, Gabe Pinion, Kelly Maston, Ashley Harris, Jordan Scotty Kindred, and now Kyrie Campbell. These are all people who, by definition of IDD, have lifelong challenges with everyday social skills, and now they are being criminalized for their behavior that is characteristic of their disability. Chastity Congius is developmentally disabled. She was recently arrested from her group home and caged in a Tarrant County jail for making comments about wanting to harm herself, and because she had an outstanding warrant for a failure to appear. Tell me, how is she going to appear in court when she lives in a group home and she has the mind of a young child? Why is she continuing to be treated and criminalized as an adult when her condition is well documented, particularly after she gave birth in Tarrant County Jail unattended like an animal, and her baby Zenora died 10 days later? But Chastity is not alone. District Attorney Phil Sorrells, at this very moment, because you are refusing to drop the charges, Kyrie Campbell is sitting naked in his own excrement in a single jail cell. He is 8 years old, developmentally autistic and schizophrenic, and is now, for the first time in his life, suicidal. And he is deteriorating in the jail after being arrested from his group home, where staff called Fort Worth Police to take him to the hospital, but instead they put him in a cage. This is wasteful, this is inhumane, this is torture, and it must stop. You all have the power to make it stop. Say no more, not in our jails, and not on our watch.
Time is up. So next we have Sandra Stans. Is Sandra here? Okay, next we have Jane Collins. Is Jane Collins here? All right, next we have Doug Taylor. Is Doug Taylor here? All right, next we have Danny Reynolds. Next we have David Wimberly. David Wimberly. Next we have Gwen Johnson. Gone. Charles Bills. Following Mr. Bills, we have Portia Jackson, Italia De La Cruz, and Kenji Ford.
Okay, I signed up to speak on the election or the Crystal Mason case, and just in the general, as far as general, I support Alicia Simmons. As far as the Crystal Mason case, now I've been an election judge for many years now, and when a voter is not on the rolls and we can't find them, I call in to the elections office and find out what's wrong. You know, once or twice I'll get they didn't vote, well, they voted too long ago and they're expired now, or they moved out of the city or out of the county and back in and they didn't re-register. Any other time it's been, they don't know, just do a provisional. Now, I don't know about Crystal Mason's case, but if they actually called in and they told them that she's a convicted felon and is not eligible to vote, and they told her that and she voted anyway, then certainly there's a case to be made that she committed a crime. I don't think that was the case. I think they just said, we can't find you, and she said, I'm pretty sure I'm eligible, and they went ahead and did a provisional. Now, I'm worried if I do a provisional on someone that I can't find, that they are in risk of seeing a felony charge if that provisional ballot is rejected. I don't know if I have to warn them about that. And seeing Mr. Sorrell's display, they might well see a theft charge for taking their I voted sticker. Mr. Sorrells needs to explain exactly, or perhaps we need to train the judges to know exactly what the case is going to be, because I would really hate to have one of my voters become on trial for not voting. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Portia Jackson here? Are you Portia? Okay. Following Ms. Jackson, we have Italia De La Cruz, Kenji Ford, and Tina James.
If Mary Bethune went on a media tour hollering about how she got her feelings hurt by a white man, would she have gone to found the Daytona Educational and Industrial Institute for Girls and the National Council of Negro Women? If Madam C.J. Walker cried for 2 weeks on social media with her friends at the NAACP about some words a white man said, would she have gone to become the first ever self-made Black American female millionaire? If Harriet Tubman went on media tours whining about what a white man said or how he said it when speaking to her, would she herself have escaped slavery and went on to free many other slaves? Well, the short answer to this is no. Commissioner Simmons accused Attorney Mark from the DA's office of being incapable of answering a simple question. My question is, why can't you answer or follow simple instructions? The idiocy associated with Black folks only following rules and instructions from their mama and daddy is the very reason why young and old Black boys and girls find themselves laid up somewhere in a cemetery rather than living a life of morality that understands that respect ain't got a name, it ain't got a race, it ain't got a color. If whiteness was so supreme, Commissioner Simmons wouldn't be sitting up there. Just because you and your supporters want to have a white man tie a bib around your neck, spoon food you some Gerber's peas and carrots, it don't mean that all blacks in America crave the same attention from white folks that you do. I am against Judge Tim O'Hare apologizing to Elisa Simmons. Judge O'Hare, I ask that you keep your honor. Weak leaders fall on their knees and bend at the beckon of empty-minded social justice warriors. The only person truly worthy of you falling to your knees in search of forgiveness is one man, Jesus Christ. And while Elisa Simmons sits up here and plays God and plays holy, she ain't my God. She may have all these other Negroes in here today, tricked into the Lyndon Baines Johnson ideology of keeping a Negro down and out, but I am not that Negro. In a nation where my ancestors died so that I can be as free today, you'd think that as a young black woman, Elisa Simmons would be a positive example of who I can look up to and aspire to be one day. Meanwhile, she, along with D.A. Fannie Willis, Letitia James, Tiffany Henyard, Karen Bass, and all the others, have proven to me that the only way that blacks in America can be taken serious in any setting, let alone a political one, is measured in how loud I can be, how hard I can roll my neck, how frequent I can smack my lips, and how professional I need to be when the whole entire world is watching.
Thank you. Your time is up. Is Miss De La Cruz here? All right, next is Kenji Ford. No? Okay, no Kenji Ford? Well, I don't think so, but there's no Kenji Ford, so you're up. You're good. Following Miss James, we have Card Harrison Lafayette and Krista Daniels.
Okay, I just basically wanted to answer the young man's question earlier when he said, what is white privilege and do y'all receive white privilege? For those who don't remember, 2018, there was a young man named Ethan Couch. Ethan Couch killed 4 people, injured 9 others while drinking and driving underage. He was given probation, and then he still violated that in 2 years. Then you turned around and you had Mrs. Crystal Mason, who only charge was voting illegally, or so it says, and she got 5 years taken away from her life with her children. We're talking about giving people the opportunity to be human. It shouldn't be a black or a white thing on your case, nor her case, nor my case. It should be about being a productive citizen, a human, a God-fearing person who wants to see changes in everyone being blessed. This is not what's happening in our city right now. The monies that you'll actually be wasting as it relates to trying to retry her again, those are monies that we could actually be using to put a program together for mentally health challenged children as well as adults. I work with human sex trafficking and I see traumatic experiences every day. Those are monies that can be used toward that as well. Right now, our kids are reading at below their grade levels. They're doing math below their grade levels. Schools are being closed all around the city of Fort Worth, and we're saying that we don't have the funds to take care of these situations and make sure that our kids and our families, not mine, not just mine, but even yours, receive high quality education. It shouldn't be just because I stay on the west side that I can't get it, or I stay on the east side that it's not allowed to me. We are all taxpayers. We are all parents. And at the end of the day must end, and we will all be accountable for each one of our sins, regardless of what they might be. Even if you stole something and I just lied, you're still going to be accountable for it. So I'm asking y'all to do the right thing and give everyone an opportunity to be completely human, regardless of their color, their race, their religion, and whatever. Give everyone an equal opportunity to be that person that God has even given them the opportunity to be. Because, again, remember, we all have 2 opportunities in life that God gives us all equally. That's time and that's choices.
Thank you. Card Harrison Lafayette. Krista Daniels. Patrick Ryan. I'm sorry? I'm not sure who's who, so.
I'm Krista Daniels.
Okay, and you are?
My name is Carol Harrison.
Yes, you would be up next.
Lafayette.
I am the co-founder of Community Step In. We're out of Grand Prairie, Texas, and we know that Grand Prairie is both in Dallas and Tarrant County. We service over 6,000 individuals as education to become certified as a first responder for mental health. I have booths down all over the state of Texas. I go and I bridge the gap with police departments bringing the education. We see on a national level the shootings of individuals who simply had needed help in a crisis. And so I'm also the co-founder of the Mental Health Wellness Experience. We have Feel Good Friday before the Super Bowl every year. I stand with Alicia Simmons. I stand with Crystal Mason. I am also, over 30 years, a legal specialist. I did the work for over 30 years. I get a lot of phone calls. I visit prisons and jails of individuals who've been diagnosed for mental health. I've heard so much information today. I've sat and I've heard so much. I get information. Based on what I've heard, it's a lot of obstruction of justice is going on. And it's a felony. That's a felony. One of you all up here, you need to be arrested. You need to be indicted, prosecuted, and sent to prison with no possibility of parole because you are an elected official. And I'm saying enough is enough. Usually when we do the mental health certification training, we start off by saying spirit check, and then we say mental health matter, because it does matter. Alicia Simmons, Crystal Mason are amazing women. They're amazing women. Dr. Martin Luther King, he Jr. died with never ever seeing justice or anything. We've got to get it together. The people elected you in. Alicia Simmons told me when she was campaigning that she knows the importance about mental health and she doesn't mind working with us. You gotta get it together. You have to get it together because I believe in accountability. Thank you.
All right, now Ms. Daniels. Following Ms. Daniels, we have Patrick Ryan and then Becky DeLon.
Hi, the top of the evening to everyone. I came here with one agenda, and I'm so confused, and I stand with mixed emotions. This is my first time here. My name is Krista Daniels. I am the widow of the late Pastor W.G. Daniels, and I have heard so much. I'm one that encourages. I'm one that uplifts people. But today, I saw and I heard something that's not of God. And I sat there, and I was fighting back tears. I did see the tape where you stated to this young lady, be quiet, hush, or what have you. Act, react, or act and respond. I don't know what caused that. I don't know. All I know is I saw it, and not only did I see it, but my daughter, that's at Columbia University in New York, she saw it. And so she said, Mom, what's going on? My thing is, how do we, what is the answer to this unrest in here? We have an unrest in here. We have people on this side, that's for you. We have people on this side, that's for you. And we don't even know how to deal with it. Who is she that we should be mindful of? Who are you that we should be mindful of? Who are we that we should be mindful of? Somewhere along the line, we have to let the dust settle and come to an agreement with each other. I've heard families who have lost their loved ones. I've heard mothers stand at this podium and cry. I've heard people that would attack this person. I've heard people that attacked you. I've heard people that supported you. I've heard people that supported her. What do we do neighborhood. Is there any way that we can come together, sit down at the table and talk instead of us fighting each other? We can't get anything done. So what is the answer to this unrest? I would ask that you would just go back to your places of abode and talk to the God that you serve, and may the God you serve be
Thank you.
with you forever.
Thank you. Is Patrick Ryan present? All right, how about Becky DeLon? And then Daniel Bennett. You can go ahead and go. If he goes in, we'll bring him up. He's not there? Okay.
My name is Becky DeLon, and I want to take this time to recognize Commissioner Simmons for her extraordinary service to this court and to the citizens of Tarrant County. This court begins every meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance, and when we stood this morning and pledged to liberty and justice for all, I couldn't help but think of you with so much gratitude. You have been the voice for those criminalized for their poverty and forgotten, for those who suffer from and live with mental illness, for those marginalized by their sex or the color of their skin. You bring hope that we have for liberty and justice for all. We are inspired by your indomitable spirit and unwillingness to yield to distractions to your determination to ensure that justice. So, what I want to say is thank you for your dedication, maybe most of all your compassion, and your service to the people of Tarrant County. You're an extraordinary, passionate advocate for those without options or choices, victims of a society with systemic barricades and dead ends for the poor that place liberty and justice out of their reach. We are honored by your example and your presence. Thank you.
All right, next up we have Mr. Bennett.
Judge O'Hare, point of order. You don't mind me going last?
You are last.
Mr. Weidermeyer, I am last?
Well, right now you're going, if you want to go.
He has issues with it.
And then we will make the announcement I make usually at the end when we're there.
I was going to let him know my stat. Okay, Daniel Bennett, 408 Pepperton. First off, thank you for not limiting the time. You had every right to say, give everybody 1 minute. And kudos to you, Judge. As far as that election commission stuff, somebody mentioned attorney-client privilege. That sounds like Catherine Allowman. That official oppression against Chandler Crouch, she was recalled by Ross McMullen and Armin because they would not waive attorney-client privilege. Just like to point that out. The congratulatory resolution to Oscar Trevino. I will stay steadfast when he was the director of the Mayor's Council, when I wanted to go before him with Gary Lasada, Richard Diott, and Rafael Cruz in October of 2021. I was rebuffed by Oscar. We could have put Tad to bed. All the angst and all the damage that had done from that point forward was because I couldn't get before the Mayor's Council. I just want to make that part of today's record. Thank you. All right, let's move on. Commissioner Simmons, thank you. Your precinct 1A and B. When I was standing at LZ Odom, I ran into 4 guys that were convicted felons. And I said, you gonna vote? No, we're all felons. So what I did, I went to Commissioner Brooks' office, I got their numbers, I gave them to his assistant. Hopefully they'll get called, put into the system when they get their rights back. Thank you. Now let's talk about the elephant in the room. I met with Dr. Bell Monday, had an 1.5-hour meeting. She had nothing to do with it, 0. That communique he put out, that call to action, she wasn't responsible. It was Dr. Bell. It was all Dr. Bell. So he hastily put that news conference together on Thursday. Doreen Geiger did all the press. The press was there because of Doreen. I actually contacted her office to let her know what was going on. And she graciously came down to thank her supporters. It wasn't orchestrated by her. And I've been hearing that all day. So I'm glad I'm last. I want to address Carlos Tercio. In his call to action, he said Black Lives Matter. Was coming down here. I was at a church last night, Dr. Bell's church with 200 people. I got the microphone and I asked, who is Black Lives Matter in this room? And nobody raised their hand. And I was escorted out of the building. He says, I was told all lives matter. That was the group I hang with. And that's the group that's here today. I don't hear any difference.
Thank you. All right, so normally what we do at this point, normally what I do is I say, is there anyone who did not sign up who would like to speak? If that is the case, I'm going to ask you to go to the back of the room, get in line, so we know what we have.
I did sign up.
That's okay, we'll get you. So go to the back of the room, get in line. Y'all can decide your own order. And so come on up. Please identify yourself. And
Mike C., Fort Worth. I came here to speak of decorum. The judge looks for ways to save the taxpayer money. Now, in the courts, he found a way to do so. Commissioner, at this particular time, Commissioner Simmons questioned this, and in my opinion, she was clearly against it, and not being aware or informed of it. In this very commissioner's court, for all to see, Commissioner Simmons told the gentleman at this very podium, I won't put up with this BS, I won't curse, or words to that effect. And the court erupted and the gavel came down. This was a serious lack of decorum at the time on behalf of Commissioner Simmons. Now, at a separate incident, recently at Commissioner's Court, Commissioner Simmons was questioning an issue of the judge hiring an employee who was similarly as she has on her staff, and a discussion transpired critiquing the judge's hiring the employee. Commissioner Simmons seemed agitated and kept talking over the judge when he had the floor. This is his court. He controlled his court by telling her to be quiet. He did not tell the commissioner to shut up, like a pastor had stated in public comment. Later on in social media, Commissioner Simmons disparaged the judge's wife by calling her a Stepford wife. In my opinion, if you have an issue with your boss, a judge, a person of authority, telling you to be quiet, you are just too sensitive and need to reevaluate yourself. I have always observed Judge O'Hare as being caring and polite in his communication. On the courts, I hear people talk about this power grab as far as the courts goes. Power isn't all it's cracked up to be. Being at a long table means responsibility. Everyone has a boss. Everyone has a deadline, and it means long hours of work. Thank you.
thank you. Next.
Good afternoon or evening. I'm Charles Wiedemeyer. We've experienced a lot of passion, a lot of really powerful oratory today, and the question is raised, well, what can we do with it? This is really a great opportunity when you have citizens this engaged and this excited, and the opportunity is to have something that will bring people together. Now, what makes a good team? Commitment to a common goal, right? And our commitment here should be to the welfare of the citizens of Tarrant County. So I just leave that with you as a thought. We've got something to work with here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes.
Good evening, afternoon, whatever it is. I want to thank you, Judge, for allowing me to speak, even though I didn't get to sign up. I tried, but I was blocked. So I persisted, and so here I am. I've been here since 10 o'clock. My name is Ruby Faye Woolridge, and I've served on the Arlington City Council, and I've been called all kinds of names, so I understand what you're talking about. But I'm here this evening, 5:10, because it pained me as a citizen of Tarrant County for more than 40 years to hear my county besmirched because of what happened on April 16th. I know Elisa, we've agreed to disagree, but I stand with her today because when I got the call from out of state about things that were being said to her, that lady was weeping. I don't know what happened between the judge and the commissioner, but I know this word. And this word is, and I'm also a minister of the gospel, I want to say that, an ordained minister, retired counselor, former Arlington City Council member. The Word of God says in Micah 6:8, what is required of us but to do justice, to love mercy, and to walk humbly with Him? What is required of each of us that say we love the Lord, but to do justice, to love mercy, and to walk humbly with Him? I want to ask every one of our members of the Commissioners Court to look at those words and think about them when you do justice and service for this county. There's more than 2 million people that you represent. Are you doing what God is requiring of you? I've been very proud to be a citizen of Tarrant County. I had a choice when I moved here more than 40 years ago to move to Dallas, because my ex-husband, who was a law enforcement person, moved us here, and he said, find a place. I picked Tarrant County because I thought it was the gem of North Texas. But I'm sad today because I believe, as it says in Matthew, that a house divided against itself cannot stand. I want us to stand. I want us to stand and to be proud and to deliver what the people of Tarrant County have elected us to do. I love you in God's name, and I trust you to do what the Lord says, to do justice, to love mercy, and walk humbly with Him.
Thank you. So we do have a closed session. I don't believe there's anything that can come out of the closed session that would require us to take action here. You're certainly welcome to stay until we're out of closed session, but there won't be any action that we take. Please remain silent while I read the following. The Commissioners Court will now recess the open session and proceed to closed session to discuss items exempt under sections 551, 071, 072, 074, 076, 087, and 0725 of the Texas Government Code. We are now in recess.
You got a hot dog? Oh, goodness. PLA's doing something for Cops for Kids at their building, and then Macy Hill has a deal with the press at the same time. Oh, by the way, I'm so sorry I didn't make. Yeah, I had, we got.
All right, we on?
Yeah, I just called them. They said they were ready, but let me.
Yep, we're good. All right. We're back from executive session. No action to be taken at this time. Our meeting is officially adjourned.
6:45 on the nose.